Chapter 389. Lu Tianyi and Kong Qingming looked at each other with a bad expression. Then, Lu Tianyi turned around to pour some water, while Kong Qingming sat down nervously. Wu Chengyue turned around and glanced at Xiao Liqing. Xiao Liqing understood and left with 2 soldiers. After everyone had left, there were only Wu Chengyue, Lu Tianyi, Kong Qingming, and a tiny tot in the office. Wu Chengyue smiled at the 2 and said, "I heard that you 2 are obstructing my people. I want to know what's going on." Lu Tianyi poured a few glasses of water and placed them on the table. He had just sat down when he heard Wu Chengyue's words. Then he pretended to look at Wu Chengyue and asked, "Hey, what is it that you're talking about? Do we have a problem with the leader?" A strange light flashed in Wu Chengyue's eyes, which were already smiling. Then, as if dissatisfied, he joked, "All right, you're playing dumb, aren't you? Little Kong, why don't you tell him?" After saying that, he suddenly looked at Kong Qingming and said to him, "Ah." Kong Qingming didn't expect that his conversation with Lu Tianyi would suddenly turn to his side. He was unable to react for a moment. Wu Chengyue said, "What are you talking about? Why didn't you let my men investigate Miss Lu? Are you guys protecting her? Why?" Being asked so bluntly, Kong Qingming didn't know how to answer for a moment. He turned to look at Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi asked, "Then can we know why the leader suddenly wants to investigate her? If you give us a good reason, maybe we can tell you what we know about her." The smile on Wu Chengyue's face became a little unpredictable. "Because I'm very interested in her now, can't I?" Lu Tianyi and Kong Qingming looked at each other in silence. Wu Chengyue turned his head and patted Ling Ling. He sighed and said, "Originally, I didn't plan on announcing this, so you guys have to help me keep it a secret." Lu Tianyi's eyes lit up. Oh, was he going to tell her what he was trying to do? He didn't expect it to be so fast. They didn't expect that Wu Chengyue would actually tell them. They were indeed a little surprised. Wu Chengyue said, "I'm going to ask her to be Ling Ling's stepmother, which means I want her to be my wife. So it's not too much for me to investigate her information, right?" Lu Tianyi and the other man were dumbfounded. Dumbfounded. She looked at him with a look of disbelief. Wait, leader, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly." Lu Tianyi quickly raised his hand to Wu Chengchao and said with a shocked face. After a few seconds of shock, Kong Qingming's expression became strange. Wu Chengyue looked at his confused expression and said with some amusement, "I said I want her to be my wife. What's wrong?" "No." After hearing him say it again, Lu Tianyi refused fiercely without thinking. Wu Chengyue was stunned by his attitude, then looked at him with a subtle expression and asked, "Why? You shouldn't have any relationship with her." Don't tell me you've also fallen for her?" This was Kong Qingming, who had just reacted and picked up the cup of water in front of the table to take a sip. This was Lu Tianyi, who seemed to have said something wrong, and then also picked up the cup of water to cover up the embarrassment. When the 2 heard Wu Chengyue's last sentence, they directly spat. Ahem. Both of them wiped their mouths awkwardly. "No. Ahem." Lu Tianyi put down the cup and reached out to stop Wu Chengyue. He said anxiously, "Isn't it? Otherwise, why were you so excited just now? It turns out that you like someone older than you, but do you know her real identity?" The smile on Wu Chengyue's face became a little strange. No. Leader, don't misunderstand. It's not what you said." Lu Tianyi was misunderstood by him like this. He quickly waved his hand and shook his head to clarify. Kong Qingming, who was next to him, wiped his mouth and then covered his forehead as if he was having a hard time holding back his laughter. The smile on Wu Chengyue's face disappeared slightly, and he looked at him in surprise. "Really? Then why are you so excited?" Lu Tianyi promised, "It's definitely not like that. It's impossible for me and her. But leader, you and her. It's not possible." Wu Chengyue's expression was slightly startled, and he looked at him strangely. "Why? Do you really know her identity?" Lu Tianyi listened to him and was also stunned for a moment. Then he glanced at Kong Qingming, then looked back at Wu Chengyue and asked, "You already know?" Wu Chengyue nodded. "I know she's not a human. She's a zombie." I think since you want to stop me from investigating. Isn't that why? No, I'm afraid that you'll find out that she's my sister who raped you before. Lu Tianyi looked at him silently for a few seconds. Even Kong Qingming on the side was stunned. It seemed that the misunderstanding was a bit big. Kong Qingming looked at Wu Chengyue and said with a strange expression, leader. Turns out that you know she's not a human. Then how could you? Wu Chengyue said, you also saw that although she's a zombie, but she's no different from a normal person, except that her eyes are a bit special. And she's a good person, isn't she? She also saved you, you should know this. After getting along with her for this period of time, I feel that her character should be good. Lu Tianyi and Kong Qingming looked at him in silence. Big brother, she was stronger than you before. Are you sure you won't beat her after you know her true identity? Even though you two have already fought once. Wu Chengyue didn't know the complex psychology of the two. He just thought that they were afraid that he would regret because of Lin Xiao's zombie identity. He said with a faint smile, in fact, I was also very interested in her, although I didn't want to marry her before. But now it's different. She has been eaten clean by me. I'm a man, I have to be responsible. Besides, there's a very important point, my Lingling also likes her very much. Lu Tianyi and Kong Qingming. What did they just hear? It seems that the situation is a bit wrong. Lu Tianyi asked with some hesitation, leader, what did you just say? I don't quite understand. What do you mean when you say you ate her up and wiped her clean? Couldn't be what he thought, right? Wu Chengyue looked at Lingling, then turned to him and said, well, as an adult, I think you should understand what I mean. Lu Tianyi and Kong Qingming opened their mouths slightly, but didn't say anything. After opening their mouths again, their faces were dull. They couldn't believe it. How did these two get together again? What the hell happened? Chapter 390. Wu Chengyue was also a capable leader. He didn't notice the complicated expressions of the two just now. At this time, he also noticed something was wrong. His eyes flashed. After looking at Lu Tianyi, he looked at Kong Qingming. Suddenly, he stared at the two and asked, the expressions of the two of you tell me. Something seems to be wrong. I slept with that female zombie. Why are you all so shocked? Do you know her identity and background? Originally, he wanted to say that he slept with the female zombie, but when he thought that Lingling was next to him, he changed his words and asked. Lu Tianyi and Kong Qingming both looked at each other. They knew that the female zombie was Lu Tianyi, and they also felt that if Wu Chengyue continued to investigate like this, he would eventually find out. Therefore, they also understood that their previous obstruction was only temporary. But they didn't expect Kong Qingming's ability to stop Wu Chengyue for so long. The two hesitated for a moment, then cautiously said to Wu Chengyue, actually, what we care about is not that you slept with her, but, well, it's really a little surprising. How did you end up in a relationship with her? When? Is there any special reason? Wu Chengyue smiled and said, of course I can't tell you the reason, unless you tell me all about her background. As for how I had this kind of relationship with her, this is not important. The important thing is that she belongs to me now. Not only do I have to be responsible for her, but she also has to be responsible for me. The other two. Seeing Wu Chengyue's attitude was so firm, he didn't know that the person he was talking about was Lu Tianyi, who was hated by everyone in the base and had raped him. What expression would he have? Lu Tianyi suddenly looked forward to the other party's reaction. He said, are you sure you want to know her real identity? Her identity before she became a zombie. Kong Qingming looked at Lu Tianyi and asked him with his eyes, do you really want to say it? Lu Tianyi looked back at him. He would know sooner or later. Kong Qingming thought for a moment and said, then I'll go first. Lu Tianyi, don't go. If we die together. Wu Chengyue looked at the exchange of eyes between the two, and his eyes also deepened. He said, does it matter? Is her identity complicated or scary? Kong Qingming looked at him and said, when you find out her identity later, don't get angry. Lu Tianyi nodded and said in agreement, leader, if you want to get angry later, then don't. Wait until we get out of here before you go crazy. Wu Chengyue was a little confused by their conversation. He asked curiously, why should I be mad? What was going on? You two are acting weird. Lu Tianyi said, Leader, you have to promise me first. Then I will say it. Wu Chengyue simply agreed, okay. I got it. Besides, I won't go crazy for no reason. You all know what kind of person I am. I know what kind of person you are. You're the scariest when you're angry. Okay? The other two remained silent. Seeing that he agreed, Lu Tianyi said, think about it. Her surname is Lu. And it's already dead. Turning into a zombie is also an accident. Wu Chengyue nodded and looked at him. And then, Lu Tianyi swallowed his saliva and slowly continued, my surname is also Lu. You know, I was looking for you before. A trace of doubt flashed in Wu Chengyue's eyes, and his expression froze. Then he thought about it. Both surnamed Lu? This kid went to look for him before, and it seemed to be just that one time. He asked him where Lu Tianyi died and said that he was going to find her body. That was a long time ago. Surnamed Lu? Wu Chengyue thought about it and suddenly realized something. He suddenly stared at Lu Tianyi and said, you said that her surname is Lu, and your surname is also Lu. Is that what you mean? You looked for me before to find your sister's body. Is that right? Lu Tianyi didn't dare to breathe loudly and slowly nodded. They were ready to turn around and run away at any time. Wu Chengyue looked at them and was silent for 3 seconds. Then a faint smile appeared on his face again. So you mean, she is Lu Tianyi? Right. No wonder he always felt that the face was very familiar. Now that he compared it, wasn't that her face without makeup? No wonder he felt as if he had seen it somewhere. The expressions of Lu Tianyi and Lu Tianyi froze for a moment. They didn't nod or make a sound. They just smiled at him strangely. Wu Chengyue's expression was very interesting. The smile on his face was stiff, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. As a result, 2 blue veins slowly appeared on his forehead. Lu Tianyi both froze and didn't dare to move at all, because Wu Chengyue's aura was a little explosive now, suppressing the whole office. The two of them burst into tears in their hearts. Liar! Didn't you say you wouldn't go crazy? What are you doing now? What are you doing? This is even scarier, okay? Please put away your smile. Your blue veins are popping out. Okay. We'd rather see your expressionless face. Seeming to feel that the atmosphere suddenly changed, Wu Yueling, who was sensitive, looked up at Wu Chengyue. Then she rubbed against him and pulled his sleeve. Wu Chengyue's aura melted at once. He sighed and looked at Wu Yueling, asking her, what should I do, Lingling? Dad really wants to fight with someone now. Should I go look for that female zombie and fight it out? Wu Yueling looked at him blankly, not understanding what he said. Fight? Find who to fight? Didn't Dad say we can't fight? Leader. That. You already fought with her. Did you forget? You also bit her thigh. Lu Tianyi saw that his aura was melted by Wu Yueling's one move, and his heart immediately felt relieved. Seeing his wayward words, he couldn't help but laugh and remind him. As soon as he said that, Wu Chengyue immediately remembered that time when the female zombie snatched his zombie core, and then fought with her on the roof. The result was that he couldn't beat her. In the end, he didn't have the grace to bite the other's thigh. Hey, wait a minute. Something's wrong. He suddenly stared at Lu Tianyi and asked, it doesn't seem right. That woman was clearly just an ordinary person when she was in the base, and she was just a vase. Even if she became a zombie now, it's impossible for her ability to suddenly increase so much. Not to mention that her skills are like a trained professional soldier, her current personality and ability to do things. It's also not the same as before. Don't tell me that she hid all this before. Wu Chengyue suddenly had a little hope in his heart. Hope that the two of them should not be the same person. It shouldn't be. Chapter 391. Lu Tianyi looked at him sympathetically, but said, this leader, she didn't deny her identity. In fact, you can ask her directly, but your current relationship, that's a bit complicated. Previously, Lu Tianyi raped Wu Chengyue and was killed. She even put the blame on Wu Chengyue. Now she died and became a zombie, but she also changed into another person's appearance and ran back to cause a lot of trouble. Then she was raped by Wu Chengyue, and now Wu Chengyue is responsible for her? Well, who is responsible for who? Well, in that case, the two of them are even. Wu Chengyue thought about it and suddenly said, it's really not right. Her current personality is completely different from before. It's impossible that even her personality changed after becoming a zombie. Right? And her body is still, okay. It seems that little man said that her body was restored to its original form by energy, which means that her body was reconstructed once. Lu Tianyi said, we also suspected it at the beginning, but we really didn't find her body at that time. And I was very familiar with her appearance without makeup before the doomsday. It's impossible to mistake her face now. Wu Chengyue smiled coldly and said, then she actually dared to come back. Isn't she afraid of being recognized by me? Kong Qingming said at this time, hey leader, then aren't you even now? Previously, she raped you and this time you've eaten her clean. Just nice, no one needs to be responsible for anyone, and the matter is solved. Let the past be the past. Leader, you don't need to marry his sister. You're back, right? Even if Wu Chengyue now knew that the female zombie's name was Lu Tianyu, he didn't think about going back on his words from just now until now. In other words, he didn't want to give up the idea of marrying her. It was because he didn't give up that he was in a bad state now. He didn't expect it to be that woman because he didn't expect them to be together at all. The difference was so big that even if he knew her surname was Lu, he never thought of that woman. Now, it was completely out of his expectations. Thinking about the current Lu Tianyu, she seemed to have become another person after becoming a zombie. Not only did he save Lingling a few times, but he also didn't do anything reckless anymore. He even brought people to build a new base. This was definitely not something the previous Lu Tianyu would do. Wu Chengyue suddenly remembered the first time he saw her in her zombie form. At that time, she was about to send Lingling back to him. In the end, he was quick enough to strike her with a bolt of lightning, sending her running away. He had also taken Lingling away with him. Now that he thought about it, she had used Lingling to threaten him to do that. He didn't expect that she would still want to send Lingling back to him after she died. Could it be that he suddenly found his conscience? Or did something happen to her when she died that made her wake up? Hearing Kong Qingming's words, Lu Tianyi suddenly came to his senses. He hurriedly said, that's right. Leader, now that you know her identity, you probably won't marry her anymore. After all, she used to be hated by everyone. However, Wu Chengyue looked at them in surprise and said, why don't you let me marry her? I didn't say I was going to give up. Even if I know who she is now, I should still consider whether she will change back to her original appearance. But I don't plan on not marrying her. I still have to take her back to my bed to warm it. And now it's just right. She forced me last time and I forced her this time. So she is responsible for me last time, and I am responsible for her this time. It's just right to marry her. They didn't expect Wu Chengyue to insist on marrying Lu Tianyu. Lu Tianyi looked at him in surprise. Then, how are you going to face each other in the future? Lu Tianyi thought of this and asked uneasily. Wu Chengyue smiled and said, what? Are you afraid that I will abuse her? So that's why you stopped me from investigating her background. I thought you were protecting her. You must have fallen in love with her. Lu Tianyi said awkwardly, leader, you think too much? Well, I already know what I want to know. Wu Chengyue stood up at this time and continued, I've also told you the reason. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. You're going to be my brother-in-law in the future. Don't you think it's wonderful? He patted Lu Tianyi on the shoulder, then took Lingling and walked out. Then two young men with blank expressions were left behind. Kong Qingming watched his back disappear and suddenly said, you say, I haven't seen Sister Lu appear recently. Could she be afraid of being entangled by the leader? So she's hiding? Lu Tianyi's expression was very subtle when Wu Chengyue called him brother-in-law. When he heard Kong Qingming's words, he came back to his senses. She hasn't appeared yet? Could she have already gone to their new base? Kong Qingming shook his head and said, I sent someone over there to see, but the news that came back was a bit strange. It said that their new base seemed to be surrounded by a group of zombies, and they were not allowed to enter. And those zombies seem to be controlled and won't attack people casually. I think it should be your sister who is controlling them. She might have already gone over there. Lu Tianyi thought about it and said, that should be it. But she actually thought of using zombies to protect the base. It's really strange. Kong Qingming crossed his arms in front of his chest, raised one hand to touch his chin, and asked with some doubt, you say, when Leader Wu did exercise with Sister Lu this time, didn't he feel a little familiar? After all, this is the second time. Lu Tianyi looked at him and said, last time she took the initiative. This time she should be passive, so the feeling must be different. Besides, the leader didn't think that she was the previous Lu Tianyi, so it should be impossible to feel that they are the same person. Kong Qingming felt that it was reasonable and nodded. That's true. And Wu Chengyue, who walked out of Lu Tianyi's office, needed to go back and calm down. He actually fucked that woman back. Fucked her. It was the first time after the other party's body was repaired and he took it off. Now it was great he broke her body. Although he didn't have to take responsibility, his character didn't allow him to do so. This time, although he was trapped, he felt that he couldn't control himself and forced himself to do it with the other party. There was still a little guilt in his heart. But now it was all good. The guilt was gone. That woman shouldn't think of running away this time. Even if she became a zombie, she was still his zombie. What's more, she might be pregnant with his child. How could he let her go? Chapter 392. On the other side, Lin Xiao, who didn't know that her identity had been betrayed again, finally absorbed all of Little Man's energy into her body after 2 days of absorption. When she found that the light around her was getting brighter and brighter, she found that she was still at the bottom of the lake. After her body could move, Lin Xiao immediately swam up. As she swam, she suddenly saw a few strands of black hair floating in front of her eyes. She froze for a moment, then touched her head with her hand as she swam up. The hair that she had been nurturing was gone, and her fingers were all inserted into the soft long hair. Then she moved her head forward and took a look. Sure enough, it had grown out. Her hair. Seeing that her hair had suddenly grown longer, Lin Xiao's mood immediately became much better. She swam down at an accelerated pace. She didn't know why she felt so free in the lake now. She didn't need to use too much strength in her movements, but she could easily swim far and fast. Moreover, the energy in the lake gave her a very comfortable feeling. After a while, Lin Xiao swam to the surface of the water. Poof! Her head popped out. She looked around. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, and then swam to the shore. As if feeling her breath, Shen Yuzhen, who was in the small space, slowly walked out at this time. She looked in Lin Xiao's direction with doubt in her eyes. She clearly felt that Lin Xiao's breath had changed, and the smell on her body had also changed, becoming sweet and tempting. But Lin Xiao's breath had become more frightening, as if her level had increased again. From her original breath, there was also the breath of the heavenly vine at the bottom of the lake. The two were mixed together, and there was another breath in it. Anyway, now Lin Xiao's breath gave her a sense of oppression several times stronger than before. Shen Yuzhen watched Lin Xiao slowly walk out of the lake, then picked up the clothes on the chair by the lake and began to put them on. She looked at Lin Xiao's long hair in surprise. How could her hair grow so long after being down there for only 10 days? It was only a long level. Could she grow her hair too? After Lin Xiao put on the clothes, she looked at her hands and touched her wet hair. Then she touched her eyes. She didn't notice that her eyes had turned from black to white, and then there was a green pupil in the middle. It made her look like someone from the West, except that she had an Asian face. She put the contact lenses back into her eyes. Actually, she didn't need it anymore. She just hadn't realized it yet. Lin Xiao noticed Shen Yuzhen's gaze. Even though the two of them were separated by a long distance, Lin Xiao could still sense her emotions. Suspicion, confusion, fear, obedience. All sorts of emotions could be felt from afar. There was also the same feeling of fear and avoidance in the forest on the other side. Even from afar it could be heard. She walked up and walked towards the sofa area where Shin Yuzhen was. Then he asked, "What's wrong? What are you afraid of?" After saying that, she was stunned. That was because her voice was much better. It was no longer the hoarse, rough, and unpleasant voice from before. It was a normal female voice, crisp and melodious. Shin Yuzhen was stunned when she heard her voice. He didn't expect her voice to recover as well. She walked towards Lin Xiao and looked at her carefully. Lin Xiao could sense her thoughts. Then he nodded and said, "Well, it can be considered an upgrade." Moreover, his body had recovered and even been reactivated. However, only half of it has been activated. The other half might take a long time to activate. She touched her belly, because Little Man Man told her that on the day Little Man Man was born, her body would be fully activated. Moreover, Little Man Man had also said that it would be the most dangerous time. Shin Yuzhen looked at her and nodded. Lin Xiao asked her, "I'm ready to go out and to the new base. Are you still not willing to go out and see Chen Yuding?" Hearing her mention Chen Yuding, Shin Yuzhen shook her head. Then he opened his mouth and said something without making a sound. Lin Xiao looked at her with some surprise and said, "Hey, have you thought it through? Actually, you should have understood it long ago. If he would mind your current appearance, then he would have already left. If he cares about your current appearance, he won't kneel down and beg me to turn you into a zombie. Don't you believe in your feelings?" Shin Yuzhen shook her head gently, then nodded. Lin Xiao sighed and said to her, "Then I'll take you there. I'll let you out when we get there." Shin Yuzhen looked at her expectantly and nodded. Lin Xiao flashed out of the space and then appeared in the room where Lin Wenwen used to be in High City. She sniffed and found that there was no smell of Lin Wenwen, Yuan Tianqing, and the others. There was only a little smell left over from a few days ago. However, there was still the smell of Du Yuanqing and two soldiers in the opposite room. Now there were only the three of them. From these faint smells, Lin Xiao felt that Yuan Tianqing and the others should have already left High City and went to the new base in Hangzhou City. Lin Xiao looked at the surrounding doors and windows and found that they were all locked. The sky outside was bright, and it seemed to be afternoon. She didn't open the door, but opened the door to the balcony. Then she found that she could do anything even if she was invisible. Apart from releasing her abilities, she could even kill people with her claws. So right now, she was most suitable for assassination and sneak attacks. She gently turned the lock on the door and then pushed it open. She felt the surrounding auras and found that there were several auras hidden in the dark. She didn't know what their intentions were, but they should be staring at this room. So Lin Xiao pushed the door open very slowly and very gently. It was as if she was being blown by the wind. Anyway, no one could see her now. After coming out, she pushed the door back. Then she directly jumped out from the balcony and instantly reached the roof of another building. Even under the sun, she didn't have a shadow. This feeling made Lin Xiao feel like she was a ghost, coming and going without a trace. It was broad daylight here, and there was no shadow. She thought that after her body returned to human form, these skills might not be able to be used. But she didn't expect that these skills and abilities wouldn't be affected at all. After landing on a tree, she used the transparent black fingernails that popped out of her fingers to grab at the fork of the tree. Kacha! There was a soft sound, and the branch on the fork of the tree broke. Lin Xiao turned around and left the tree, then jumped onto the electric pole. Then she jumped towards the mechanism building, and then walked along the corner of the wall to the side of the building. There were people coming and going in the hall, but no one noticed her existence. Lin Xiao didn't stay and directly went to the mission office. After a while, she walked around the mission office and observed the recruitment work of Du Yuanqing and the others. Seeing that there was nothing out of the ordinary, she turned around and left, heading in a direction where there was no one. Chapter 393. Lin Xiao entered an old building next to the machine building. This building wasn't tall, only 3 stories. The stairs were at the side of the building, and the door at the top of the stairs wasn't locked. She walked up the stairs and entered the 3rd floor. The hallway was in the middle and both sides were rooms. After Lin Xiao walked into the hallway, she suddenly stopped. because there was a man standing in front of the door, and the man was knocking hard on the door. There's a situation. She walked over and stood 2 meters behind the man, looking at him. The man was a psychic, but his level wasn't high, only level 4. He was wearing a casual suit, and the style was very nice. It was simple and elegant, and it complemented the man's tall figure. However, his clothes were very old. Lin Xiao was standing 2 meters away, and she didn't know if it was because she was a zombie, and her nose was too sensitive. He kept smelling a pungent, sour odor. The man looked to be in his 30s, and he wasn't ugly. But he wasn't handsome, and he looked ordinary. He knocked hard on the door a few times, but no one came to open the door. Suddenly, he reached into his pocket and fished out a key. Then he inserted the key into the door and twisted it a few times. Clack! The door was opened by him. Huang Shaoqing, I know you're at home. Even if you don't open the door, I have a way to open it. Look, I'm coming in now. Are you still going to hide? The man pushed the door open, but he didn't immediately walk in. Instead, he stood at the door and opened it wide. His eyes were filled with excitement, and he said with a proud smile. But when he looked into the room, the smile on his face froze. Lin Xiao, who was behind him, felt his strangeness, and curiously came over. When she looked into the room, her eyes flashed with understanding. No wonder the man froze. There was a woman sitting on the sofa in the room, and another man. The two were hugging each other, and they looked at the man at the door mockingly. But Lin Xiao didn't care about it, and her eyes quickly turned to the man who was tied up and sitting on the floor against the wall. The man slightly lowered his head and quietly sat there, as if he didn't exist. So the man at the door didn't notice him. The woman on the sofa looked at the man at the door unhappily and said, "What are you doing here? I've told you many times not to look for me. You even secretly made a copy of my house key. Are you trying to do something bad?" The man at the door immediately changed his expression and strode in angrily. He pointed at the man sitting next to the woman on the sofa and asked angrily, "Who is he? You found another wild man so soon? Not bad at all." As he spoke, he sneered. The woman blushed and stood up abruptly. She said angrily to him, "What nonsense are you talking about? He is not a wild man. Do you think a man like you can make me agree to be with you? Stop dreaming. There are many more men in the base who are more capable than you." Lin Xiao walked in from the back and looked at the woman. He found that although this woman was an ordinary woman, her clothes were relatively new, and the quality was not bad. He looked around the house and found that the furniture was complete. Moreover, they were all half-new goods, and there weren't many old ones. With one look, he knew that other than women, there must be a capable man in the family. Otherwise, how could this ordinary woman live in this house? Moreover, there were so many pieces of furniture. In the post-apocalyptic world, this was already very good. Moreover, the woman was not bad-looking. She had long hair. Although she was not very beautiful, she was still very delicate and pretty. However, Lin Xiao did not like the temperament that he saw. She was about 27 or 28 years old, wearing a low-cut top, and the hooks on the neckline were very obvious. "If he goes and crosses out my name, we won't have a chance to stay here." The man carelessly touched the woman's body while saying, "If you are willing, I will send him to the security bureau. Just say that he is on Yang Chao's side. At that time, he won't be able to come out alive." Chapter 394. Hearing that the man was going to send Xie Dong to the police station, the woman looked at him blankly. "Ah, is that so? But he has nothing to do with Yang Chao, right?" The man said, "What are you afraid of? I have connections over there. If I say it's him, then it's him. Understand?" The woman immediately understood. She said joyfully, "Really? Then hurry up and send him there. I'm so annoyed to see him. I thought he wouldn't come back this time. He's been gone for so long. I thought he died outside. But it's only been a few months and he's back." Saying that, she looked at Xie Dong with disgust. Lin Xiao crossed her arms and looked at them for a long time. So that's what happened. Because she was standing close to the man and woman, Lin Xiao could clearly sense their thoughts. It should be the effect of her leveling up. Even without touching them, she could sense what other people were thinking. This woman had always treated Xiedong as a stepping stone for her and didn't care about him at all. Instead, she used Xiedong's love for her and pretended to live with him. On the other hand, she worked hard to exploit Xiedong's ability and the things he earned back. Xiedong provided her with good food and drinks and lived with her for 3 years. Whatever this woman wanted, he tried his best to help her get it back. He didn't expect it to end like this. So, Xiedong sat in the corner with a disheartened look. He didn't want to see his ordinary beloved woman seduce another man in front of him. And there was more than one. Lin Xiao looked at Huang Shaoqing with disgust and then looked at Xiedong. Seeing that he didn't react to their words, she couldn't help but walk to his side. "They're going to lock you up in the police station. How long are you going to stay like this?" She suddenly kicked him and said in her heart. Xiedong raised his head from the kick. He looked around but didn't see anyone. He only saw the man and woman who made him clench his teeth kissing each other. Xiedong quickly closed his eyes at the sight of it. Lin Xiao kicked him again. Disappointed that he didn't live up to her expectations, this time, Xiedong knew it wasn't an illusion. He opened his eyes and looked in Lin Xiao's direction with a questioning look. Lin Xiao reached out and pulled him into the space. The two people in the room were acting more and more intensely and had already started to take off their clothes. He did not notice that Xiedong had suddenly disappeared. "Are you just going to sit there in a daze?" Lin Xiao glared at him and scolded. When Xiedong saw her, it was as if he had seen his savior. He looked at her helplessly and didn't know what to do. Lin Xiao asked him to stay and protect Lin Wenwen in secret. He did. But these days, Lin Wenwen stayed in the building and did not go out. Later, she finally left the base with Yuan Tianqing and the others. Xiedong didn't leave the base because when he came in, Lin Xiao put him in the space and brought him in. The registration of his departure last time had not been erased. If he went out with Lin Wenwen and the others this time, he would have to explain to the staff why he did not see the registration of his return when he went out. Secondly, it was because he saw a woman. Originally, with his current appearance, he could only look at him from afar. It was enough to know if she was doing well. However, when he saw that she had openly mingled with another man because he was not around, he could not help but sigh. He still felt very uncomfortable. But what was even more uncomfortable was that she didn't love him at all. She only used his love to get what she wanted. She had been fooling around with another man in secret. When he followed her and that man back to this building in a daze, this woman did not let him go back to his home. This was what he had obtained by taking risks to kill zombies outside and using the zombie cores to exchange for it. Just when his mind was about to collapse, he was suddenly restrained by the strange man next to her. After he became a zombie, his strength had greatly decreased. Moreover, in a situation where his mind was unstable, he was easily subdued by the other party. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes and said, "Haven't you ever thought of kicking them out? This is your home, these things are also yours. Even if you give these to that woman, the premise is that she must love you." Xiedong looked at her blankly. His heart was very depressed. Lin Xiao said, "If you don't want to stay here, at least go out and settle things with that woman. Don't continue to waste your feelings on that kind of woman." Xiedong drooped his eyes and then nodded. Lin Xiao said, "I will bring that man in. You go out and deal with that woman yourself." After saying that, she flashed out again. In less than 2 seconds, she dragged a confused and panicked man into the room. Lin Xiao knocked the man out with a slap, then casually tossed him into the bushes at the side. Then she took Xiedong out. As soon as she came out, she saw Huang Shaoqing looking for the man in the room in panic, her mouth anxiously shouting, "Tianfei? Huang Tianfei." At this time, she suddenly saw Xiedong appear, and the rope on his body had already been untied. She was stunned, looking at Xiedong standing in front of her for a few seconds. Then she suddenly opened her mouth and scolded him. "Xiedong, did you take him away? Where is Huang Tianfei?" Xiedong just looked at her quietly, not saying anything. He also could not speak. Huang Shaoqing looked at his silent appearance and angrily scolded. "Look at you. look at your cowardly appearance. What else can you do? If it weren't for you giving me a place to live and food to eat, I wouldn't have lived with this kind of man for the rest of my life. I won't live with this kind of man for the rest of my life. So you're using this as an excuse to find another man behind my back, right? Xiaodong looked at her, suddenly feeling that the past few years had been wasted. Why on earth did he work so hard to give this woman such a good life? Huang Shaoqing said to him with a cold expression, "You better not do anything to Huang Tianfei. He has a backer in the security bureau. If anything happens to him, you'll be in big trouble. Don't drag me down, hurry up and get him out." Xiaodong just looked at her quietly for a few seconds, then suddenly raised his hand. Pa! A crisp sound rang out, and Huang Shaoqing's face was slapped. Hit her face so hard that it twisted to one side. You dare hit me?" Huang Shaoqing's eyes widened in disbelief. She muttered a few words before turning her head around. She glared fiercely at Xiaodong and screamed, "You bastard! How dare you hit me?" Xiaodong knew why she had such a big reaction, because she had never spoken nicely to him before. It had always been him carefully fawning over her, and she had always yelled and scolded him. Because of Xiaodong's previous attitude, Huang Shaoqing never thought that he would hit her. Chapter 395. Lin Xiao couldn't stand it anymore. She went over and knocked the woman out again. Then she appeared and said to Xiaodong, "Pack up your things. There's nothing to miss here. Go to the new base and start over." Xiaodong glanced at her and then nodded. He turned around and went into the bedroom. Lin Xiao stood next to the woman and released the man named Huang Tianfei from the space. Then she squatted down beside the two unconscious people on the ground and thought for a moment while rubbing her chin. She looked around and suddenly fixed her eyes on the old curtains. Then she stood up and walked over to pull the curtains down. Then she tore the curtains into strips and began to tie up the hands and feet of the man and woman. Finally, Lin Xiao dragged them to the door and threw them out of the corridor. Just as she turned around and was about to come in, she suddenly stopped. Then she turned around and stared at the two people, her eyes flickering. She suddenly curled up the corners of her mouth and stretched out a hand with a smirk. She opened her fingers and gently grabbed at the two people in the air. Puff! There was another soft sound, and then the clothes of the two people on the ground all burst open. Moreover, they had turned into small pieces of cloth that slid down from their bodies. Now that the two people were not awake, some of the cloth was still stuck to their bodies. But if the two people woke up and moved again, it was estimated that all the cloth on their bodies would fall off. After doing this, Lin Xiao immediately went back into the room. She knew that there were many people living in this building. Soon, someone would find the two people lying on the ground. At this time, Xiaodong came out with a backpack and stood by the side looking at Lin Xiao. He didn't notice what Lin Xiao had just done. When he came out, Lin Xiao had just closed the door. Lin Xiao asked him, "Are you done collecting? If you are, you'll leave." Xiaodong nodded to her. Lin Xiao took him into the space and then came out invisibly. She opened the door and went out again. After going downstairs, she went out of the base. It didn't take long for her to reach the wall and look around. Then she turned to the side of a staircase. There were stairs to climb up the walls of the base because there were still posts to be guarded. After Lin Xiao climbed up the stairs, he directly jumped over the 8-meter-high wall. Within 100 meters of the perimeter wall, there were no buildings or trees. It was completely empty. In order to have a favorable field of vision and observation when the base was built, the buildings around the perimeter wall were all demolished and the trees were chopped down. Therefore, after Lin Xiao jumped down from the wall, he still had to walk out. When Lin Xiao jumped down from the wall, she didn't realize that there was a baby in her stomach. However, when she landed on the ground and took a few steps, she suddenly froze. And when she was running around just now, was little Man all right? However, seeing that there seemed to be nothing wrong with his body, Lin Xiao was slightly relieved. At this time, as if sensing her thoughts, little Man's voice suddenly sounded in her heart. "Mama, mama, mama, little Man is fine, but mama, don't fight with others. If you want to fight, don't be too intense." Lin Xiao. You mean I can't fight in close combat with others right now? Little Man replied, Yes, yes, Lin Xiao. All right then. I know. There should be no problem with using superpowers, right? Little Man said, Mama can use this as you wish, as long as you don't use up all of your superpowers. Lin Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and continued to walk out. At this time, Xiaodong was sitting on the sofa in her space, looking a little sluggish and confused. Xin Yuzhen walked out of the small space. She could smell that this man had become a zombie like her, and his level wasn't much higher than hers. She walked to the other side of the sofa and sat down, curiously looking at Xiaodong's face. She found that Xiaodong's face was the same as hers, without any characteristics of a zombie. If she hadn't smelled the scent of his kind, she really wouldn't have recognized that he was a zombie. Xiaodong only came back to his senses when he suddenly saw a figure next to him. Then he looked up at Shen Yuzhen. His expression was similar to Shen Yuzhen's, but he wasn't very surprised. Because Xiaodong was used to these strange zombies around Lin Xiao, even he himself was one. Outside, Lin Xiao walked out of the open area. Then she found a place with no one and let out a car from the space. Then she sat in the driver's seat and drove the car out. She rushed towards the downtown area of Hangzhou. 2 hours later, Lin Xiao arrived at the uptown area. From afar, she saw a group of densely packed zombies standing on the road, wandering slowly, until Lin Xiao's car arrived. They suddenly stopped and then turned their heads to look at Lin Xiao's direction. Lin Xiao stopped the car 3 meters in front of them and then stuck her head out. She looked left and right. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud noise on the roof of the car. A heavy object fell on the roof. Lin Xiao turned her head to look at the roof and calmly said, Next time, please don't jump on my car. You see, you have smashed my car and nestled on it. Do you want to pay? After saying that, she shrank back into the car. At this time, the group of zombies in front seemed to be stimulated by something. All of a sudden, he ran off to the sides. A figure jumped down from the roof of the car. It was a boy with a cracked mouth. Little boy number 4, whose chin was wrapped like a disabled person's, walked to Lin Xiao's car window. His pair of dark eyes were wide open. He opened a pair of dark eyes and stood in front of the window, looking at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at his confused expression and knew that he was puzzled by the change in her breath. However, her zombie aura was still there, although she didn't release all of it at the moment. Therefore, little boy number 4 must be wondering why her aura had become different again, but he couldn't tell what had changed. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and suddenly said to him, Right? Give me your cup. Hearing her mention the cup, the boy immediately didn't care about anything else. He quickly pulled his school bag in front of him and took out a cup and handed it to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao originally promised to give them a cup every day, but after coming here, they didn't drink the water that Lin Xiao gave them. So recently they felt a kind of irritable feeling. After so many days of detoxification, they had gradually lost interest in the smell of living people. Lin Xiao's hand shook and a kettle appeared in her hand. Then she took the kettle and filled the boy's cup with water. As soon as the cup was filled, the boy impatiently tore off the bandage and revealed his horrifying bloody mouth. Then he poured the water into his mouth. Lin Xiao thought to herself, Why do I have a feeling that this child is drinking a life-saving antidote? Chapter 396. The little boy finished the water in the cup in a few gulps and then continued to extend the cup to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had to give him the stainless steel kettle. Okay, here you go. Take it and drink it slowly. Remember to bring it to me tomorrow. The little boy held the water bottle that she had stuffed into his hands, and his expression was obviously stunned. But after hearing Lin Xiao's words, he immediately nodded. Lin Xiao waved at him, Go. Watch this place and don't let strangers in. She was going to ask the little boy to get out of the way and drive in. But after hearing her words, the little boy suddenly thought of something and roared at her. Roar! Someone came recently. Lin Xiao, who was about to start the car, paused and turned to look at him. Who are they? Roar, I don't know, I didn't let them in. Seeing that they didn't want to fight, I let them leave. Lin Xiao propped her elbow on the window and scratched her chin with her fingers. She looked pensive. Who was it? Maybe it was another zombie hunting team. But this place was a zombie city with zombies everywhere. Normal zombie hunting teams wouldn't come here, and it was far. Roar, at first, they were still wandering around and didn't know what they were doing. The zombie boy said. Lin Xiao nodded. He said, "All right, I got it." The zombie boy hugged the water bottle and jumped onto the tree next to him. He drilled into the leaves and disappeared. Lin Xiao drove the car inside. After Lin Xiao's car drove in, there was a roar of zombies from behind. Then those zombies that had just escaped came out from the surrounding alleys, and then crowded together in a bustling manner. After driving for 1 kilometer, Lin Xiao's car arrived at the road in front of the Victoria Hotel. Her car hadn't arrived yet, but the sound of the car could be heard. Soon, someone appeared next to Lin Xiao's car but didn't stop her. Yang Jianhua's car, which Lin Xiao was driving, could see outside through the windshield, but people outside couldn't see inside. Fortunately, everyone was familiar with the war chariot that Lin Xiao had snatched. When they saw the car, they guessed that it was Lin Xiao's. Lin Xiao parked the car in front of the hotel and opened the door. A few people walked out of the hall and looked at her happily. Chow chow. A white figure pounced towards Lin Xiao from the rooftop. 2 long ribbon-like hair fluttered down. Lin Xiao didn't avoid Qiu Lily's bear hug. He just stood there and let her hug him. Roar, roar. A dissatisfied roar came from the rooftop. Lin Xiao looked up and saw Meng Meng looking at him with dissatisfaction. Jojo, you're too slow. Why did you only come back now? After hugging Lin Xiao, Qiu Lily let go of her. Then he stuck to her arm and said to her. Lin Xiao looked at her strangely and said, "Why didn't I notice that you like to stick to me so much? 10 days isn't that long, right?" Humph. Qiu Lily pouted and said unhappily, "It's not fun here at all without you." Then she looked at Lin Xiao's hair curiously and said, "Hey, it's only been 10 days, and your hair has grown out again, and your level is even higher now, and your aura has also changed." After saying that, she put her face on the side of Lin Xiao's neck and sniffed. Then she narrowed her eyes and said with a little intoxication, "It smells so good." After all, Qiu Lily had been with Lin Xiao for a long time. She was used to the speed of Lin Xiao's improvement and the changes in her body. The others looked at Lin Xiao's hair in surprise. "Hey, where did you find the wig? The quality is very good, just like the real thing. It's so smooth." Lu Jun, who walked out from behind, stood behind Chang Wangxue and asked curiously. At the same time, he also asked what everyone was thinking. "Wig? No, this is real," Qiu Lily said as she pulled Lin Xiao's hair with her hand. Everyone showed a surprised expression. "Hey, really? Isn't it a wig? How is that possible? It's only been 10 days. Did you get hormones or did you do something?" Lin Xiao walked up the door and walked into the hall. She said as she said, "I didn't get hormones. I just repaired my body a little." As she said that, she subconsciously touched her belly. "You leveled up again. To be honest, are you at the 6th or 7th level now?" Lin Feng walked over and asked her curiously. Lin Xiao glanced at him and said with a smile, "Well, Lily, what do you think?" She suddenly threw the question to Qiu Lily, who had the highest level. Qiu Lily was playing with a strand of hair in her hand, listening to her words. She stared at Lin Xiao and said, "Well, actually, I can't feel it, but your aura has already suppressed mine. Is your strength higher than mine?" Lin Xiao shook her head and said, "In fact, my level is not as high as yours, but I'm not sure about my strength. I have to try to find out." Qiu Lily said, "I feel like you have a cheat. You have leveled up so fast." Lin Xiao said with a smile, "I do have a cheat. If I don't have a cheat, can you talk?" Because she had little man was her cheat. When Lin Xiao walked to the sofa, she suddenly looked back at Chun Yuding and said, "Your wife can come out now. Wait a minute." As she said that, she suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. After Lin Xiao disappeared, Chun Yuding became slightly excited. He opened his eyes wide and looked expectantly at the place where Lin Xiao disappeared. "See, I said it would be fine. Maybe she can still recognize you, Lin Feng said to him. Everyone knew what happened to his wife. At this time, they wanted to say a few words to comfort him, but they were afraid that it would backfire. In less than 2 seconds, Lin Xiao appeared with another woman. Xiaozhen. As soon as Chun Yuding saw Xin Yuzhen standing next to Lin Xiao, he immediately blurted out. Then he couldn't help but quickly lean over and hold Xin Yuzhen's hand. He asked her, Xiaozhen, do you still recognize me? Xin Yuzhen looked at the others and then nodded to Chun Yuding. That's great. You can still recognize me. Chun Yuding held her in his arms. Xin Yuzhen could feel his emotional fluctuations, but she could do nothing but hug him back quietly. She couldn't cry or speak now. The others were silently fed a lot of dog food by the two of them. Then they asked, You're Xiaozhen now, is she? They were still very curious about Xin Yuzhen's identity because she looked very normal. Her eyes didn't turn black, and her face didn't change. Chun Yuding was stunned. He suddenly let go of Xin Yuzhen and then looked at her face. Don't worry, she has indeed become a zombie, but her memory is still there. She remembers the past. Lin Xiao said. Chapter 397. Everyone immediately turned to look at Lin Xiao and looked at her in surprise. Then, he shifted his gaze and looked at Xin Yuzhen with a look of disbelief. Indeed, Xin Yuzhen was no different from a normal person now, just that her skin was a little paler. The skin on his face was clean, his eyes were clear, and his lips were clean. Your eyes. On the other hand, Lin Wanwan seemed to notice that Xin Yuzhen's eyes seemed to be missing something. Xin Yuzhen nodded at her, then sniffed Chun Yuding's scent before gently pushing him away. Chun Yuding was a little confused by her action of pushing him away. Xiaozhen? Xin Yuzhen pushed him away and ran behind Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao helped her by saying, She still can't control her appetite, so she can't stay with you or other humans for long. In other words, she was still affected by the smell of humans. They might go berserk and bite people. Chun Yuding stared blankly at Xin Yuzhen's face before anxiously turning his head to look at Lin Xiao. Then what should we do? Would my little Zhen stay like this forever? Can't she be like you? Lin Xiao said, If she can level up as soon as possible, she will have energy filling her body. Only then will their attraction to the smell of flesh and blood decrease. Chun Yuding asked, Then, how can I help Xiao Zhen level up as soon as possible? Lin Xiao looked at him with a smile and said, That's easy. You just need to find a large number of level 2 to 3 corpse cores for me. Everyone sat down, or those who felt that they didn't have a seat stood at the side and listened. Chun Yuding looked at her and asked in surprise, Corpse core? It's that simple? Lin Xiao looked at him with an unfathomable smile. Of course, what you've done is simple. I have all the hard work. From now on, your little Zhen is my person. My corpse. In the future, she will have to listen to my orders and work for me. Chun Yuding looked at Xin Yuzhen, and Xin Yuzhen nodded at him. But my Xiaozhen, other than housework, she can't do anything else, he said worriedly. Lin Xiao said, Are you stupid? How could she compare with her former self? And I will train her. You don't have to worry about that. Lin Xiao suddenly looked at Lin Wanwan and said strangely, Your aura has changed a little. Have you been exercising more these days? She looked at Lin Wanwan. His originally messy short hair had been neatly trimmed by someone. It was clean and neat, and it was also beautiful. Lin Xiao sensed that Lin Wanwan's aura was much stronger than when he was in Sea City. Previously, she was only a space ability user and had always been protected. His aura had always been ethereal, but now it was much more condensed. Moreover, Lin Xiao could feel that her physical fitness had improved a lot compared to before, although there was no change in the eyes of others. But for Lin Wanwan herself, there had been some changes. It seemed like she had made up her mind to cut her hair. Lin Wanwan was also stunned. He looked at her and said, Hey, Sister Lu, can you tell? But I don't seem to have changed much. After all, she had only been training for about 10 days. Although she could run for half an hour now, it was not a big deal. But she didn't feel any change. Mrs. Lin smiles at Lin Xiao. I don't know what's wrong with her. Not only did he cut his hair, but now he dragged Qingqing out for a jog every morning and evening. And now he's been jogging for longer and longer. With regards to Lin Wenwen's somewhat crazy actions, the few members of the Lin family did not say anything, but they were somewhat gratified. Lin Xiao shook her head and said, "Other people can't see the changes in your body, but I can. I can see through your body the changes in your cells and blood, as well as your energy. I can see through every one of you." Saying that, she glanced around and looked at everyone. Everyone in the hall. Why did they feel a chill in their hearts? Lin Wenwen looked at her in wonder and said, "Your ability is amazing." Lin Xiao looked at Lin Wenwen with a somewhat strange expression and said, "I didn't expect you to be able to persist in exercising for so many days." She knew that Lin Wenwen didn't like exercise since she was a child. If she was asked to do something else, she might be willing to do it. But she didn't want to do it. Lin Wenwen smiled and said, "I've always kept my word when I've decided on something. Maybe you should understand." Lin Xiao was stunned, and the smile on her face disappeared. Then she stared at Lin Wenwen in silence. What stunned her was not Lin Wenwen's words, but her own thoughts. Even though she was 5 or 6 meters away from Lin Wenwen, Lin Xiao could still sense what Lin Wenwen was thinking. The two of them looked at each other in silence for a few seconds, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit strange. Everyone looked at Lin Xiao and Lin Wenwen in bewilderment. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed, and she suddenly smiled and said, "Do you know what you're thinking now? Do you really believe it?" This time, it was Lin Wenwen's turn to be stunned. She looked at Lin Xiao in confusion and asked, "No way." He asked, "No way? Can you still know what I'm thinking?" Lin Xiao said, "Just treat me as someone who has already been in trouble." "When did you find out?" Lin Wenwen's expression changed slightly, and she pointed at Lin Xiao. You admit it." Lin Xiao shrugged and didn't say anything. Therefore, everyone looked at the two of them in confusion. Not many people could understand their conversation at this time. Seeing Lin Wenwen suddenly become excited, everyone's expression became even more strange. However, Mrs. Lin, Lu Jun, and Qiu Lily seemed to have guessed something, and they all looked at the two of them in silence. Lin Xiao looked at her and said, "It's not strange that you have this kind of idea, but you actually believe it. That's really strange." Lin Wenwen stared at her and said to her in surprise, "You..." Lin Xiao said, "Okay, Wenwen, you can talk about it in the room later. Now I want to know where you built the wall." She looked at Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing as she said. Suddenly, she said to Yuan Tianqing, "By the way, I also want to ask you for a little help." Yuan Tianqing didn't expect that she would suddenly lead the topic to him. Everyone was still curious about what she and Lin Wenwen were talking about. "A help? What kind of help?" Lin Xiao said, "I want you to help me separate a house from the ground. Can you?" Yuan Tianqing asked, "A house? A building?" Lin Xiao nodded and said, "It doesn't need a very high building. A 3-story building is fine. Can I?" Yuan Tianqing nodded and said, "Yes, you can." Lin Xiao smiled at him and said, "Thank you." Yuan Tianqing was confused. He didn't know why Lin Xiao wanted him to separate a small building. However, he still nodded and said, "You're welcome." Chapter 398. Lin Xiao looked at the others and asked, "Okay, can I see the progress of everyone's work?" Lin Feng took out a map and spread it on the table. It was a map of this area. Some places were marked and some lines were drawn on it. Lin Xiao, Yuan Tianqing, Lin Feng, and Chun Yuding all came over. Lin Feng pointed at a triangle and said, "This is the hotel we are in now, and this is where we are working. We have demolished a few old buildings. The bricks were used to build the walls. The other things in the building that can be used have been moved back, and the things that can't be used have been torn down or burned." Lin Xiao looked at the location. There was a river there which should be a sewer river. If it was built along the river would be placed on the periphery, and it would also serve as a barrier. She asked, "Is it built in the inner circle of the river?" Yuan Tianqing nodded and said, "Yes, I checked the depth of the river. The deepest part in the middle is 3 to 4 meters, and there is a lot of garbage at the bottom of the river. The mud is also very thick. If someone wants to go down, they must be a superpower of the water. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous for ordinary people to go down. Lin Chao nodded and carefully analyzed the various factors on the map. The inner area of the base was circled by Yuan Tianqing with a red line, covering an area of about 5 or 6 acres. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly thought of something and said to her, "We are going to install the solar equipment you put away in this hotel. What do you think?" Lin Chao nodded and said, "I have no problem with it, but have you found someone who knows how to install it?" Yuan Tianqing said, "We have found someone, and they have been waiting." Lin Chao said, "Okay, I will go to the roof and release the solar energy. You just need to bring the person up." Lin Feng nodded. Yuan Tianqing and the others pointed at the map and discussed building a bunch of walls. Lin Wenwen and the others didn't understand what they were talking about, and it had nothing to do with them. At this time, Mrs. Lin quietly walked to Lin Wenwen and gently poked her. Lin Wenwen looked back and saw her mother waving at her. And then she went to the stairs. Cho Lily and Lu Jun didn't want to listen to them talk about work. After hanging around Lin Chao for a while, he slipped away out of boredom. Lu Jun and Cheng Wangxue had a child with them, so they didn't want the child to disturb Lin Feng and the others. She had already taken the child away. Lin Wenwen looked back at Long Qingying, wondering why her mother was looking for her at this time. However, he still followed after her. "What's wrong?" Lin Wenwen asks Mrs. Lin, who is waiting at the corner of the stairs. Mrs. Lin glances at Lin Chao and others who are still talking about work. Then she pulls Lin Wenwen into the room. She looked at Lin Wenwen and asked, "What did you mean by what you just said?" Lin Wenwen didn't know what she was asking. "What I said just now. What is it?" Mrs. Lin looks at her calmly and says, "You talked to Miss Lu in a weird way just now. She said she knew what you were thinking, and that you took her for someone who was in trouble. Then you said she admitted something. Tell me, are you sure about her identity?" Lin Wenwen looks at her mother blankly. "Mom, are you thinking the same thing as me?" Mrs. Lin sighs and says, "You have guessed it." Lin Wenwen looks at her mother in surprise and asks, "Mom, you guessed it long ago? How did you know?" Mrs. Lin looks at her grumpily and says, "I am your mother. Don't you think I don't know you guys? If you can suspect her, why can't I find out something strange about her?" She turned her head to look in Lin Chao's direction and said, "From the moment she first appeared, I recognized the words she wrote. Didn't you notice it too? It's just that I have been guessing, and I can't be sure if it's true or not. After all, this kind of thing is too unbelievable." Lin Wenwen looks at her mother and suddenly says happily, "Mom, do you mean that you also found out? Really? Mom, now the end of the world is here and zombies can talk. What's impossible? My sister is so powerful. It's impossible for her to die in the hands of those people." Mrs. Lin sighs and says, "Alas, although I thought so, I am old. But I'm getting old, and I only believe things that are realistic. How can I believe it without seeing it with my own eyes? Then how can you be sure that she is you?" Mrs. Lin doesn't say the last word. She turns her eyes and looks at Lin Chao again. Lin Wenwen says in a low voice, "Because I was also suspicious at the beginning. No stranger would come all the way to save us without doing anything. So in order to confirm my idea, I went to check her current identity. However, the information I found said that Lu Tianyu used to be a woman with a bad heart and liked to do evil. And she seemed to have died a few months ago, but now she has become a zombie." Mrs. Lin asks in surprise, "Bad heart? And likes to do evil? Then how did she die?" Lin Wenwen says, "I heard that before she died. She did something that offended someone. She was killed and thrown into the zombie crowd, and her body was not found." Thinking of what Du Yuanxing said, Lu Tianyu raped Wu Chengyue before she died. Well, it's better not to say this. It will dirty her mother's ears. Mrs. Lin looks at her and asks with some expectation, "She just asked you what you were thinking about. Is this what you were thinking about? Did she admit it?" Lin Wenwen nods, and her beautiful little face is a little excited and says, "Yes, I was thinking about this just now, but I don't know how she knew." And she admitted it in front of so many people. Mrs. Lin is a little stunned. She murmurs, she admitted it. Then she is really Mrs. Lin, and Lin 11 have confirmed Lin Xiao's identity, and Lin Xiao is talking to Lin Feng and others. By the side, he had already heard the entire conversation between the two of them, although he wasn't very clear. However, Lin Xiao's expression is very calm, and there is no change. There is only a faint light flashing in her eyes. It's already afternoon, and there is about an hour left to finish work. I want to go to the construction site to take a look first. You can do your own things, don't worry about me. Lin Xiao said. Yuan Tianxing says, then I'll go with you and have a look. I haven't gone there yet. I'll help you get a small building. Lin Xiao nodded and said, okay. With that, she stands up, and the others pack up. Then the meeting is over. After the two walk out of the hall, they walk in the direction of the sewer river. It is not far, only a kilometer away, and Lin Xiao is not going to drive there. Moreover, it is better to walk to observe the terrain. Chapter 399. When they arrived at the construction site, everyone was working bare-chested. All of them were tanned after being in the sun for more than 10 days and were sweating profusely. When they saw Lin Xiao and Yuan Tianxing, they glanced at them. Li Zhang and a few others were in charge of the construction site. When they saw the two of them, they came over. When Li Zhang saw Lin Xiao, it was as if he had met his savior. He immediately said to her, hey, Miss Lu is finally back. Hurry up and ask that person to leave. As he said that, he pointed to an old man who was walking around the construction site with his hands behind his back. The zombie. As soon as the others got close, their bodies would become stiff and their hands and feet wouldn't be nimble. But they had to continue working. They couldn't stop. Lin Xiao had already sensed the old man's aura before she came. When she came, she saw that he was just walking around the construction site as if he was doing nothing. She looked around and found that after crossing the river, it was the area she had asked him to guard. The old man's tang suit was still very clean. She didn't know how long he had worn it. Would he take it off and wash himself when no one was around? Otherwise, how could it be so clean? Seeing that Lin Xiao was looking at him, the old man immediately stopped walking. Then he turned around and walked towards Lin Xiao. When Li Zhang saw him walking over, he immediately turned to the other direction of Lin Xiao and Yuan Tianxing. With a pained expression, he said to her, you don't know, the day we came to work, he came to watch us. That day he scared us to death. Okay? Luckily, Miss Cho Lily came to mediate. But since then, he came to watch us every day. He didn't do anything but wandered around the construction site with his hands behind his back. And who dared to be lazy? He would just stand there silently and stare at her calmly. Lin Xiao listened to what he said and imagined those workers wanting to take a break while doing their work. But after standing for a while, she suddenly felt someone behind her. She turned around and saw a zombie leader standing behind her silently. It's scary. Okay? She looked at the old man and said, you can't do this. You will disturb other people's work. Roar. The old man roared at her with dissatisfaction. Because Lin Xiao was here, the others weren't so afraid of the old zombie. What did he say? Yuan Tianxing asked curiously. Lin Xiao said, he is still unconvinced. He said that he was supervising these people. If any of them didn't move, he would be punished. He just drags people away and eats them. He's a supervisor. Everyone who heard Lin Xiao's words felt a chill down their spines. Lin Xiao looked at them with a smile and said, I lied to you. If he wanted to attack someone, he wouldn't need a reason. Do you think zombies will give you reasons? Besides, I gave them orders. They won't hurt anyone. Li Zhang and the others also knew that the zombies she brought would not harm people, but just getting close to them was already scary enough. Then what did he say just now? Lin Xiao said. He just said that I still owe him 10 days of water. The others looked at her blankly. What water? Lin Xiao looked at the old man and said, take out your cup. Then, everyone saw the old man digging into his clothes. Only then did she realize that there was an old man's bag under his loose clothes. Then, the old man took out a cup and extended it in front of Lin Xiao. He changed the cup. Looking at the ceramic cup with a lid, Lin Xiao looked at the old man in surprise. But she didn't say anything. She reached out and took the cup. Then her hand shook. After 2 seconds, a cup filled with water appeared in her hand. She handed the cup to the old man, who took it. Everyone thought that he would drink it on the spot, but the old man took the cup. After covering it, he turned around and left. The others watched in bewilderment as he walked to the second floor of a half-demolished building next to him. He took a chair on the second floor and sat down. Then, they saw him holding the water and drinking it elegantly. Is he treating water as tea? Everyone looked at Lin Xiao strangely. Lin Xiao shrugged and said, maybe? Yuan Tianxing asked, do you still give them water every day? Do zombies also need to drink water? Lin Xiao glanced at him and said, of course they don't drink ordinary water. As she said that, she walked to the construction site and looked at the place where the construction had started. They were now in front of a bridge, where the gate of the Jian'e district was located. Lin Xiao observed the geographical situation and didn't say anything. Next to her, Yuan Tianxing told her about the progress of the work. Anyway, Yuan Tianxing and the others had already considered everything she could think of. The surrounding buildings were all demolished. To be able to demolish such a large area, it was probably Yuan Tianxing, who was an earth element psychic. Lin Xiao looked at the small buildings nearby. They were all old buildings and houses from 20 to 30 years ago. Yuan Tianxing seemed to know what she wanted the small buildings for and suddenly said, if you want to put the small buildings into the space, why don't you go over there? There are residential buildings here, all 5 to 7 stories high. If you go over there, there are smaller independent buildings. Lin Xiao looked at the direction he pointed and then looked over here. Indeed, there were old buildings here. The newer ones were 5 to 6 stories high. As for the short one, it already looked like a dilapidated building. It was likely that it had lived for a very long time. Okay then, let's go take a look. She nodded and followed Yuan Tianxing. Yuan Tianxing said to Lin Yu, who was standing on the side, Lin Yu, go and drive the car over. We'll go there by car. Yes. Lin Yu responded and ran to the side of the construction site. He drove the black off-road vehicle over. Lin Xiao and Yuan Tianxing got into the back seat. Then, Lin Yu drove the car in the direction Yuan Tianxing pointed. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a residential area. The buildings were all independent 2 to 3-story residential buildings. They were all built with their own money. After Lin Xiao got off the car, she saw that these buildings were built less than 10 years ago. They should have been built a few years before the end of the world. It was estimated that they had just moved in. How is it? The buildings here don't look bad, right? Yuan Tianxing said to her after getting off the car. Lin Xiao nodded. Although it wasn't a very high-end building, it looked sturdy. Couldn't be helped. The villa area was a bit far. Lin Xiao looked at a building that was more pleasing to the eye. She pointed at it and said, this one. Let's go in and take a look. Yuan Tianxing nodded and followed her to the door downstairs. The door had 2 layers. The outer layer was an iron door and the inner layer was a solid wooden door. The door was not broken. It was just opened. The door and the door were covered with dark brown marks. This was the most common kind of mark in the most inhabited house after the end of the world. The dried bloodstains had already dried to this color after a few years. Chapter 400. After walking through the door, Lin Xiao looked at the furniture in the living room. No one had been here before. The messy and overturned furniture was covered with a thick layer of dust. Lin Xiao walked over and looked at the furniture. Although they were all new, they were already very dirty. She waved her hand and a wisp of black gas surged out of her hand. Then, it rolled towards the furniture and other items in the room. When Yuan Tianxing saw Lin Xiao's fog come out, he had a premonition that he couldn't get close. He stood at the door and asked, you actually have this kind of special ability? Are you a double type? Lin Xiao looked back at him and said, sort of. Then, Yuan Tianxing saw that wherever Lin Xiao's black fog passed, nothing was left. The tables, chairs, sofas, and other items on the floor, no matter what they were made of, disappeared. Even the hard alloy melted into a ball and then disappeared. Whatever it touched, it melted. Yuan Tianxing watched in horror as Lin Xiao waved the black fog around the living room and returned to her hand. Then, the living room was completely empty. Nothing was left. She cleaned it up in such a simple and crude way. After Lin Xiao cleaned up the living room, she went up to the second floor to have a look. There were 3 rooms on the second floor. 2 were bedrooms and 1 was a study. There was a toilet in the corridor. Lin Xiao cleaned up everything like she did on the first floor. Then she went up to the 3rd floor. There were only 2 rooms on the 3rd floor. One was big and the other was small. On the other side was a spacious balcony. There was also an iron staircase that led to the roof. Lin Xiao just leaped up and jumped up. She looked at the platform on the roof and then jumped down again. After cleaning up the last 2 rooms, she went downstairs. "It's done. You just need to help me get the part above the foundation," Lin Xiao said to Yuan Tianxing, who was leaning against the car outside the door and smoking. Yuan Tianxing nodded and then reached out to the building. His hand pressed down slightly. Then, as if he was holding something, he slowly lifted it up. Then the ground shook. The building that Lin Xiao chose. It started shaking. A lot of dust on the eaves was shaken off by the shaking. Then the entire building began to slowly sink a little, and then it stopped moving. Yuan Tianxing withdrew his hand and said, "That's enough." Lin Xiao nodded and walked over. Then, he reached out and grabbed the door. In his heart, he said, "Go in." In the next second, the entire building disappeared from their sight. An empty piece of ground was left there. Lin Xiao got into the car and said, "Let's go." The 3 of them returned to Victoria Hotel, and the others went to eat. After parting ways with Yuan Tianxing, Lin Xiao went straight to the 5th floor. When he arrived at Qiu Lily's room, he saw Qiu Lily standing by the window and looking into the distance. When she felt Lin Xiao come in, she turned around. Lin Xiao said, "The situation here is more or less stabilized. I will search the area outside the zombie wall in the next few days to see if there is any food that can be eaten. Those hotels, restaurants, supermarket chains, and so on should still have some food that could be stored for a long time. Especially rice and salt, he might even be able to find some canned food." Qiu Lily said discontentedly, "Why do you always help them collect supplies? Can't they do it themselves? Also, how long are you going to protect them?" Lin Xiao sighed and said, "They have fewer people now. It will take a long time to build the wall of the base. How will they have time to collect food? Even if they go, they won't go too far." Lu Jun, who was sitting on the sofa, said, "You should go to the military base. The food there can be stored longer. The harvest there will be greater." Lin Xiao nodded and said, "I know there is a local army stationed in the village. There seems to be an Air Force station in Jiaxing. If we have time, we can go there and look." Hearing that they could go out, Qiu Lily nodded happily and said, "That's good. Let's go collect the food in Uptown first. Then we will go to the military base." Lin Xiao thought for a while and said, "This might take a long time. It should be about a month. As long as it's not a metahuman or zombies that are too high level, they won't be able to enter. We can also sense it in Uptown. But if we go out of Uptown, the defense here will be much lower." Qiu Lily said doubtfully, "What are you afraid of? There are 3 level 6 metahumans here. There shouldn't be any trouble." Lin Xiao shook his head and said, "The nearest human base to us is Haiqing. In addition to Wu Changyue and Zhou Shihui, there is actually another robber who is also a level 7 metahuman. Moreover, he ran out." Qiu Lily said thoughtfully, "You mean, are you worried that the robber will come here?" Lin Xiao nodded and said, "It's not the first time I've met that robber. Before we entered Haiqing, he had already come for Lin Feng and Yuan Tianxing. This time, although Yang Chao, who worked with him, has fallen, this robber will definitely continue to watch us." Qiu Lily looked a little worried when she heard that. She said, Then should we find him first? Otherwise, we won't be able to go out and collect food with peace of mind." Lin Xiao said, "That's right. So before we leave Uptown, we still have to track the robber's traces." Lu Jun then asked, "If that's the case, Will you have to postpone your plan to go to the south until winter? Lin Xiao glanced at her and nodded. She said, at least we have to stabilize the situation here first. Now there is a hidden danger of the level 7 robber. I don't feel at ease leaving like this. Lu Jun nodded and said, in that case, Lin Feng and the others are still too weak. Lin Xiao shook her head and said, in fact, they are not weak. After all, level 6 metahumans are not everywhere. The problem is that they have to face a level 7 robber, which doesn't happen often. Lin Feng and the others can't do anything, but we may be able to sense the existence of the robber. Lily, did you find something just now? Cho Lily said in surprise, hey, you know? Lin Xiao nodded and said, I saw you staring in that direction when I came in just now. Actually, I felt it too. As soon as Cho Lily heard her words, she began to pout and looked at Lin Xiao with some dissatisfaction. She said, your sensing ability is stronger than mine. My level is obviously higher than yours. I just noticed a little, and you already noticed it? Lin Xiao laughed at her and said, what are you angry about? You should know that I'm different from you. Chapter 401. Cho Lily said, when I met you, you were only at level 3 or 4. Now it's been less than 2 months, and you're already at level 6. If every zombie was as fast as you are now, then these bases would have been destroyed by a large number of high-level zombies. Lin Xiao crossed her arms in front of her chest, raised one hand, and gently scratched her chin. She thought and said, that's true, there are many intelligent zombies. However, there are still very few kings who can reach level 6. Not to mention me, even this body isn't mine. Lu Jun looked at her and suddenly asked, Lin Wenwen, has she already guessed you? Your conversation in the hall today was a bit strange. Speaking of this, Lin Xiao smiled. She said, in fact, they suspected me a long time ago, but they just didn't want to believe it. Just like when I first woke up in this body, I didn't believe myself. At that time, I thought I was dreaming. Lu Jun and Cho Lily looked at each other and understood what Lin Xiao said. If they suddenly woke up in another place, in another person's body, they must have been confused at first and didn't believe it was true. But they had never had such a thing happen, so they still couldn't have a deep understanding of their feelings. Cho Lily said, but why would they suspect you? You didn't say it out loud, did you? Lin Xiao said, my mother is old, and she only believes what she sees in front of her. She doesn't believe what others say. But I deliberately showed a lot of habits and actions in front of them, so they will definitely have doubts. Maybe they will suspect that I'm just pretending to be Lin Xiao at first. But Lin Wenwen is different. If she has doubts, she will definitely find out what's going on. So I guess she must have investigated Lu Tianyu when she was in Sea City. Speaking of this, she paused for a moment. Then she continued, then she should find out that the previous Lu Tianyu is different from the current me, and then think about my motives. A stranger helped them so many times. Can't be that he has any ulterior motives. He must be a relative. Lu Jun said, when Miss Lin Wenwen was in Hades' base, she should have been protected and relied on a lot. So she should want to choose the idea that is beneficial to them to confirm. What if it was true? Her choice might be because she doesn't believe the fact that you're dead. Lin Xiao nodded and agreed, yes, that's right. She has always depended on me. Maybe when something happened to me and the base, it was a huge blow to her. Cho Lily looked at her and said, should I say she's stupid? Or should I say she's smart? Most people wouldn't believe such a thing to be true. She actually believed it. Moreover, it's true. Lin Xiao said, she's not stupid, but when it comes to certain things, she's not smart. She would be very persistent and get to the bottom of it. Sometimes, even a smart person would be foolish. As for foolish people, sometimes they are blessed with foolish fortune, and sometimes they are naturally evil. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Please come in. The door isn't locked, Lu Jun answered. The door was gently pushed open, and Shin Yuzhen and Chan Yuding were standing at the door. Chan Yuding stood at the door and nodded to them. Then he said to Lin Xiao, Miss Lu, Xiaozhen said she still wants to live with you. So, please arrange a room for her on the 5th floor. Lin Xiao looked at Shin Yuzhen and asked, Why, you don't dare to live with him? She had thought that the two of them would live together, or at least Chun Yuding thought so. Shin Yuzhen was the only one who objected, but even if Chun Yuding was unwilling, he had to respect her opinion. Shin Yuzhen nodded, then opened her mouth, turned her head and pointed at Chun Yuding's neck. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself and bite Chun Yuding. Lin Xiao said to her with a smile, "You're not a vampire. Why do you keep staring at his blood vessels?" Then she said to Chun Yuding, "Well, I'll arrange a room for her. There are many rooms on the 5th floor anyway." Chun Yuding said to Lin Xiao gratefully, "Thank you. Then I'll go down first." Lin Xiao nodded to him. After Chun Yuding left, Lin Xiao said to Lu Jun, "Junjun, arrange a room for her." "Oh yes, and Xiedong's room also needs to be arranged." Then she suddenly thought of Xiedong and the zombie dog who were still in the space. Of course, she would not let the zombie dog out. With that, she stood up and entered the space in a flash. After entering the space, Lin Xiao looked at Xiedong who was sitting on the sofa in a daze. She said, "Let's go out. Let bygones be bygones. Some people are not worth loving. Maybe you can change to another relationship to forget her?" Xiedong looked up at her blankly, his expression a little dull. Took him a while to realize what Lin Xiao was talking about. He shook his head and then stood up. He picked up the bag next to him and walked to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao pulled his arm and flashed out. Lu Jun stood up when he saw Lin Xiao bring Xiedong out. He put Tong Tong here, turned around and went out alone to show the two of them the room. "You two, come with me." Not long after, Lu Jun came back. He looked at Lin Xiao with a strange expression and asked, "Why do I feel that Xiedong's mood isn't right? What's wrong with him?" Lin Xiao said, "Oh, he did run into some trouble. For example, he suddenly found out that the woman he had been in love with didn't love him, and she took advantage of his absence to look for other men. In fact, he just loved the wrong person. The other person didn't love him and lied to him. The nature of this kind of deception is a bit worse, so he needs some time to recover." Lu Jun nodded sympathetically and said, "So that's how it is." Lin Xiao said, "Maybe I can let him work at the construction site and do more things to distract him." Lu Jun went to the sofa and sat down. He looked at her and said, "That's fine. But I saw that he was distracted just now. I'm afraid I want him to come out. It will take a long time." Suddenly, Lin Xiao's mind flashed. She looked up at Lu Jun and asked, "By the way, you said that the man who abandoned you before. What's his name?" Lu Jun was stunned and then a dark light flashed in his eyes. Then he replied, "Huang Tianfei." Lin Xiao suddenly clapped her hands and said with some annoyance, "Ah, when I heard that woman called Xiedong, it sounded a bit familiar. I didn't think of it at that time. It turned out to be that scumbag. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have just shaved off their clothes." Chapter 402. Lu Jun was stunned for a moment. She looked at Lin Xiao blankly and said, "You said, you heard that name?" Lin Xiao crossed her arms in front of her chest and pushed the front a little higher. She said angrily, "I didn't just hear his name. He was one of the men that Xiedong hooked up with. When I went there, he was in that woman's room. And there was another man. There was a drama of two men fighting over a woman. Well, not really. The other man with a lower ability was kicked out by the woman herself." As she spoke, she rubbed her chin and looked at Lu Jun again. She asked, "Your man, he's older than you. Were you in love with him before?" Lu Jun's expression was a little surprised at first and then a little depressed. She glanced at Tong Tong, who was playing on the carpet. She felt a little better and said, "Well, he's 3 years younger than me." She continued, "I didn't expect you to see him again. What a coincidence." Lin Xiao said, "He also attacked Xiedong. That room was exchanged by Xiedong for that woman. I saw that the furniture in the room isn't very old. There's about 7 layers of new furniture. Xiedong probably exchanged all the zombie cores he found outside the base for his belongings for that woman to enjoy." She spread her hands and continued helplessly, "But I saw that woman's attitude. One of them was willing to be beaten and the other was willing to be beaten. But looking at the woman he liked being intimate with another man in front of him, it was really sad. You're still plotting how to get rid of him. It's really tragic. Cho Lily curiously came over and asked, so, Chow Chow, you saw Junjun's heartless man hooking up with Xiaodong's woman. Then, the two of them discussed how to plot against Xiaodong in front of him. Lin Xiao raised a finger and pointed at her. She nodded and said, yes, that's it. You're right. Then she looked at Lu Jun and said, I didn't remember that he was the scumbag you were talking about. Otherwise, I wouldn't have just cut off his clothes. I would have cut off his penis and fed it to my dog. Bah, forget it. I won't feed it. It's disgusting. The gloomy atmosphere was suddenly broken by Lin Xiao's last sentence. Lu Jun said angrily, where did you get the dog? Lin Xiao said, you don't say. On the way back to Ocean City, when I was looking for an energy core for little man, I caught a zombie dog. She's still tied up in my space. That Yang Yen was actually thrown into my space by me for the dogs to gnaw on. It's just that no one knows about it. As she spoke, she put a finger between her lips. Lu Jun and Cho Lily looked at her in surprise. So you did this? Lin Xiao said, yes, so when I saw the couple at Xiaodong's place today, I knocked them out. Then he stripped off his clothes and threw them in the hallway. Lu Jun and Cho Lily were speechless. What a vicious move. But those two deserved it. Lin Xiao said, Junjun, I'll fill the water for you later. The energy in my lake is several times thicker than before. You can soak in it until tomorrow morning. You won't be able to absorb it all in one night. Lu Jun nodded. Me too, me too. Cho Lily shouted as soon as she heard about soaking in the lake. Lin Xiao's lake was like a hot spring for zombies like them. It was comfortable and enjoyable, and it could improve their strength. Lin Xiao nodded. Don't worry, you won't be left out. So that night, Lin Xiao gave Lu Jun, Cho Lily, Xiaodong, Xin Yuzhen, and Meng Meng, who was on the rooftop, a bathtub of lake water for them to soak in. Then Lin Xiao went to the rooftop and suddenly roared at the sky. Roar dash, she hadn't roared like this in a long time. After roaring, Lin Xiao touched her throat, feeling strange. Then she saw a few figures flying over from the distance. Lin Xiao's roar attracted the attention of the people below, but because of the rules, they didn't care about what happened on the rooftop. The figures in the distance soon came from the rooftops and landed on the rooftop of Lin Xiao's building. 5 zombie leaders and 2 level 4 zombies all stood in front of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at them and said, seeing that you've been delayed for so many days, I'll let you soak in an extra hour today. Consider it a reward for your guard. The 7 zombies looked at her quietly, although they didn't make a sound. But Lin Xiao had already felt their excitement. Lin Xiao waved her hand, and a meter-high bucket appeared in front of them. She pointed at the bucket and said, now go and find a bucket that's as tall as this one. You just need to put yourself in it and it'll be fine. This can be used to soak you. Go now. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, the 7 zombies looked at her blankly for a while. Only the boy with the cracked mouth, the old man, and the 2 level 4 zombies reacted quickly. They turned around and jumped out to find a bucket. Only the uncle zombie and the 2 zombie leaders didn't seem to understand why they were looking for this. Lin Xiao said to the 3 of them, go find it. Don't you want to soak in it? Or do you only want to drink it? The 3 zombies realized that the water Lin Xiao was talking about was the water they had been waiting for so many days. But they only knew to drink, not to soak. When Lin Xiao said to soak, they didn't understand what was going on. But then she asked them to find the same thing. What was she going to do? Lin Xiao could only say to them, sigh, I told you to go find it, so go find it. How can I soak if I don't find it? Go. The 3 zombie leaders had no choice but to leave with a blank look on their faces. Lin Xiao knew they wouldn't come back so soon, so she waited for them to leave. She looked in the direction that Cho Lily was looking at and suddenly her figure flashed. Then she jumped from the top of the building invisibly. After she went out, Cho Lily and Meng Meng sensed it and looked in the direction she left. But they didn't do anything. Yuan Tianqing and the other level 5 and 6 paranormals also felt Lin Xiao's aura disappear, but they didn't know where she went. They all thought she went into the space again. Her transparent figure flitted across the roofs of buildings, the high-voltage electric poles, and the big trees. Soon, she was a few kilometers away from the zombies' encirclement, but she didn't stop and continued to rush out. A few minutes later, Lin Xiao was on top of a tall building on Wangjiang Street, 10 kilometers away. Because it was close to Qian River, the aura in the water could cover most of the aura by the river, and the wind was very strong. If it wasn't for Lin Xiao's senses being much stronger than Qiu Lily's, she wouldn't have been able to sense that there was a level 7 paranormal hiding by the river. Chapter 403. Lin Xiao stood on the roof of a building, and there was another person on the roof of this building. He stood there facing the direction where Lin Xiao came from, his eyes closed as if he was sensing something. He didn't feel Lin Xiao appear behind him, and he still maintained his original posture. Lin Xiao didn't expect to actually be able to discover his position. Originally, her senses were only faintly discernible and not very clear. She knew that Qiu Lily also felt the same, but Qiu Lily's senses were slightly weaker than hers. Therefore, although Qiu Lily didn't take it to heart, Lin Xiao became vigilant. Lin Xiao thought about how to deal with this level 7 robber from the apocalypse. Should she directly attack? If they really fought, she didn't know if she could successfully drive the other party away. After all, she was only a level 6 now. The energy of her ability and the strength of her body added together. She might be able to tie with the other party, but Little Man told her not to use too much strength. Therefore, she could only attack from afar and not close combat. But if she didn't close combat, her advantage would be reduced by half. She thought about it and decided to sneak attack first. Anyway, Little Man was a smart girl, so she should have a special ability to protect herself. Lin Xiao, who had made up her mind, raised her hand and showed her claws. Under her invisible state, the claws were translucent black. But the hardness didn't affect them. She gently walked behind the robber and formed the palm of her right hand into the shape of a knife. The 4 sharp claws were the tip of the knife. Then, she forcefully stabbed the back of the robber's head. Ding! An ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other was heard. Lin Xiao's claws slashed across the back of his head. Tang he suddenly turned around and retreated at the same time. He looked behind him in shock, but there was no one there. Who? Come out! Lin Xiao also looked at his reaction with some surprise. Could he still sense her attack? He actually covered the back of his head with metal. Come out! You have the ability to sneak attack, but you don't have the ability to show yourself? Tang he shouted coldly at the air. He looked left and right, but there was no one there. Lin Xiao stood next to him, looking at him with doubt and confusion. He obviously couldn't sense her presence, so why was he able to block her attack? Tang he was also a little flustered at this time, but he didn't show it on his face. He didn't know what hit the back of his head just now. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been maintaining metal from the back of his head to his back at all times, that blow would have pierced through his head. But just now, he didn't feel any consciousness or aura of an attack. He didn't sense any killing intent. Lin Xiao did not appear. Instead, he stood at the side and carefully observed his expression. Although she couldn't sense what he was thinking, she could sense that he was panicking. After Tang he called out twice, no one appeared. He felt that his surroundings were no longer safe. Lin Xiao stared at the side of his neck and found that his skin was covered with a thin layer of metallic texture. That attack just now had already put him on full alert, so any sneak attacks from now on would have no effect. Right at this moment, Tang he suddenly jumped up, stepping on the edge of the rooftop with lightning speed and leaping out. In the blink of an eye he disappeared. Lin Xiao jumped to the edge of the platform and watched him quickly escape in the direction of West Lake. She didn't chase after him. After seeing him quickly leave, it seemed that he had temporarily retreated. Lin Xiao had to turn around and flash back in the direction of the new base. After returning to the roof of Victoria Hotel, she found that no zombies had returned with buckets. She had to flash into the space to play with the dogs. She suddenly appeared in front of the zombie dog in the forest. The zombie dog was startled by her. It was originally sleeping on its stomach, but a figure suddenly appeared in front of it. It instantly leaped up from the ground. "Awoo! Damn! You scared me to death." Lin Xiao felt its roar. If it was human-like, it would definitely sound like this. "Awoo!" After seeing that it was Lin Xiao, the zombie dog immediately lowered its limbs, lowered its head, and stared fiercely at Lin Xiao with its sharp eyes and growled. "What are you doing? Are you roaring at me? Be careful that I beat you up. I wanted you to drink some water. Do you want some?" Lin Xiao squatted in front of it, picked up a tree that had fallen on the ground, and gestured to it. "Awoo! Awoo!" The threatened zombie dog couldn't take it anymore and barked twice at Lin Xiao. It bared its teeth at her, but it was clearly very close, but it didn't dare to rush up and bite her directly. Lin Xiao stared curiously at the vine tied around its neck. She found that, after Little Vine disappeared, the vine didn't disappear with it. Even its color didn't change. She stood up and walked toward the lake. When passing by the strawberry field, she found that no one had picked the strawberries for a long time. The strawberries were big and ripe, and there were a lot of them. Lin Xiao couldn't help but pick two and wipe them on her sleeve. She put them in her mouth and ate. Slurp! A sour taste filled her mouth, and Lin Xiao's whole body trembled from the sourness. But after the sour feeling subsided, there was a strange and slightly refreshing feeling that stimulated her brain. Huh? Lin Xiao was stunned. Then she took another bite and continued to eat. Sure enough, the sourness made her tremble like a lunatic again. Another slight sour feeling rushed into her mind, and then quickly disappeared. While eating, she went to find a bowl of soup, then took it to the lake and filled it with water. Then she took it to the forest, then squatted in front of the zombie dog and put the bowl of water for it. "Come drink some water." In fact, she didn't know if the zombie dog wanted to drink water or not. Although the other zombies all wanted to drink as if they were poisoned. The zombie dog looked at the water Lin Xiao put down, then looked at her, and then looked at the water again. It didn't move. At this time, Lin Xiao felt that the zombie leader had come back. She stood up and said to the zombie dog, "I'll put it down first. It's up to you whether you want to drink it or not." Then she flashed out. As soon as she came out of the roof, she saw the 2 level 4 psychic zombies, each holding a large plastic bucket. Seeing Lin Xiao come out, they all looked at her expectantly. Lin Xiao walked over and looked at the buckets. They were similar to the ones she collected in her space, and they weren't broken or leaking. She nodded and said, "Okay, just these 2. When you're done, take them back and you can use them again next time." After saying that, she reached out for 2 buckets of water, and then flashed into the lake in the space. She took off her shoes and walked barefoot into the lake. Then she filled the 2 buckets and flashed out of her space. Bang dash, Lin Xiao put the 2 buckets of water on the ground, then said to the 2 level 4 zombies, "Take off your clothes and go in." For the 2 in her space who had experienced this kind of treatment, they already knew how to take off their clothes and put on their clothes. So when Lin Xiao finished speaking, they didn't care whether they were male or female, just took off their clothes and stepped in. Chapter 404. Lin Xiao stood to the side and continued to wait after the 2 of them went in to soak themselves. Soon, he saw the little zombie carrying a round iron bucket that was bigger and taller than him. Lin Xiao silently watched as he brought an empty oil barrel over and placed it in front of him with a clang. She smelled the strong smell of gasoline and had a bad feeling in her heart. She asked, "Did you pour out all the gasoline in it?" The boy with the cracked mouth looked at her blankly. His eyes seemed to say, "You didn't say you wanted the water in it. The water is smelly and greasy. Why didn't you pour it out?" Lin Xiao was speechless. Looking at the boy's innocent eyes, she couldn't help but cover her forehead. Okay. If you want to pour it out, then pour it out. Next time the water is smelly, don't pour it out. Okay? Give it to me. I have a use for it." Lin Xiao sighed and looked at him. The barrel was brushed by him, so there was still some water left in it. Roar dash, got it. The little boy answered. Lin Xiao reached out and took the barrel in her hand. Then she flashed into the space. She filled it with water and brought it out again. The boy looked at the big barrel of water. His dark eyes flashed with some kind of light. You can only enter after taking off your clothes. Do you understand? What was taking off clothes? The boy looked at her blankly. Lin Xiao could only sigh again, and then began to take off his clothes. The clothes she gave them before she left last time were dirty. Lin Xiao felt that they should learn how to wash their own clothes. After taking off his clothes, Lin Xiao pointed at the barrel and said, "Okay, go in." Plop, the little boy immediately jumped in. Xiao Lin, who had dodged in time, looked at the little boy whose head could not even be seen in the bucket and said, "Fortunately, I dodged in time. Otherwise, I would have been covered in water." The boy was too short. He could still show his head when he stood up. Once he sat down, his whole body sunk into the bottom. But he didn't care. Zombies didn't need to breathe. After waiting for another hour and a half, all the zombie leaders were gathered. Looking at the various barrels they were holding, it was good that they weren't metal barrels. They were all made of plastic, and some were even sealed with small openings. Lin Xiao had to use his claws to open a big cover for them to sit in. Seeing the old man place a large wooden barrel in front of him, Lin Xiao asked him curiously, "Where did you find such a large wooden barrel? Do people still use wooden barrels in this era?" Lin Xiao took a closer look and said in surprise, "This wooden barrel looks like an antique, feels very old." But even antiques are worthless now, Lin Xiao thought. Then he filled their buckets and asked them to take off their clothes and sit in them. But when it came to the old man, he started to play tricks again. Lin Xiao looked at him blankly. "Why are you looking at me? Why don't you take off your clothes?" The old man looked at her, then looked left and right. She didn't know what he was looking for. After realizing that he couldn't find what he was looking for, he turned around and rushed out again. Lin Xiao watched him run off with a confused look on his face, and then watched him carry a chair back. What else could she say? "If you want a chair, just say it." Lin Xiao looked at him helplessly. The old man ignored her and watched her fill the bucket with water. After seeing her fill the wooden barrel with water, he carried the chair to the other side of the wall on the top of the building, then came back empty-handed, dragging the wooden barrel along the way. Lin Xiao watched him drag his barrel to the back, then take off his clothes while sobbing, revealing his withered identity. Then he neatly folded his clothes and put them on the chair. He seemed to feel that Lin Xiao was looking at him, so he glanced at her. He turned around and showed Lin Xiao his wrinkled buttocks. Then he lifted his leg and stepped into the wooden barrel, sitting down. Lin Xiao looked at him with a face full of black lines. "Isn't it just a bath? Why do you have to do so many things? Did you forget that you are a zombie? Grandpa Zombie." And the zombie dog in her space, after Lin Xiao threw a basin of water here, left. It looked left and right for a while, and found that there was no one around. Only then did the zombie dog slowly crawl over to the basin, because the smell in the water was luring it. Sticking out its tongue and licking it, the zombie dog's expression froze for a moment. Then its eyes lit up. "What? There is energy." It licked it again and confirmed that it was real. Then, it buried its head in the basin and gulped down the water. Lin Xiao saw that they were all soaking in the barrel. Then she turned around and went downstairs. When she went downstairs, she saw Lin Wenwen and Mrs. Lin standing in the corridor. They seemed to be waiting for her. Lin Xiao saw their eyes, and she knew that they were here for that thing. She walked over and then went into another room. The rooms on the 5th floor were all cleaned by Lu Jun when she was not here. So the rooms were all clean. "Just you two? I thought Lin Feng would come with us." "Come with me." Lin Wenwen and Mrs. Lin looked at each other, and then followed her into the room. After entering the room, Lin Wenwen closed the door. Lin Xiao pointed at the 2 sofas in the room. Then she dragged a wooden chair over and sat down. Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen sat on the sofa, but their bodies were tense. It seemed that they were nervous and a bit restless. Lin Xiao just sat on the chair casually, and then looked at them. After sitting down, Lin Wenwen and Mrs. Lin just looked at Lin Xiao. They didn't know what to say, so they just kept looking at her. Seeing that they didn't say anything, Lin Xiao had to say it herself. Don't you want to ask me something? Mrs. Lin was still not sure. She just looked at Lin Xiao hesitantly. Seeing that her mother didn't say anything, Lin Wenwen had to say it. You should know what we want to ask. Lin Xiao said, I know, but I'm not sure if you will believe it. Lin Wenwen stared at her with wide eyes and asked expectantly, Then, are you real? Are you really back? She didn't say it out. She just asked. But she knew that Lin Xiao could understand. Lin Xiao looked at her and didn't answer immediately. She turned to Mrs. Lin and asked her softly, Do you believe it, too? Mrs. Lin looked at her and suddenly found that there was some expectation in Lin Xiao's eyes. She couldn't help feeling a little pain in her heart. And then she nodded. How could she forget how she would feel if the person in front of her was really her eldest daughter? If she were Lin Xiao, she would also feel very sad if her family didn't believe her at this time. Mrs. Lin feels sad and her eyes turn red when she realizes how Lin Xiao feels these days. Chapter 405. Lin Wenwen said, Then how did you become like this, sister? Lin Xiao looked at her and then at her mother. She sighed and said, You ask me, but I don't know who to ask. I became this woman when I woke up. You didn't see what I looked like at the beginning. My face was rotten at that time. My stomach was rotten too. Mrs. Lin looked at Lin Wenwen with red eyes. She didn't expect that Lin Wenwen would say it out loud. And Lin Xiao didn't deny it. It turned out that she was really Xiao. After finally believing Lin Xiao's identity, Mrs. Lin couldn't stop crying. Don't cry. I'm back, aren't I? Lin Xiao took a piece of paper from the table and said softly to her mother. Mrs. Lin just sobbed and didn't say anything. Lin Wenwen held her mother's hand and said, Mom, shouldn't you be smiling now? Why are you crying? Although she said it with a smile on her face, her eyes were also red. Lin Xiao stood in front of them and said, When I woke up, I was in Haiqing. The owner of this body was from Haiqing, but she died. She was bitten to death by zombies. So when I woke up, I became a zombie. And I was ugly and my hands and feet were not flexible. Lin Wenwen and Mrs. Lin's attention was slightly diverted by her. Hearing what she said, they asked her curiously, Then, when did you wake up? Lin Xiao sat back on the chair and said, 3 months ago. I heard that it was when Pluto's base was breached. When I woke up, I didn't even know about you. So I went to the south to look for you. I didn't expect that I would find you. Mrs. Lin felt that Lin Xiao's words were a bit strange. She wiped her tears and couldn't help asking, What do you mean by heard? Don't you remember that? Lin Xiao said, My memory stopped before the end of the world. I don't remember what happened after the end of the world. At first, I thought that Lin Xiao in Pluto's base was someone else, not me. Lin Wenwen and Mrs. Lin were stunned. They looked at each other in confusion. What did she mean by her memory stopped before the end of the world? Mrs. Lin stares at Lin Luoran in surprise. She says hesitantly, You mean, you don't remember what happened in the past few years? Lin Wenwen also looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. Both of them were waiting for her answer. Lin Xiao nodded and said, Yes, I don't remember. After I woke up, all I could think about was that time when I had a high fever. I stayed in the dormitory to take medicine and then went to bed to rest. She didn't expect to find herself in someone else's body the moment she woke up. When did the apocalypse happen? What have I done in the past 5 years? I don't remember at all. Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen stare at her blankly, not knowing how to react. Lin Xiao continued, Fortunately, I still remember who I am. Then no one will save you this time. Only then did Lin Wenwen come back to his senses. His expression was still a little dazed as he asked, So big sister, you don't remember how you died? Or, did you use some method to get into this Lu Tianyu's body? Lin Xiao shook her head and said, I told you I don't remember. At this time, Mrs. Lin complained to her, Then why didn't you say so earlier? After that, she was about to cry again. Lin Xiao quickly comforted her, Mom, don't cry. I didn't say it because I didn't know what was going on. I'm confused myself. How am I supposed to explain it to you? Besides, even if I told you directly as soon as I saw you, would you believe it? Normal people wouldn't believe it, would they? This kind of thing is not like in novels. You can travel through time and be reborn. Lin Wonwon said, but aren't you reincarnated now? You went into someone else's body and were reborn. It's really like in novels. After listening to her words, Mrs. Lin thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. She said, indeed, if you said it at the beginning, we definitely wouldn't believe it. We definitely won't believe it. How could such a thing happen? But now did your soul travel through time? Or what's going on? Lin Xiao shook her head and said, I don't know either. Lin Wonwon suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, fortunately, when you traveled through time, Lu Tianyu was already dead. This Lu Tianyu is already dead. You just borrowed her useless body. If you wore a living person's body, would you have to share it with her? Or would you have to take control of the body? As she said this, her eyes lit up and she looked at Lin Xiao with great interest. Lin Xiao glanced at her and said, if that's the case, maybe what you said will happen. At this time, Mrs. Lin's eyes changed and she suddenly said, maybe it's good for you to forget these years. Maybe it's better if you don't remember some things. Lin Xiao looked at her and knew what she was thinking. But even if she didn't remember, she would find out what was going on. Mom, even if I don't remember, but I also have to find out how the Pluto's base was broken. Was it because I trusted the man named Yang Jianhua too much? But when I saw him, I didn't feel anything. She asked in confusion. As soon as she mentioned Yang Jianhua, the expressions of Mrs. Lin and Mrs. Lin changed. Mrs. Lin said angrily that Yang Jianhua is not a good thing. Cunning and treacherous. When you see him in the future, you'd better beat him up. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have become like this now. We wouldn't have fled here. Lin Wonwon continued to say fiercely, he is a psychopath. Bitch. Scum. Lin Xiao looked at them strangely and couldn't help asking, is he really that bad? What did he do? The information I got from Qingqing and Du Yuanxing is not comprehensive. Tell me what happened. Mrs. Lin and Lin Wonwon looked at each other. Lin Xiao turned to look at Lin Xiao and said, sister, do you really not remember anything? He lied to you and all of our feelings. Lin Xiao frowned and said with a confused expression, this time, I seem to think of something, but my memory is not clear. It's just that I seem to remember that I was forced to a cliff, and there were 5 men opposite me. They seemed to be level 7 superpowers, and one of them was very beautiful. I remember that I blew myself up there. My superpower is black fire. A huge black fire exploded. Ah! As she said, the picture in her mind floated up again. Then there was a burst of sharp pain. She was caught off guard and let out a muffled groan. Chapter 406. Lin Xiao let out a muffled groan and clutched his forehead. What's wrong? Mrs. Lin and Lin Wonwon are startled and move closer to her. Lin Xiao withstands the pain in her head and says, nothing, it's just that these memories cause a headache. She takes a few deep breaths and forcibly erases the images in her head. Then she feels better. Mrs. Lin and Lin Wonwon look at her in surprise and ask, do your memories give you a headache? Don't think about it. Lin Wonwon asks Lin Xiao hesitantly, sister, do you still want to hear about the past? Mrs. Lin looks at Lin Wonwon and refuses. Let's not talk about it now. Look at her. She will have a headache too, right? Lin Xiao waves her hand to her mother and says, no, I want to hear it. Even if I don't want to hear it, I will go to the south again and find the place where I blew myself up. I think there must be something there. I have a hunch. Mrs. Lin looks at her worriedly. But Lin Xiao gently pushes her mother back to the sofa and says, if I don't get through this, I may never remember what happened in the past few years. Mrs. Lin doesn't say anything more. Lin Wonwon continues, during the end of the world, you and my brother came back from the army. We stayed at home for half a month before you and my brother showed up with your team. 1 year after the end of the world, you were set up when you went out on a mission. He was lured to the zombie city and trapped inside. The person who set you up was Yang Jianhua. He saved you on purpose when you were trapped there for a long time. Lin Xiao thinks for a while and asks, how could I be set up by him? Did I know him at that time? If it were a stranger, she would be vigilant. The person who could trick her must be an acquaintance. Mrs. Lin says, he bribed a member of your team. It seems that he asked him to bring you false information. We don't know the specifics, but it was a disaster for you. Lin Xiao asks, since the place where I was trapped was so dangerous, how did he save me? Mrs. Lin shakes her head, I don't know. Lin Wenwen frowned and thought for a moment before he suddenly said, I think he must have gone in with someone else. When we found you, he was the only one who appeared. That's why you've always treated him as your savior to repay him. But now he's doing great. He's a spy. Lin Xiao nodded and said, to be able to lie undercover for a few years is also very impressive. While Lin Wenwen and Mrs. Lin were talking to Lin Xiao about what happened in the past few years, Yang Jianhua was thinking about how to get the level 6 zombie core from Long Yubai so that he could make a breakthrough in his supernatural ability. That was why, when he was looking for Long Yubai to make love to him that night, he thought of all kinds of ways to tease him. Only when Long Yubai was in a daze did he half threaten and half tempt him to ask for the corpse core. Little White, you were going to give me that corpse core, right? Hurry up and give it to me. I can only help you manage the Earth Dragons after I level up, right? Don't tell me you want to rely on those deputy leaders to manage it for you. He pressed down on Long Yubai and stared at him with longing eyes. On the surface, he seemed to be dominated by his senses, but in the dark, a cold light flashed. At this moment, Long Yubai's eyes were covered with a layer of mist. His beautiful and clean face was flushed, but it was very beautiful. There was a layer of moisture in his hazy eyes, and his rosy lips were slightly open. Yang Jianhua's heart was itching at his coquettish appearance, but he still kept his calm. Promise me when you're done you'll give me the corpse core. He pressed down on his chest, and Yang Jianhua's lips leaned against the corner of Long Yubai's mouth. Hot and humid breath blew on Long Yubai's face, making him raise his chin to kiss Yang Jianhua's lips. However, Yang Jianhua slightly raised his face, not letting him kiss him. He continued, if you don't promise to give it to me, then we'll call it a day. Long Yubai could no longer maintain his usual calm and normal thinking. At this moment, he could only agree to any request that Yang Jianhua made. I got it. I'll give it to you. Yang Jianhua began to move fiercely. Long Yubai's body and mind were immediately satisfied. After they were done, Yang Jianhua hugged him and lay down on the bed. Long Yubai, who had been aroused just a moment ago, had now calmed down. He leaned against Yang Jianhua's sturdy chest and said with a cold expression, since you want that corpse core so much, I'll give it to you. However, I have one condition. You have to destroy this entire base for me. Blast and burn the walls of the houses, and kill all the men, old, and children in this base. Bring all the women back to Earth Dragon. I want them to use their bodies for my soldiers to vent. They are all hot-blooded men. If I don't let them vent at regular intervals, they'll probably go crazy from holding it in. Hearing Long Yubai's commanding words, Yang Jianhua didn't say anything. He only lowered his head and gently bit his ear. All right, give me some time. I'll take inventory of everything useful and destroy everything that isn't. Long Yubai said, how long do you want? 3 days should be enough. Yang Jianhua laughed. This base is so big. How can 3 days be enough? Long Yubai said indifferently, then I'll give you 7 days. 7 days it is. Do as you see fit. Yang Jianhua's eyes flashed and he replied, all right then. Long Yubai suddenly thought of something and said, since you didn't kill Lin Xiao's family, I'll go out myself. According to what you said, even if they have Sea City's protection, it won't stop me from killing them. Yang Jianhua was stunned and asked with some doubt, why? Do you really want them to die? They're already stray dogs now, so they shouldn't be a threat anymore. Long Yubai just glanced at him and said, I just want to get rid of any future troubles. Since you can't do it, of course I have to do it. Yang Jianhua's expression changed and he asked hesitantly, are you going to take people to Sea City? Long Yubai turned his head and faced him with the back of his head. He said, "That's right, so before I come back, I hope you've already dealt with the matters here. Then I'll go back to Earth Dragon Base first." Yang Jianhua didn't see the killing intent that flashed in Long Yubai's eyes. Long Yubai actually only wanted to kill Lin Wenwen. If it weren't for this woman, Yang Jianhua would have long ago listened to him. Chapter 407. In Long Yubai's heart, if it weren't for the existence of Lin Wenwen, Yang Jianhua wouldn't have talked so much nonsense to him. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Jianhua has the power of ice, is handsome, and has a strong body, he wouldn't have spent so much time on him. Therefore, he must control him more. He must charm him until he forgets that woman. Thinking of this, he turns around again and puts his arms around Yang Jianhua's neck. He says to him, "Is this all you want? Are you going to die?" Yang Jianhua had other ideas when he heard that he was going to kill the Lin family himself. Now that Long Yubai is tempting him again, he doesn't want to talk to him. However, as soon as Yang Jianhua sees Long Yubai's attractive eyes, his body reacts faster than his brain. Lin Xiao talks with Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen for more than an hour. She briefly tells them what happened in the past few years. "Nam, about me, don't tell my brother yet. He's busy now. Let it go. We'll talk about it when things settle down here." Lin Xiao looks at her mother and says. Mrs. Lin nods. She thinks for a while and says, "In fact, I think Lin Feng should have guessed it like us. He knows you better than anyone else. How could he not notice your abnormality?" Lin Xiao says, "Maybe, if he asks, you can tell him." Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen both nod. Lin Xiao suddenly looks at Lin Wenwen's hair and says, "Wenwen, you cut your hair. What's wrong with your body?" Lin Wenwen is stunned and looks at her mother. She turns to Lin Xiao and says, "I just think I relied on you and my brother too much. You were right last time. I have been relying on you. Maybe one day you will be in danger. I think, even if I can't help you, but at least I have to protect myself." Lin Xiao looks at her strangely and says, "How did I spoil you in the past few years? How can you only think of this now? It's the end of the world. Everyone must learn to protect themselves. Don't you know that? Relying on oneself is the right thing to do." Lin Wenwen lowered his head and replied in a low voice, "Knowing is one thing, but doing it is another. You also know that my stamina has never been good." Lin Xiao said to her angrily, "You're a natural target. You've always been unlucky since you were a child. It's already amazing that you've survived until now, but your personality hasn't changed at all." Lin Wenwen said, "That's because you always sent Brother Tianxing to protect me." Lin Xiao glared at her. "Are you blaming me?" Seeing that they are about to quarrel, Mrs. Lin hurriedly says, all right. I think she was chased out of the base this time. Without your protection, she fled like a stray dog. Only now do you realize how important it is to protect yourself." Lin Xiao only glanced at Lin Wenwen when his mother spoke up for him. Giving up on educating her, he said, "All right, it's getting late. Mom, you two should go and rest early." They nodded and then stood up to leave. Lin Xiao turned around and went to the roof, where a group of zombies were taking a bath. She originally wanted them to soak for an hour, but now it's been almost 2 hours. "All right, get up. Get up. It's time for your bath." On the roof, Lin Xiao patted the back and shouted at the zombies. The zombies just looked at her, but none of them got up. They didn't want to get up. Lin Xiao walked over and stood in the middle, shouting to them again, "Get up. Don't make me use violence." There was a hint of menace in her tone. The zombies finally reacted. The 2 level 4 zombies stood up, and then slowly stepped out of the bucket. Seeing the 2 of them stand up, the other zombies followed suit and stood up. Lin Xiao walked to the oil bucket and knocked on it twice. Then she stuck her head in and saw the little boy with a cracked mouth looking up at her under the water. A pair of dark eyes and a cracked mouth, both soaked in the water. Lin Xiao was scared by his expression and quickly retracted her head. Then she patted the iron bucket again and said, "Come out. Come out." Your appearance is too scary. Come out and I'll wrap it up for you. Only then did the little boy stand up from the water. He popped his head out and looked at her. Lin Xiao took 2 steps back, and then saw the little boy climb out from inside. She looked around and found that his clothes and bandages were thrown on the ground. So she picked up the bandages, and then shouted to the level 4 female zombie who had already put on her clothes. Number 2, come here. The level 4 female zombie walked towards Lin Xiao and stood next to her. Lin Xiao said to her, in the future, you will bandage him and watch how I do it. Roar dash, hearing that Lin Xiao wanted the level 4 zombie to bandage him. The little zombie was dissatisfied and roared at the female zombie. The female zombie trembled at his roar and quickly retreated a few steps in fright. Pa-dash, Lin Xiao slapped the back of the little zombie's head. She said to him, what are you doing? I asked her to do this. Why are you yelling at her? The little zombie turned around and looked at Lin Xiao with a blank face. Lin Xiao took the bandages and wrapped them around him and said, do you want me to wrap it for you every time? Do you know how to wrap it yourself? You're even uglier than a ghost. Roar dash, the little zombie unwillingly protested. Pa-dash, Lin Xiao slapped him again. You can't protest. If you protest again, I won't let you bathe again. Understand? This time, the little zombie immediately became obedient. Only then did the female zombie slowly come closer. After wrapping the bandages, Lin Xiao turned around to check the clothes of the other zombies. She found that they were all wearing clothes, but the buttons were not buttoned well. She went over to help them button up one by one, and then said to them, okay, go back to your area. Watch carefully for me. Next time I call you, come back. Then she waved to them, let's go. All the zombies immediately turned around, jumped onto the balcony, and then jumped out. Lin Xiao looked back, speechlessly looking at the little zombie, who was holding his water bucket and refused to leave. Let's go. Why are you holding it? If you don't go back and watch your place, I won't let you drink water in the future. She threatened. Roar dash, the little zombie looked at her and reluctantly let go. Then he turned around and jumped onto the balcony, and then disappeared. Lin Xiao looked left and right. Why did it feel like one was missing? She could now not only feel that this space was operated by her own energy, but she could also feel that every grass and tree in this space carried her energy and the energy in the lake. And the air in this space was actually emitted from the forest over there. The strange tree over there absorbed the energy in the lake and then transformed it into a kind of oxygen with a trace of energy that filled this space. So this was how the air in this space came about. Lin Xiao only knew about it now. No wonder every grass and tree here carried some energy. She walked to the front of the small building that she had taken in. The place where she placed the small building was next to several small spaces, in an empty space without any furniture. Lin Xiao opened the door. The door on the first floor was very wide. The door had 4 sides and was 3 meters high. If it was just to drag the sofa and carry the stools in, she could do it herself. But the bed and the solid wood wardrobe seemed to be a bit troublesome. She could drag them, but she might bump into the wall or something. After thinking about it, she decided to call Xiedong in. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao directly went out of the space. She walked to the door of Xiedong's room and knocked on the door. After waiting for 2 minutes, Xiedong opened the door wearing a loose bathrobe. Lin Xiao stood at the door and looked at his clothes, then said, "Put on your pants. I need you to go into the space and help me move the furniture." Xiedong was stunned, maybe because he had been soaking in the lake for 2 hours. His mood was a bit better, and his whole breath was not as low as before. He nodded, then turned around and went back in. A few more minutes passed before he reappeared in a pair of jeans, shirtless. Lin Xiao pressed his arm and then brought him into the space. As soon as he came in, Xiedong looked at the small building strangely. Lin Xiao said, "I asked Yuan Tianxing to make this for me today. I put the furniture in. This will be my home in the future." Saying that, she walked to the bed and then said to Xiedong, "Let's move the bed up first." Then the two moved the furniture for the whole night. Fortunately, they were all zombies, so they would not be tired. The next morning, when she went down to the hall, she saw that there were only Lin Wenwen and the other girls sitting on the sofa in the hall, but Lin Feng and the others who were supposed to have a meeting were not there. She slightly sensed with her heart and found that they were all in a room on the second floor. Seeing Lin Xiao come down, Lin Wenwen said to her, "Sister Lu, my brother and the others are waiting for you in the conference room on the second floor." Lin Xiao nodded, then turned around and went to the second floor. Following their breath, she found the conference room. Before she reached the door, the guard at the door pushed the door open for her. After Lin Xiao walked in, she saw Lin Feng, Yuan Tianxing, and Chun Yuding were all there. She had a feeling that she was inferior to them. The three of them were humans. Chapter 409. Lin Xiao walked to an empty seat and sat down. Her desk was already filled with documents. Casually flipping through it, he discovered that it was a map, architectural blueprint, and so on. Lin Xiao looked at the information and waited for them to speak. Yuan Tianxing stood up and spread the large map in Lin Yu's hands on the table. They pointed at the construction site and asked some questions. Then they began to discuss. The building materials for the construction site were all demolished from the old houses, and the bricks were removed from the inside. They went to all the cement factories in the upper district to find some cement, but it was still not enough. Lin Xiao said, "I will collect the materials. You just need to be responsible for building the wall. It just so happens that I'm preparing to start sweeping through the entire upper city. Construction materials are the first target, as well as other daily necessities such as food." Yuan Tianxing said, "I'll have to trouble you then." Lin Xiao raised a question. "Among our people, are there any who study agriculture? Although the resources we have now can last us for a long time, we can still collect them. But we can also develop our own land for planting." Lin Feng asked, "But it's a geological problem. It's not suitable for farming. Also, most of the land is infected. How are we going to plant them?" Lin Xiao said, "If it's water from my space, then it's water from my space. That could suppress the virus in the ground, although it could not purify the land. But purifying plants is still possible." Lin Feng and Yuan Tianxing's eyes lit up. "Really? If that's the case, then we can find someone to plant it. But there are no seeds, right?" Lin Xiao said, "I have some seeds, fruits, and vegetables. But I don't have any of the 5 grains, so I'll have to see if I'm lucky enough to collect anything else." Yuan Tianxing said, "If you can solve the soil virus problem, then we can learn to plant it ourselves." He didn't have to study agriculture. "It's also good if I can read some books about planting." Lin Xiao nodded. The few of them pointed at the map and discussed for 2 to 3 hours before they dispersed. Meanwhile, in Sea City, Wu Chengyue called for a meeting. "Tell those who don't have supernatural abilities but still have the ability to work. If they still want to make a living through the winter, go to the new base in Hangzhou and find work." Du Yuanxing's place was soon filled with people. Every day, there were people going to eliminate reports and register information. However, Wu Chengyue had stipulated that metahumans of rank 2 and above were not allowed to go. Metahumans of rank 2 and above already have the ability to kill zombies to earn zombie cores. But some people would rather carry bricks than kill zombies. It's so dangerous to kill zombies instead of carrying bricks. Not long after, Wu Chengyue sent a car to send a group of people to the upper city. And he himself, with hundreds of people, went to Jiaxing City. This time he did not bring Meng Yu, nor did he bring Xiao Yunlong. Only Wu Yueling was by his side, followed by Xiao Liqing and the other 5 rank 5 metahuman captains. Meng Yu had refused to see him ever since he had laid his cards on the table. Even at work, she avoided him, letting Xiao Yunlong pass on information and so on. Wu Chengyue understood her feelings, so he indulged her. Because it was nearing the end of October, the farming work was temporarily suspended. Therefore, Lu Tianyi, who was in the Department of Agriculture, was idle. When he heard that Wu Chengyue was recruiting a second batch of people to be sent to the new base in the upper city, Lu Tianyi was stunned. He moved closer as well. This time, his good friend Kong Qingming did not come along. because Kong Qingming's intelligence work was still relatively busy. Lu Tianyi brought Huang Shou, Zheng Xiaonian and the others, but did not join the team openly. Instead, they went directly out of the base as a mission. Then they went all the way to the upper city. Anyway, Leader Wu only said that they could not go there to work, but did not say that they could not visit. Wu Chengyue sat in the car, and this time it was driven by a different person. Xiao Liqing sat in the front passenger seat and turned to him and said, "Miss Lu has returned to the upper city. Leader, are you not going with her?" Not long after Lin Xiao left Haicheng, she was discovered by Wu Chengyue's people. Her car was so conspicuous that she drove all the way there. It was difficult not to be discovered. Wu Chengyue shook his head and said, "There's no hurry. Let's find the Air Force base in Jiaxing first. When the goal is completed, we will go and see how her base is being built. Anyway, she still has Chun Yuding to help look after it, so we won't go there for the time being." Xiao Liqing asked, "Is the Air Force base really in Jiaxing?" Wu Chengyue said with a smile, "There is indeed one there. I checked it a long time ago. It's just that because Yang Chao was there, this news was not exposed." Xiao Liqing shrank back. He had clearly asked people to keep an eye on Miss Lu before, but now that he knew, he didn't go look for her. He didn't know what his leader wanted to do. Wu Chengyue also felt very upset at this moment. He thought about the person he said he was going to marry to be Lingling's mother, but it was that person who kidnapped Lingling and forced him. No matter how he thought about it, he felt very depressed. But if he said it, he would not regret the decision he made. Since he said he was going to marry her, then so be it. Suddenly, he really wanted to know what that woman's expression would be if she knew that he was going to marry her. But Wu Chengyue couldn't understand why the female zombie's personality change was so different from before. And after that face without makeup, he couldn't help but think about it. What the hell did she paint her face like in the past? Now that he thought about it, Wu Chengyue suddenly felt that Lu Tianyu's face in the past was very blurry. What flashed through his mind now wasn't the scarred face and messy long hair not long ago. It was the appearance of wearing a hat and sunglasses. Finally, it was the delicate face when she was in his arms. Wu Chengyue didn't hate her personality after turning into a zombie. Although he didn't like it, he was very interested. At this time, Wu Yueling suddenly pulled the sleeve on his arm. Wu Chengyue turned his head and saw Wu Yueling holding the grass dragonfly, looking up at him with a pair of big eyes. "What's wrong?" Wu Yueling held the dragonfly high in front of his eyes. Wu Chengyue then saw that some parts of the grass dragonfly had scattered. Some leaves popped out, as if they had a few more feet, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. He took it and tried to put it back, but after studying it for a while, he found that even if he made it back, it was different from the original, so he felt that something was wrong. Wu Yueling looked at the grass dragonfly in his hand with a face full of confusion. Wu Chengyue fiddled with it a few times and then handed it back to her. But Wu Yueling looked at it with disgust and pushed it back to him. "Dad doesn't know how to make this up, so it can only be like this. How about we wait until the next time we see her, and then let her make one for you? Let her make a big, beautiful one for you. How about it?" Wu Chengyue smiled and coaxed her. Wu Yueling looked at him, hesitantly looked at the grass dragonfly in his hand, and then raised her small hand to take it. Chapter 410. When the second batch of workers from Sea City Base drove to Upper City, they were shocked when they arrived in front of the zombie horde outside the new base. Densely packed ordinary zombies crowded the road and even the periphery was blocked. Why are there so many zombies? Oh my God! These zombies are going to find us. What should we do? If so many of them rush over, we will be eaten. The workers' car stopped 20 to 30 meters away from the zombie horde, and the people in the car panicked. Huang Tianfei, who was mixed in the crowd, was also shocked to see the zombie horde dozens of meters away. As for the zombie horde, when they heard the sound of a car coming over, they turned their heads and looked in that direction. They smelled a large number of living people from afar, causing them to be in an uproar. Roar, roar. The The zombie horde roared at them and stretched out their hands, baring their fangs and claws. But the strange thing was that their feet did not move. "Hurry up and drive the car back. We are not going. Are you sending us to feed the zombies?" Huang Tianfei hid in the crowd and shouted loudly. He used his connections to hide his level 5 Arcanist identity and then mixed into the team. After Wu Chengyue confirmed that this was really a base under construction, he did not dare to leave the base and take risks. This was a very good opportunity. But Wu Chengyue limited the level of Arcanists because he did not want those with high levels of Arcana, who clearly had the ability to go out of the base to hunt zombies for food, to take away the chance of survival of ordinary people. This was also a very lucrative job. It was just moving bricks and building walls, and there was food to eat and a lot of money to be earned. Such a good thing, everyone wanted it. However, Wu Chengyue's level limit was like a bucket of cold water. Of course, there were many people who would obediently follow the rules. There were also people who did not follow the rules, those who did not want to do too much, but wanted to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. For people like Huang Tianfei, he secretly relied on his connections. He got someone to falsify his true Arcana level. So now he joined the team as a level 2 Arcanist. At this time, seeing so many zombies, hundreds of densely packed zombies appeared in front of him. This situation was a little scary, so he wanted to escape. If he regretted it, he shouldn't have come. They must have been tricked here. Huang Tianfei pointed at the soldiers who came to protect the workers and said excitedly, "We've been tricked. There must be some kind of experimental base here. It wasn't a survivor base at all. They definitely want to trick us and use us for experiments just like what Yang Chao did previously." The soldiers standing at the back of the car and at the edge did not react to Huang Tianfei's accusation. It was as if she didn't hear what he said. Du Yuanxing jumped out from the passenger seat and stood at the side of the car. He turned around and said to the people in the car, "Everyone, don't panic. The base we're going to is indeed a survivor's base. As for these zombies, watch carefully. They won't hurt people for no reason. See for yourselves. They didn't move." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at the zombies. How could he not hurt anyone? Zombies eat people. Do you think we haven't seen zombies before? Or do you think we're stupid? Huang Tianfei retorted back at Du Yuanxing. Yes. How could there be zombies that don't eat people? Look, they're all baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at us. Why aren't you guys driving away? Why are you still talking nonsense here? Someone echoed Huang Tianfei. Most of them were ordinary people without much fighting power. At this time, seeing the zombies, they all panicked. Hearing Huang Tianfei's words made sense. They all followed him and jeered. Du Yuanxing looked at these people, then suddenly crossed his arms and laughed. "All right, I'll let you guys go back. But after you go back, are you sure you can survive this winter? Those who are willing to go in with me, get off the car. I'll bring you guys in, and I guarantee these zombies won't come near you. However, those who don't come down, you guys can't go back in." After the apocalypse, every winter, many people would die in the slums. The old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, because of hunger and cold, it was hard for them to survive the winter. Therefore, when spring came, every survivor base would clear out a batch of corpses. Winter was also considered as a cleaner, specialized in cleaning up these people with low survival abilities. Hearing Du Yuanxing mention winter, the voices in the car quieted down a bit. As ordinary people, they could understand the cruelty and terror of winter. Du Yuanxing continued, "Don't you guys believe in your leader? Why would he harm you guys? If he wanted to get rid of you, he wouldn't need to spend so much effort. Moreover, only a pervert like Yang Chao could think of that kind of experiment. Are your leader Wu and leader Zhou that kind of people?" Everyone replied in their hearts, "No." However, they didn't say anything, but the expressions on their faces showed what they were thinking. That's also knowing a person's face but not his heart. Before Yang Chao was exposed, wasn't there also nothing wrong with him? Huang Tianfei saw that everyone's hearts were starting to waver, and couldn't help but retort. However, he no longer had any confidence in his heart. Du Yuanxing stared at his direction, and discovered that Huang Tianfei was hiding behind the others. His eyes flashed, then he turned around and stood in front of the car. Then he turned back to face them. "I'll say it again, those who want food, water, and blankets. Come down with me, I'll bring you in. If those who don't want to come down, I won't force you. I'll let the soldiers bring you back." Everyone looked at me, I looked at each other. Then people jumped down from the car one after another. Because those who came down didn't say anything just now. They all noticed that the zombies over there really weren't moving. Although they were all baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, they didn't move a single step. When Du Yuanxing said those few words to them, those zombies still stayed in the same place. After seeing someone get down, those who were hesitant started to panic. On one hand, they didn't want to risk their lives, but on the other hand, they were afraid of the cold winter. We believe in Leader Wu. These people finally gritted their teeth and jumped down from the car. After a while, they all stood on Du Yuanxing's side. They all stared at the direction of the zombie horde in fear, not daring to say anything. Very soon, other than the soldiers, there were only 7 or 8 people left in the car. Huang Tianfei was one of them. He looked left and right, then observed the zombie horde over there. He discovered that, after such a long time, those zombies still hadn't left their original position and ran towards them. Only then did Huang Tianfei slowly get down from the car. Chapter 4:11. Although Du Yuanxing shouted calmly on the surface, he didn't have much confidence in his heart at this time. "Fuck! Come quickly! If you don't come, I'm going to break my cultivation." At this time, Du Yuanxing couldn't do anything about the densely packed zombies blocking the way. But he couldn't show a panicked and helpless look to these workers. Otherwise, they wouldn't believe him. After seeing everyone come down, Du Yuanxing looked at them. Then he lifted his feet and walked towards the group of zombies. Seeing him walk in the dangerous direction, those who had the courage to get down from the car didn't have the courage to continue walking forward with him. Du Yuanxing walked and said in his heart, "Someone come out and control these zombies. Didn't you say that as long as we arrived, someone would come and pick us up? Where are the people? No, the zombies?" The closer he got, the more nervous he became. The workers standing in front of the car quietly looked at him while waiting for the zombies' reaction. Just at this time, a zombie's roar suddenly came from afar. This sound could travel so far, it must have used the energy of a superpower. After hearing this roar, Du Yuanxing finally let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Then he stopped and stood in the middle of the road, looking at the zombies group with some expectation. Then he saw a person slowly walk out from the side. The child's head and face were wrapped in bandages. His face couldn't be seen, only a pair of black eyes flashing a strange red light. From his height, he was about 10 years old. But these eyes clearly showed that he wasn't a human. The little zombie calmly walked in front of the group of zombies, and then stared at the people on Du Yuanxing's side. Du Yuanxing hadn't seen these zombie leaders by Lin Xiao's side, so he didn't know where this little zombie came from. But looking at the way he stood in front of the group of zombies, these zombies should be under his control. When Huang Tianfei saw the little zombie, he began to be vigilant. Because he recognized that the little zombie was a leader. Although it was only a leader, it could completely tear everyone here into pieces. And he could only run away. The people next to him were the same. The people who were initially provoked by Du Yuanxing to get off the car were actually ordinary people, and they couldn't survive in the base anymore. If he didn't have any skills, he wouldn't even want to sell his labor. Therefore, since he was already here, he didn't want to return just like that. The thought of living drove them to believe Du Yuanxing's words, to believe that all of this was true. The little zombie quietly looked at them for more than 10 seconds, then turned around and roared at the group of zombies behind it. Roar. Then Du Yuanxing's group saw that the zombies that had been unwilling to move now began to retreat to the side, and then made way for the two sides. Huang Tianfei and the rest stared at this scene in shock, unable to react in time. What was going on? Why would these zombies make way for them? Just now it was blocked, but now it was opened by the little zombie leader's roar. What was the meaning of this? At this moment, the little zombie suddenly kicked its legs and jumped high into the air towards the car behind Du Yuanxing. Bang! He landed heavily on the top of the car. The driver in the car, as well as the soldiers behind him, jumped out of the car and ran far away. The little zombie stood on the front of the car, sniffing left and right, then stretched its nose in the direction of the crowd and sniffed a few times. Then it stood on top of the car and stared at them like a tiger watching its prey. The ordinary people below also raised their heads and stared at it in fear, afraid that it would suddenly pounce towards them. To be able to endure and not move, it was already considered to be mentally strong. Du Yuanxing looked at the little zombie, and then looked at the road that had already been opened. Finally looking at the car under the little zombie's feet, he gave up on the idea of continuing to take the car. Now that the road has been opened, let's go over first. If these zombies go back on their words, it would be troublesome, he said and walked forward. The others hesitantly followed. Although they were unwilling, their footsteps were not slow. They followed closely behind Du Yuanxing. He was after all a rank 5 metahuman. Following him like this would give them a sense of security. Huang Tianfei and the rest silently followed at the back. The people behind them actually all had metahuman levels that were not low or high, it was just that others did not know. However, only Huang Tianfei's metahuman level was the highest, they could somewhat sense it. So they silently followed Huang Tianfei. Roar dash, as if it disliked them for walking too slowly. The little zombie suddenly stood on the roof of the car and roared at them. Everyone was so scared that they trembled. When they turned around, they saw the little zombie jump down from the roof of the car, and then slowly followed behind them step by step. Huang Tianfei and the rest immediately ran a few steps, pushing the last few ordinary people back, and then they were stuck in the middle, walking backwards with Du Yuanxing while closely staring at the little zombie behind them. The ordinary people were pushed to the back by them, and their hearts were scared to death. But looking at Huang Tianfei's clean and tidy appearance, they knew that he was not someone to be trifled with, so they silently endured the fear in their hearts, and acted as a cushion for them, or rather a human wall. Hurry up! It thinks that your speed is too slow. Du Yuanxing strode forward, and as he walked, he looked back at the little zombie's appearance. After thinking for a while, he loudly said to everyone, "Roar dash," as if responding to his words. The little zombie roared at them again. Soon, they smoothly passed through the area that was blocked by the group of zombies. When they walked past, the little zombie roared to the surroundings again. Then they saw the group of zombies that had just left, silently appeared again, and then squeezed into the middle of the road. But their eyes were still staring at the group of people that had just passed by. After the little zombie saw them go in, it turned around and jumped onto the roof of the car. Then it jumped onto the roof of the building next to it, and disappeared. After entering, Du Yuanxing let out a sigh of relief. How long do we have to walk now? Will there be more zombies in front? Huang Tianfei walked from the back to the front, and chased after Du Yuanxing and asked. His tone was stiff as if others owed him. Du Yuanxing looked back at him, and then continued to walk forward. He lightly said, "A few more kilometers and it will be about there." Huang Tianfei saw that Du Yuanxing's attitude was a bit cold, and his heart was a bit angry, but he held back, and only coldly stared at him. Then he silently followed the group forward. Du Yuanxing at this time said, "Those zombies just now were driven out of the city by our people. So now there are no zombies in the city, it is very safe." And at this time, the group of people that had safely passed through the group of zombies were already questioning their lives. What did they see? The zombies didn't eat people and even made way for them. Make way! Did they encounter a group of fake zombies? Chapter 412. On the other side, Lin Xiao was leading Qiu Lili, Xiedong, and Xin Yuzhen to sweep uptown. She, who was originally standing on the roof, suddenly sensed Du Yuanxing's aura in the direction of Haiqing. There was also a bunch of messy and weak auras around him, so she guessed that he might have brought a second batch of workers. So she roared in the direction of the little zombie, telling him to let them come over. "Who's here?" Qiu Lili stood beside her, curiously looking in that direction, and asked. Lin Xiao looked at her and said, "Can't you sense the aura over there? Just do Yuanxing, and he brought a lot of people. There should be a car." Qiu Lily sniffed hard in that direction, then said, "I can't smell that far. And the auras I sense are very messy. I can't tell them apart." Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, it's them. They probably brought a second batch of people. But it's a bit strange. Why did they bring people here so quickly? According to the previous recruitment speed, they could only recruit 2 or 3 people a day. Even if they signed up, they would regret it and not come." Qiu Lily didn't know the situation and looked at her curiously. "Oh, it seems like it's been more than 10 days. Is that fast?" Lin Xiao nodded, turned around, and jumped down from the building. There was the smell of food here. She smelled it. She could smell the smell of rice from far away, so just by relying on her nose, she found several supermarkets and big hotels. There were also grain, oil, and rice shops in the market and so on. Because the area around the hotel had already been searched by Lin Hao and his people, Lin Xiao went further to look. With her nose that was sharper than a dog's, she found a lot. By the time she and Qiu Lily and the others had searched half of Uptown, the rice bags and barrels in her space had already piled up into a mountain. And her actions were much faster, so in a few days, half of the stored food in Uptown had been dug out by her. A few hours later, Lin Xiao brought Qiu Lily, Xin Yuzhen, and Xiedong back to the hotel. She and Qiu Lily directly jumped over from the building next to them. Only Xiedong brought Xin Yuzhen up the stairs, because the two of them looked like normal people when they walked into the hall. No one in the hall noticed the two of them. However, when Xiedong saw Huang Tianfei in the crowd, he stopped in his tracks and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Then he continued to walk towards the staircase. Xin Yuzhen, who was following behind him, looked at Xiedong strangely. She had no idea why his aura had changed. "From now on, this will be your dormitory. Later, we will send someone to arrange your accommodation. The cafeteria is over there. You won't be missing for breakfast, lunch, and dinner." Lin Feng stood at the front desk of the hotel. Those who were brought in by Du Yuanxing earlier were all standing in the lobby, facing Lin Feng. They looked around in surprise. They didn't expect to be able to stay in a hotel. Someone asked suspiciously, "Then is our job really just to build walls? Brick construction?" Lin Feng said, "Yes, I'll take you to the construction site at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's not far from here." At this moment, Lin Wenwen, Cheng Wangxue, and the others came in with 2 children. When they saw so many people suddenly appear, they all looked over in surprise. However, Lu Jun, who was with them, also walked in at this moment. However, she suddenly saw Huang Tianfei, who was looking at her in shock. Lu Jun frowned and immediately pulled Tong Tong toward the stairs. Huang Tianfei was shocked. He chased after Lu Jun in disbelief. His body subconsciously crawled out of the crowd in her direction and chased after her. "Lu Jun, it's really you." And Tong Tong. However, Lu Jun acted as if she didn't hear his shouts and walked straight forward. Only Tong Tong looked back at Huang Tianfei curiously. Huang Tianfei quickly chased after her and grabbed Tong Tong. "Lu Jun, where do you want to go?" he shouted at her in a dissatisfied tone. Lin Wenwen and the others, as well as the people in the lobby, were attracted by his voice. Everyone looked at him and Lu Jun curiously. "Wah!" Tong Tong was suddenly pulled back by him and was frightened by his loud voice. She immediately burst into tears. Lu Jun stopped after he grabbed Tong Tong. She quickly turned around and squatted down to pick up her son. However, Huang Tianfei suddenly pulled her hand. Tong Tong staggered 2 steps and was rudely pulled to the back. "Huang Tianfei, give Tong Tong back to me." Lu Jun stood up and stared at Huang Tianfei coldly with a pair of dark eyes. Only then did Huang Tianfei notice that there were no whites or pupils in her eyes. Instead, it was pitch black. He pointed at her eyes in shock and asked, What's wrong with your eyes?" "Wah wah wah wah." Tong Tong cried behind him with his mouth wide open. However, Huang Tianfei ignored him. Lu Jun said to him, "Huang Tianfei, let go of Tong Tong, then get out of here." Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Her eyes flashed with a strong killing intent, which was cold and threatening. The others saw that there seemed to be something wrong with the two of them. It was like a family having a conflict, so no one rashly stepped forward to stop them. Tong Tong is crying. Grandma, he's scared. Lin Xiaolu suddenly pulled Mrs. Lin beside her and said. Tong Tong was indeed crying, except for Lu Jun and Huang Tianfei. The others looked at them without saying anything. Mrs. Lin was also very dissatisfied with Huang Tianfei's behavior, so she said to him, "You two adults have nothing to do with the child. Let go of Tong Tong first. You're scaring him. Are you his father?" Huang Tianfei heard someone saying that he was wrong. He turned around and saw that it was a middle-aged woman. A wave of anger immediately rose in his heart. "Old woman, don't meddle in other people's business." Slap. Before he could finish, Lu Jun had already slapped him hard in the face. Huang Tianfei tilted his face for a few seconds before he reacted and turned around. He stared at Lu Jun in disbelief. "You bitch! How dare you hit me?" Lu Jun said to him, "Huang Tianfei, since you abandoned me and Tong Tong a few months ago, we have nothing to do with you. We already have nothing to do with you. Why are you still looking for me now? Tong Tong is mine. He has nothing to do with you now. Let go of my Tong Tong." In fact, Huang Tianfei was pleasantly surprised when he saw Tong Tong, because families with children would receive a living allowance in the high city base. So when he saw that Tong Tong was still alive, he immediately wanted to take him back to high city. However, when he saw Lu Jun's eyes, he was stunned for a moment. He pointed at Lu Jun and scolded, "Look at yourself now. What are you now? Can you raise Tong Tong safely?" "I'm Tong Tong's father. I have custody." At this time, Lin Wenwen said coldly, "Damn custody. It's the end of the world now. Do you think it's still the peaceful society before?" Lin Xiao looked at Lu Jun and asked her, "Do you want him to die? Do you want me to help you?" Lu Jun shook her head at Lin Xiao. She turned to Huang Tianfei and said, "You'd better get out of here while I don't want to kill you. Don't appear in front of me again." Lin Xiao said to her, "If you let this kind of person go, he will take revenge on you in the future." Lu Jun said, "I let him go this time to repay him for taking care of me in the Netherworld King's base. From today onwards, I don't owe him anymore." With that, she turned around and carried Tong Tong upstairs. Lin Xiao looked up at Huang Tianfei and said to him, "Get lost. Tong Tong has nothing to do with you in the future. Go find your woman and have a child." Hey. Didn't you snatch his woman away from him? You still want to occupy his house and put him in jail, right? Let me tell you, I won't do anything to you today. But don't let me see you in the future." With that, he looked up at Du Yuanxing and said, "We can't afford this worker. Send him back to Sea City." Du Yuanxing nodded and replied, "Yes." With that, he immediately walked towards Huang Tianfei, grabbed his arm, and dragged him out of the hall. Huang Tianfei's eyes had already turned into anger and hatred. He stared at Lu Jun's departing back with a face full of anger and hatred. His mouth was already cut and he was in so much pain. Now that he was pulled by Du Yuanxing, his heart immediately exploded. "Ah!" He suddenly pushed Du Yuanxing away, and a hurricane immediately blew around his body. The hurricane turned into wind blades and swept across the hall. The wind was also very strong, and it instantly filled the entire hotel hall. After everyone came to their senses, they all retreated, but there were still many ordinary people who were blown down or cut by the wind blades. Du Yuanxing suddenly squatted down and pressed one hand on the ground. Then, a burst of crackling lightning rushed towards Huang Tianfei's feet from the ground. Pai La! Huang Tianfei, who had just exploded, suddenly convulsed and then fell to the ground stiffly. "Mom, are you all right?" Because Huang Tianfei's explosion was unexpected and the wind was very strong, Lin Wenwen hugged her mother and squatted down to protect her in her arms. However, her own face was cut with a deep cut. Mrs. Lin looked up at her face and said in surprise, "I'm fine. Wenwen, your face." Lin Wenwen raised her hand to touch it and immediately cried out, "Ouch! It hurts!" Then she looked at her hand and saw that it was blood. However, she didn't care much and hurried to check her mother's body. Mrs. Lin shook her head and said, "I'm fine. Hurry up and take care of your face. Don't, it will leave a scar." She looked around and found that everyone was swaying from side to side, and many of them had cuts on their bodies. Their clothes and skin were torn, and there were blood stains on their clothes. Then Mrs. Lin pulled Lin Wenwen up. Chapter 4:14. Lin Xiao looked at Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen a few more times and found that they were fine. He then turned to Du Yuanxing and said, "Hurry up and drag him out. Otherwise, I might accidentally kill him if I lose control of myself." Du Yuanxing walked to Huang Tianfei, who was lying on the ground and still beating people. He said, "His superpower is at least level 5. I didn't expect him to sneak in." Lin Xiao asked, "What do you mean?" Du Yuanxing said, "Oh, this group of people was summoned by Leader Wu. But in order to give these ordinary people a chance to survive, Leader Wu forbade people with superpowers above level 2 to come here. I didn't expect this man to sneak in. Maybe there are others." Then he kicked Huang Tianfei with his foot. Huang Tianfei's body was stiff, but his eyes were still moving. Du Yuanxing said to him, "Be a man with a conscience, or you will die miserably." Then he bent down and dragged Huang Tianfei's clothes out. Lin Xiao looked at Lin Wenwen again and found that although her face was injured, she didn't seem to care. Lin Luoran doesn't seem to care about it, but Mrs. Lin does. However, this scumbag actually managed to sneak his way here. It was really fate. But soon Lin Xiao thought of what Du Yuanxing said. What did he mean by this group of people were summoned by Leader Wu? What did Wu Chengyue do? Why did he do that? He sent the first group of people directly to repay her for saving Lingling's life. Then what about this group? Why did they help? Lin Xiao couldn't figure it out, so she turned around and went upstairs. When she was upstairs, she sensed a familiar breath, so she came down to have a look out of curiosity. She didn't expect to see this bastard, who dared to steal Tong Tong in front of so many people. She went upstairs to Lu Jun's room and found that Lu Jun was looking at Tong Tong's little arm. Tong Tong's arm, which had just grown a little fat, was now red. And it was very red, almost purple. The little guy was sitting on the bed crying. Lin Xiao frowned and said, "This scumbag really doesn't care about the child's feelings. How could you live with such a man?" Lu Jun's eyes darkened as he sighed and said, "He saved me once before and helped me a lot afterward. I thought he was a good person. Who would have thought that after following him, his true nature would be exposed? But it was too late for me to regret it." Lin Xiao nodded in understanding. "Were you cheated? A lot of men are like that." Lu Jun said, "I'll let him go this time to repay him for saving me before. From now on, I have nothing to do with him." Lin Xiao glanced at her and said, "You have already pledged yourself to him. What else do I owe him?" She even gave birth to a son for him, who told him not to cherish it. The next day, Yuan Tianxing sent someone to bring the second group of people to the construction site. With the increased workload, the progress also sped up. Lin Xiao brought Qiu Lili, Xie Dong, and Xin Yuzhen out again. This time, she wasn't going to collect supplies. Instead, he went to look for land, find suitable land for planting. However, the uptown area was filled with buildings. There was a scenic area called Wu Mountain. There should be suitable land around the foot of the mountain for planting. Lin Xiao was prepared to go there to check out the situation. Another place was not far from Wu Mountain. It was in the uptown area. Moreover, she hadn't eaten meat for a long time. Thinking of meat, Lin Xiao couldn't help licking her lips. Qiu Lili looked at her as if she had sensed something. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Xiao said with a smile, "I'm thinking that I haven't eaten meat for a long time. Today, I'll go to the mountain to see if there's anything delicious to eat." Qiu Lili said with a look of disinterest, "The meat you eat is from animals. What's so delicious about animal meat?" After saying that, she looked disgusted. Xiaodong and Xin Yuzhen, who were behind her, looked confused. Qiu Lily said again, "Aren't you here to look at the land?" Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, I'm here to look at the land while hunting. Isn't it perfect?" Qiu Lily looked at her strangely and said, "Why do I feel like you're a wild child in the countryside now? Did you do this a lot when you were young?" Lin Xiao looked at her with a smile and said, "You can tell." Lin Xiao drove the car to the intersection of Liangshan Road in Wushan District and stopped. Then, she got out of the car. A fresh forest smell came to her face. Lin Xiao sniffed left and right with her nose, and then put the car into the space. She pointed to the forest on the side and said, "I smell mutant beasts over there. Let's go." After saying that, she called the three behind her to explore. Qiu Lily was the most direct. She jumped lightly and jumped to the top of a tree. With a light breeze, she passed by. Xiaodong and Xin Yuzhen followed her silently, and then the three of them went into the forest. Lin Xiao converged all the aura in his body and followed the scent. The stones and grass under her feet had no effect on her. She smelled it and she knew, if she wasn't wrong. If she guessed correctly, there should be a lot of snakes somewhere ahead. Well, the meat of the giant snake from last time tasted very good. And in addition to the smell of snakes, most of the smell here was the smell of rats. Snakes and rats really lived in the same nest. But the smell of these rats was also strange. But it didn't affect Lin Xiao's interest in them. Lin Xiao followed the smell of the snakes in high spirits. The two behind her didn't know why the more she walked, the brighter their eyes became. When Qiu Lily, who was at the top of the tree, flew 700 or 800 meters forward, she silently flew back. When she saw the densely packed snakes hanging on the trees in the forest, her scalp went numb. Without saying a word, she turned around and ran back. After Lin Xiao walked 700 or 800 meters into the forest, she saw a small green snake as thick as a finger slipping under her feet. After taking a few more steps, 2 small patterned snakes slid over the back of her feet. Looking up, she saw that the trees, vines, bushes, and so on in front of her were all densely packed, twisting snakes of various colors like fried dough twists. There were big and small ones the size of fingers and the size of thumbs. Lin Xiao suddenly reached out and grabbed a big black snake the size of an arm. These snakes were more than 1 meter long, and they were grabbed by the neck by Lin Xiao. They rolled their bodies hard and wrapped around her arm. Lin Xiao flicked out her claws, then pulled the snake off her arm, and pulled it into a straight line. Then she pointed out a fingernail, poked the snake's abdomen, and began to pull it down. Screech! The fingernail scratched the snake's abdomen, making a sound. The snake's abdomen was scratched alive, and the snake's tail twisted and curled violently. After scraping the skin on the snake's abdomen, Lin Xiao reached in with 2 fingers and dug inside. A small snake gallbladder was pulled out. Then she opened her mouth and threw it down her throat. She swallowed it with a gulp. Well, this time she didn't bite it, so there was no bitter taste. Last time, she was dumbfounded by the bitterness. Chapter 415. After eating the snake egg, Lin Xiao turned around and saw the expressions of the 2 corpses behind her. She asked, "Hey, what's with your expressions? Haven't you eaten snakes before? Why are you standing so far away? Come in, they don't affect zombies. Even if they bite you, you won't be poisoned." Xiaodong and Xin Yuzhen both shook their heads. If it was just one snake, Xiaodong wouldn't have any reaction. But this place was filled with an inexplicable trypophobia, right? Xiaodong's reaction was a bit smaller. After all, he was a man, so his psychological reaction wasn't that big. At least he didn't have goosebumps. But Xin Yuzhen couldn't. She hid behind Xiaodong and didn't come out. They didn't expect Lin Xiao to bring them to the snake forest. Snake forest. Their eyes were full of snakes, and Lin Xiao even caught snakes and ate them in front of them. Lin Xiao looked at them and said, "If you treated these snakes as food, you wouldn't have goosebumps." As she spoke, She suddenly took out 2 woven sacks and threw them towards the 2 of them. It's useless to be afraid. Come and catch snakes. Let them make snake soup when we go back. Xiaodong took the bag, looked at Lin Xiao, and then turned to look at Xin Yuzhen behind him with a strange expression. After Lin Xiao threw the sacks, she held the dead snake and started to skin it. Then she tore off the snake meat and chewed it. The texture of raw meat was actually very smooth and tender. This was what Lin Xiao discovered after eating raw meat after becoming a zombie. Cooked meat doesn't taste so fresh and tender. Because Lin Xiao had caught a big snake and started eating it, the surrounding snakes were all scared and started to jump around. They quickly ran away to avoid the same ending as the snake that was caught by Lin Xiao. Xiaodong and Xin Yuzhen watched in bewilderment as Lin Xiao quickly tore apart the flesh of the snake's arm and ate it until only the skeleton was left. Lin Xiao threw the snake bone in her hand and sucked on her fingers. Then she turned around to look for the next one. She found that there were no traces of snakes within a few meters of her. She had to continue walking in the direction where the smell was stronger. Xiaodong could only sigh and give one of the bags to Xin Yuzhen. Xin Yuzhen took the bag in a daze, a little dumbfounded. Did he really want her to catch snakes? Oh my God! Let her die. She didn't want to catch a snake. Lin Xiao sensed her emotions and suddenly turned around to look at her. Take down a branch. To have a split, remove the same length from the split. You can use it to skewer the snake. When you put it into the bag, you can pinch its neck and pick it up. Xiaodong glanced at Xin Yuzhen and then at Lin Xiao. Xin Yuzhen closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Lin Xiao said, just take it as a test. You have to pass it eventually. Then she turned around to look for other snakes. Xiaodong looked at Xin Yuzhen sympathetically. Lin Xiao had made it clear that he could not help her. Originally, he wanted her to hold the bag while he caught the snake and put it in. She could only rely on herself now. Lin Xiao jumped left and right as he smelled the scent. Then, he quickly grabbed the tail of a forest python that was as thick as an arm and threw it off the tree with all his might. Pa! A fat snake that was more than a meter long and weighed dozens of kilograms was thrown to the ground by her. The python fainted from the slap and fell limply from her hand. Lin Xiao continued to drink the snake's blood. After drinking the blood, she cut open its stomach and ate its internal organs. After eating the internal organs, she continued to eat the meat. Maybe it was because she had not eaten for a long time. Lin Xiao could not stop eating at all. Seeing this, the 2 people behind her were scared. So, Lin Xiao walked while catching snakes to eat. Xiaodong and Xin Yuzhen followed them and walked among the snakes, catching 1 or 2 from time to time. In fact, at the beginning, it was Xiaodong who was catching snakes. Xin Yuzhen still did not dare to move. But it was already an improvement that she was willing to walk into the snakes. Lin Xiao did not rush her, but secretly observed her reaction. Even without Lin Xiao's words, Xiaodong consciously picked the big ones and caught them. He did not use the tree branch, but directly used his hands, and his movements were neat and agile. After all, when he was training in the army, it was normal for him to eat snakes and mice. It was just that he suddenly saw so many snakes, so his reaction was a little slow. Xin Yuzhen followed behind him for a long time, and her heart slowly got used to these snakes. She had no choice. Even if she was forced to, she had to get used to it. Because before, Lin Xiao had said that she wanted her to do something for her. If she could not even catch snakes, then what was the value of staying by Lin Xiao's side? And Lin Xiao had just said that this was a test for her. She had to complete it herself. Lin Xiao caught and ate the snakes along the way. She caught 7 or 8 snakes that were as thick as an arm and ate them with relish. Then, she turned around and saw that Xiaodong had already carried half a bag of snakes, while Xin Yuzhen had only caught 2. Not bad, not bad. She had improved. It was already very good that she dared to catch one. Seeing that Lin Xiao ate so many snakes in a row before stopping, Xiaodong looked at her strangely. She finally finished eating. The big ones were all picked and eaten by you, the snake-eating maniac. She only left some small ones for them to catch. It would not even be enough to cook when they got back. After the 3 of them swept for an hour, all the snakes in the forest had been driven away by Lin Xiao. She sniffed the air, and then quickly climbed up a big tree at the side. She carefully sensed her surroundings, and her nose carefully sniffed something. 7 or 8 seconds later, she jumped down. Then she said, "There's a big one over there. Don't come over. I'll clean it up myself." With that said, her figure flashed and disappeared from where she stood. Xiaodong and Shen Yuzhen looked at each other. Lin Xiao quickly ran toward a tree while invisible. Her feet accurately stepped on the stones or the tree trunk, and then she used the force of her feet to leap up the mountain. The trees that she stepped on only shook slightly or didn't move at all. Soon, she flashed to the top of the mountain, and then she saw a big pit at the top. Lin Xiao stood at the edge of the pit, which was 7 or 8 meters deep and had a diameter of more than 20 meters. She saw that there were more than 10 holes in the soil wall at the bottom of the pit, and each hole was as tall as a 7 or 8-year-old child. A strong, sweet, fishy smell came from these holes. At the bottom of the pit, there were densely packed snakes entangled with each other. This was a snake nest. Lin Xiao turned her head and looked around. Suddenly, she walked behind a stone that weighed dozens of kilograms. Then, she raised her leg and stepped on the stone to step forward. The stone was slowly kicked out by her, and it rolled toward the edge of the big pit. Then it rolled down from the edge. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the stone rolling hit the bottom of the pit, and then it crushed a bunch of small snakes. The snakes below immediately became chaotic, and all of them climbed up the pit. But Lin Xiao quickly realized that none of them would enter the holes. They all avoided the holes and crawled out. Chapter 4:16. Lin Xiao squatted at the edge of the pit and looked at the snakes below. There might not be any other animals in this mountain, but snakes. There were so many of them that it was almost a disaster, and most of them were poisonous snakes. A large number of snakes crawled out of the pit, but there were still many that stayed at the bottom of the pit. Lin Xiao waved her hand, and a wisp of black fog floated out of her hand and floated down to the bottom of the pit. More and more black fog came out of Lin Xiao's hand, and then slowly became bigger. The black fog pressed down and soon touched those snakes. Then, the places where the black fog touched the snakes melted or disappeared directly. Many of the snakes that were touched by the black fog spread from that part of their body. If it touched the tail, it would disappear from the tail section by section. Those that touched the middle section disappeared from both ends. No snake could escape after being touched by the black fog. Soon, the group of snakes that was in a mess after being smashed by the stones, after calming down, instantly became chaotic again. Lin Xiao's fog slowly covered the snakes that didn't have time to run up, and then began to split into those holes one by one. She kept pouring the black fog into those holes. Anyway, the big snakes inside were unwilling to come out. Then she would pour the mist in. At this time, a voice suddenly came into her mind. "Mama, Mama, Mama." Little man smelled a very fragrant energy source. "Mama, are you catching a mutated animal?" Lin Xiao was stunned. This guy had already become a fertilized egg, but it still couldn't be her little egg quietly. Why did it always come out to talk? She revealed herself and stood up, and replied, "You haven't come out of my stomach. How can you smell the energy source?" Little man replied, That's either smell or perception. Anyway, little man can feel it." Lin Xiao could only reply, "Oh, I'm catching a snake? But why can't I feel the energy source? I smell a very fragrant meat." Little man said with some excitement, "Mama, quickly catch it. If you catch it, can you stick the energy core to your stomach?" Lin Xiao was a little surprised. Stick to her stomach? Shouldn't she eat it? She looked down at her stomach with a strange expression and asked, "Stick to my stomach? Can't I eat it?" In fact, she knew that she could directly swallow these energy cores. But because the previous zombie cores were in her brain, she felt disgusted and used her hands to absorb them. However, she could totally eat the energy nuclei of these mutant animals and plants. As a result, little man said, "Mama, if you swallow it, it will get stuck in your throat. As a zombie, isn't it a bit weird to have your throat stuck? Ha 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 ha, Lin Xiao. This guy actually dared to laugh at her. Why was he getting more and more daring? First, he tricked her and Wu Chengyue without their consent. Now, he even dared to tease her when talking to her. Without waiting for Lin Xiao to answer, Little Man continued after laughing, because if Mama puts it in her stomach, Little Man's absorption rate will be much higher. If Mama absorbs or eats it first, Little Man won't get much energy. Little Man doesn't have an energy source. She won't be able to grow up. Does Mama want Little Man to stay in her stomach for a few years? Lin Xiao. It's not Neza. Alright, I know. Speaking of which, you're already an embryo, how can you still talk? Little Man replied, and Little Man can only talk to Mama, but I can't talk for too long. Alright. Little Man is sleepy. Mama, remember to stick the energy core on your stomach? Lin Xiao suddenly thought, according to this guy. Then, does she still need to absorb enough energy to develop? Then how much energy would she need to provide for her? Wait a minute? Then how much energy do you need to absorb before you come out of my body? She quickly asked. Little Man's voice came after a while. Little Man doesn't know either. It depends on the situation. It also depends on the situation. Lin Xiao was a little dumbfounded. If he hadn't known about this before, he would have died. If she didn't know about this before, then wouldn't she have to stay in her stomach for 3 to 5 years? Oh my God, what the hell is this? I don't want to give birth to a Neza. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao felt terrible. Fortunately, this little guy ran out to tell her, otherwise when would she be able to give birth? She thought that Little Man was already like a normal person and would come out after 10 months. But now that she thought about it, Lin Xiao's own body was in the state of a zombie. Even if her appearance was similar to that of a human, she was still a zombie. Although the blood in her body was slowly flowing, it flowed back into her heart, and then out of her heart. It entered from the left atrium and came out from the right atrium. Lin Xiao didn't know how her heart was working, but it was already different from a normal zombie, because a normal zombie's heart wouldn't have blood flowing in and out. And now, even if her heart had blood flowing, there was still no heartbeat. It was a very strange state. Even she didn't know what kind of ghost she was now. Neither a human nor a zombie. Just when Lin Xiao was a bit restless, suddenly there was a slight vibration coming from the ground. Lin Xiao immediately shifted her attention from Little Man's question and stared at the hole below. Soon she saw her black fog surge. Suddenly, a huge long object rushed out. It was a very big snake, and it was rolling at the bottom of the hole. Under Lin Xiao's black fog, it was faintly discernible, and a piece of shiny black snakeskin scales slid past. Hiss, hiss. Lin Xiao heard its cry from below, as if it was inhaling and exhaling. She raised her hand to collect the black fog below, and then focused her eyes to take a look. Whoa! Such a big Cobra King. Hiss, hiss. A huge snake that was thicker than Lin Xiao's waist coiled at the bottom of the hole. It was like a small black pyramid, with a banana leaf-shaped snake head raised up high. The banana leaf snake head had a pair of eyes that flashed with a fierce light, and it was staring fiercely at Lin Xiao. One could see that the hard scales on its coiled body had been charred piece by piece. It was completely corroded by Lin Xiao's black fog. Its aura was very strong, and it just stared coldly at Lin Xiao. It didn't want to escape or attack Lin Xiao angrily. Lin Xiao sized up this snake, and it was much bigger than the last one. The last snake was only as thick as Lin Xiao's thigh, and now the one in front of her was thicker than her waist. And Lin Xiao's black fog actually had a very slow effect on its scales. Although the black fog that entered the hole had stuck to its skin, the speed of melting was very slow. So now, the places that were touched by the black fog only became like charcoal, but didn't break or fall off. Chapter 417. Lin Xiao estimated its body length to be at least 20 meters. This was because the bottom of the pit was almost filled up when they were coiled up. It was like a small mountain. She was not only curious. Snakes seemed to mutate easily after the doomsday. And what did it eat to grow so big? But seeing so many little snakes here, Lin Xiao felt that it must have grown up eating its own kind, because she knew that big snakes would still eat small snakes. As long as it was not of the same type as itself, it would eat it. Lin Xiao stared at its thick snake body, not knowing how much it would eat to be full. Hiss! King Cobra looked up at Lin Xiao with great momentum. Its half-meter-long snake tongue flashed out from time to time and then retracted. Lin Xiao flicked her claws. It seemed that this snake needed a strong physical attack. This was because its skin and scales were resistant to her black mist. If she wanted to break its scales, only her claws could do it. Just when she was thinking of jumping down to fight the black snake, she suddenly remembered that little man said not to be too strong in melee. She paused her movements. Not melee. Then how to fight this fight? Then she could only sneak attack. Thinking of sneak attack, Lin Xiao suddenly thought of something. Right, there was still a dog in the space. Release the dog to fight with it, then find a chance to sneak attack. Lin Xiao immediately flashed and entered the space. The King Cobra saw that Lin Xiao suddenly disappeared, and her breath also disappeared. It immediately froze for a moment, and then looked around very vigilantly. After carefully looking around a few times, there was no sign of Lin Xiao. The King Cobra immediately pressed its high head down, then retracted its head into the top of the pyramid, only revealing 2 eyes and mouth. After Lin Xiao entered the space, she directly appeared next to the zombie dog. Awoo! The zombie dog was startled by the sudden appearance of a human figure. It howled and then jumped to the other side. It bared its teeth at Lin Xiao and let out a very unhappy roar. Awoo! Lin Xiao said to it with her hands on her waist, Yo, you still have a temper with me? Do you want to get beaten up? I originally wanted to let you go out to play, but you yelled at me like this. Do you not want to go out? She glanced at the water basin and saw that the water in it had been drunk. There was no sign of water splashing around. When the zombie dog heard what she said, it was stunned for a moment. Then, it looked at her with glowing eyes, lowered its head and wagged its tail as it approached her. Awoo! It had been tied up here for a long time. It was not given food, nor was it released. After being tied up for so long, it was only given a basin of water to drink. It was too inhumane. No, it was too inhumane. Dog abuse. Lin Xiao looked at it with a smile and said, Do you remember that you are a dog? Do you remember that you've already died once? You're a dead dog now. Awoo woof. Awoo woof. The zombie dog jumped at her twice and let out a strange bark. It was already afraid of being tied up here. Couldn't go anywhere, so it circled around the top of the tree, wrapping the vines around the top of the tree until it couldn't move. Then it turned around again. There were many teeth marks on the tree, but the damage wasn't great. That was why the dog couldn't even bite through the tree. Now that Lin Xiao said that she was going to let it out, how could it not be excited? When it heard that Lin Xiao wanted to go back on her words, it immediately stopped. It quickly acted like a spoiled child in front of her. Lin Xiao said to it, I'll let you go out to play, but what if you dare to run? If I catch you, I'll beat you to death. Do you understand? I won't even give you water to drink, do you understand? Awoo! Hearing that there was no water to drink, the zombie dog couldn't take it anymore. The water was a good thing. It had energy. It could increase the energy in its body, and it felt very comfortable drinking it. It felt like its whole body was comforted, and it couldn't forget this feeling. Lin Xiao said, If you want to drink water, follow me. Awoo! The zombie dog nodded repeatedly. It was actually very willing to follow Lin Xiao for several reasons. First, there was the magical water here. Second, it could communicate with Lin Xiao. It had never communicated with other zombies before, so it felt very lonely. So now it could understand Lin Xiao's words. It was amazing that Lin Xiao could also understand its meaning. Third, Lin Xiao was very powerful. If it followed her, it would have meat to eat. Seeing that it agreed so readily, Lin Xiao went to the top of the tree and loosened the vines. Then she pulled the rope and flashed out of the space with it. When a person and a dog suddenly appeared, the king cobra that had been paying attention to the surroundings immediately locked on to her. It saw that there was suddenly another animal next to her. In fact, the smell of zombies didn't attract the king cobra at all. But the king cobra was oppressed by Lin Xiao's strong aura, so it couldn't help but be vigilant. Lin Xiao didn't know what the level of the king cobra was, but her level 6 black mist couldn't do much damage to its skin, so she guessed that the snake should be above level 5. As soon as the zombie dog came out, it excitedly stretched its neck and howled, "A woo." Then it was immediately attracted by the aura of the king cobra. Although ordinary zombies didn't eat raw animal meat, these zombie animals would eat it. Because they ate raw meat when they were alive, even after becoming zombies, they would still eat the meat of mutant animals. It just didn't taste as good as those animals that hadn't been mutated. So now that it saw the mutant snake, it immediately became interested. Lin Xiao looked at it pressing its forelimbs, closely staring at the mutant snake under the pit. "Go bite it." As she said that, she suddenly let go of the vine in her hand. The zombie dog fiercely rushed down. Then Lin Xiao disappeared again. Hiss! Seeing the zombie dog rushing down, the king cobra immediately opened its mouth, a pair of poisonous fangs popping out. But the zombie dog wasn't afraid of its poisonous fangs, and it pounced towards its hill-like body. It opened its mouth and bit the snake with its sharp teeth. So when it bit the snake's body, its body was also bitten by the snake's head. A large amount of venom was injected into the zombie dog's body, but it didn't have any effect on it. Woo woo woo. The zombie dog growled in a low voice, biting the snake meat in its mouth and using force to pull it out. In an instant, the king cobra's coiling snake formation was disrupted. Hiss! The zombie dog didn't know pain, but the mutant snake did. It didn't expect its hard scales to be unable to block the other party's teeth. The sharp teeth pierced into its flesh, and the pain caused by the tearing pain made the giant snake struggle. Then it was dragged out by the zombie dog. At this time, Lin Xiao, who was guarding at the side, suddenly raised her sharp claws and slashed at the abdomen of the king cobra that was accidentally exposed due to the pain. Pooh! As expected, the scales on the abdomen of the king cobra were soft, not as hard as on its back. So Lin Xiao's claws directly scratched its abdomen, leaving a few thin and long wounds. Chapter 418. Squeak! The mutant snake immediately heard a strange scream. Its scream wasn't loud, but it was very ear-piercing. Its body also twisted violently because of the pain. After Lin Xiao's claw succeeded, she immediately retreated far away. Roar! At this time, although the zombie dog bit into the king cobra's flesh, it couldn't tear off a piece of the king cobra's flesh. Because of the king cobra's painful writhing, it was wrapped tightly by its body. Lin Xiao was speechless as she looked at the zombie dog that couldn't move in the first round. "You're a level 5 zombie dog, right? How did you get taken care of so quickly? Don't you know how to dodge? Did the dead dog's brain go bad after becoming a zombie?" Just when Lin Xiao thought that the zombie dog was about to be wrapped up by the giant snake and become a deformed dog, suddenly, she saw a red light flash in the zombie dog's mouth. Then the red light became bigger and bigger. Then she saw the king cobra that was just wrapped tightly, as if it was scalded, and quickly loosened its body. Then it swam to the side. Lin Xiao saw that when the cobra strangled the zombie dog, it just happened that the wound she made was on the zombie dog's head. Then it was burned by the zombie dog's superpower fire, so it quickly loosened its grip. Hey, this dog's fighting strength is pretty good. It seemed that the zombie dog could entangle with the cobra for a while, so Lin Xiao immediately stood to the side and watched the battle. The zombie dog had a few broken ribs from the cobra, but it didn't care. It didn't affect it anyway, so it immediately chased after the cobra and bit it. The zombie dog also knew that the king cobra's attack had no effect on it, so it began to crazily bite the big snake without any care. Then Lin Xiao stood on the edge of the pit, watching the big snake being chased by the zombie dog. Occasionally, the zombie dog would be swept away by the big snake's tail, but it would quickly turn around and continue to rush over. After being bitten a few times, the giant snake was afraid of it. Although it wasn't fatal, it was still very painful. Then, the giant snake began to flee towards the top of the pit. It did not dare to enter the hole because of the black fog that Lin Xiao had left behind. Previously, when it was not injured, its scales had been corroded. Now its body was covered in wounds. The black mist would directly enter the wound and corrode its flesh. Although the giant serpent was not very clear about this, it was still aware of the situation subconsciously, knowing that it would be more dangerous, so it chose to run out of the pit. But the zombie dog kept chasing after it, biting its tail and dragging it down, then biting its back and dragging it down. In any case, he wouldn't let it slip away. Moreover, the zombie dog was also very fast. It jumped around agilely and chased after the cobra bite. Therefore, the king cobra was in pain, itch, panic, and confusion. It jumped around the bottom of the pit, trying to escape but was dragged back in. Turned around to bite the zombie dog, but the king cobra avoided it. Couldn't even attack the zombie dog. Soon, the king cobra was exhausted from being chased by the zombie dogs. Even his crawling speed had slowed down, and he was not agile in dodging. The zombie dog was still full of energy and continued to attack it. Lin Xiao watched the battle from the side for a full half an hour before the battle stopped. Looking at the powerless giant snake lying at the bottom of the pit, its whole body was curled up into a ball. Its back was the hardest part of its body, and its head, tail, and stomach were all hidden inside. No matter how the zombie dog bit it, it refused to move and gave up resisting. Lin Xiao jumped down from above and gently kicked the zombie dog that was biting the giant snake's flesh. Okay, get up. Can't you see that it has no strength to resist? Awoo. The zombie dog unwillingly loosened its mouth and sat there looking up at Lin Xiao. I haven't eaten the meat yet. Couldn't help it. Although its teeth could bite through the snake's scales, it couldn't tear the flesh. This made it very depressed. Lin Xiao flashed her claws and said, Do you want to eat? The zombie dog's claws and teeth couldn't tear the giant snake's flesh, but Lin Xiao's claws could. After seeing Lin Xiao's claws, the zombie dog's black eyes lit up. It looked at her expectantly. Lin Xiao took 2 steps back and raised her claws, preparing to swing at the giant snake. At this time, she suddenly saw a pair of eyes peek out from the snake pile. Despair, grievance, fear, anger. These emotions were revealed from those long and narrow eyes. Lin Xiao was slightly stunned and stopped swinging her claws. The emotions in those eyes told her that it didn't do anything bad. Why did she want to kill it? It was clearly staying in this cave obediently and didn't offend anyone. Why did she want to kill it? Huh? Lin Xiao was surprised. Just now, the snake had been confronting her calmly, but she didn't see it reveal any emotions. So this snake's intelligence was already so high, and now it knew that it was going to die, but it didn't go crazy in despair. It just curled up into a ball. It used the last method to protect itself. The snake that Lin Xiao encountered last time had already gone crazy from the beginning. Seeing its grievance and despair, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. She put down her hands and walked 2 steps over. She reached out her hand and gently touched the broken skin of the giant snake. The giant snake slightly shrank its body in fear, but it couldn't avoid Lin Xiao's touch. After Lin Xiao's palm touched its body, she was instantly overwhelmed by a feeling of grievance. She was silent for 5 or 6 seconds and suddenly let go of her hand. Why did she have a guilty feeling that she was bullying the weak? Was it because the snake knew how to act cute? After Lin Xiao took 2 steps back, the zombie dog looked at her strangely. What happened to cutting the meat? Lin Xiao lowered her head and said to the zombie dog, Forget it. We won't eat it. It's already very pitiful after being beaten so badly by us. If we eat it again, it will be even more pitiful. The zombie dog looked at her blankly. What pitiful? Lin Xiao felt speechless talking to a dead dog. She thought about it and picked up its rope. She dragged it out of the pit and stretched her hand back. The black fog that had been blocking the cave was taken out by Herb. It flowed into the cave and then into Lin Xiao's palm. After the giant snake saw Lin Xiao step back, its diamond-shaped eyes flashed with doubt. Seeing that Lin Xiao didn't intend to attack the giant snake, the zombie dog became angry. A woo. It immediately stood up, pressed its head against the giant snake, and let out a low growl from its throat. At the same time, it kicked back with its feet, digging the sand on the ground behind it. Chapter 419. The zombie dog expressed its pain in the balls. Damn it, it had been working so hard to kill the snake. Now that it was done, it was ready to eat the meat. Why did she let the snake go? Woof doesn't understand. Lin Xiao said, I let you out to play. It's up to me to decide whether you want to eat it or not. If you want to eat meat, we'll go catch something else. A woo. A woo. The zombie dog was still digging in the ground, and it growled in dissatisfaction. Lin Xiao angrily kicked its butt again. What are you howling for? I said you can't eat it, so you can't eat it. Let's go. She dragged it to the top of the pit. The zombie dog reluctantly let her drag it up, and then looked back at the giant snake at the bottom of the pit. When the giant snake saw them leave, it loosened its tightly coiled body. Then, it popped its head out, looking at Lin Xiao dragging the zombie dog away. After a while, the king cobra finally loosened its body, and then quietly climbed up. It quietly popped its head out from the edge of the pit, looking in the direction Lin Xiao left. After confirming that she was far away, it quickly turned around and rolled down. Then it crawled into the nearest hole. When Lin Xiao reached the top of the mountain, she saw Xiedong and Shen Yuzhen still in the same place. She moved the bag in her hand, and there were quite a few snakes inside. Xiedong and Shen Yuzhen, on the other hand, were dumbfounded as they stared at the festering, bloody, and strangely twisted giant zombie dog that she was holding. They had seen zombie beasts before, and they weren't like zombies. It didn't matter if they had broken bones or broken stomachs. As long as their brains weren't damaged, they would turn into zombie beasts and bite people. Moreover, their speed was very fast, unlike ordinary zombies that were slow. They were agile and elusive, making it hard for people to defend against them. Their attacks were strong and their damage was high. Therefore, when Xiedong and the others left the base, they would rather encounter zombies than zombie beasts. Even if they encountered mutant beasts, at least they wouldn't take the initiative to attack people. However, zombie beasts were like dung crowders that smelled shit, and they would rush over excitedly. Xiedong looked at the ugly zombie dog in front of him and suddenly felt that Lin Xiao's hobby was really strange. If you want to raise a pet, at least get a pretty and cute one, right? Alright, it's fine if you don't like pretty and cute ones, but can you find a normal one? What was the point of raising a zombie dog with wrinkled fur, a sunken chest, festering wounds all over its body, and a huge crack in its mouth? Lin Xiao grabbed a small snake that was as thick as a thumb and threw it into the zombie dog's mouth. Hey, don't you want to eat snakes? Let's eat. Pooey. The zombie dog spat out the small snake that it had bitten in its mouth in disgust. How could such a small snake with no energy compare to the high-level giant snake just now? The snake's meat was more fragrant. Seeing the surprised expressions on Xiedong's and Lin Xiao's faces, Lin Xiao said, Look, isn't it cool? Xiedong and Shen Yuzhen shook their heads at the same time. They had no idea what was so cool about this ugly zombie dog. Lin Xiao smiled and said, You don't understand. If I slowly repair its body, it will be able to heal itself. If I slowly repair its body, it will be powerful. Xiedong and Shen Yuzhen were stunned. Shen Yuzhen looked at him in confusion. Shen Yuzhen looked at him with a puzzled expression. Xiedong knew that Lin Xiao's magical lake water had a powerful healing ability. He looked at the dog after he came back to his senses. Looking at the shape of its head, it seemed to be a wolf that had turned into a zombie dog. He thought that if the zombie dog repaired its fur, the sticky and tattered fur would become smooth dog fur. After the wound on its head healed, it would have a pair of straight ears and a pair of sharp eyes. It would have a huge body, for thick legs and sharp teeth. It would have a big tail that kept sweeping. Yes, it would be much more powerful than this. But Lin Xiao's next words shattered his fantasy. But don't you think it looks like a hellhound in a fantasy world? It would be great if it could grow 3 heads. Xiaodong was speechless. That was already a monster. When Shen Yuzhen saw Lin Xiao approaching with the zombie dog, she retreated to the other side. Could only be said that the zombie dog was frighteningly ugly. Lin Xiao looked at their reactions and said, "What are you afraid of? You are zombies. It won't attack you." She took a look at their bags and said, "Well, we've caught so many snakes. Let's go out and see if there is any land that we can farm on." After saying that, she dragged the zombie dog and walked out. When they reached the road, Lin Xiao let the car out. Then she patted the roof of the car and said to the zombie dog, "Go up." The zombie dog looked at her blankly. "Go up. How about I send you back to the forest?" Lin Xiao continued. "Awoo." The zombie dog didn't want to do it. Quickly jumped onto the roof of the car. Lin Xiao loosened its vines and suddenly released a wisp of black mist from one of her hands. She looked up and said to it, "Stay up there and don't run. If you dare to run, I won't stop you. But I will devour you. It's up to you." The black mist rose to the roof of the car and surrounded the zombie dog. Awoo! As soon as it saw the black mist so close to it, the zombie dog immediately lowered its ears and lay down on the roof of the car. The mist gave it a very dangerous feeling, and Lin Xiao also threatened it. The zombie dog knew her strength. If it ran away, she could catch up. Moreover, there was a presence that was stronger than Lin Xiao. It didn't know who it was. What if it ran away and encountered that strong presence? Maybe it would be killed by it? The zombie dog with intelligence was actually afraid of death. Under the absolute suppression of strength, it would also feel a sense of crisis. So the zombie dog suddenly felt that it was quite safe to stay with Lin Xiao. Seeing that it was obedient, Lin Xiao opened the door. She sat in the driver's seat. Xiaodong and Lin Xiao tied the mouth of the bag with the snakes tightly and threw it into the trunk. Then they got into the back seat of the car. Lin Xiao waited for a while and didn't see Cho Lily come down. She knew that she probably didn't want to take the car. She could only drive herself and continue to walk into Wu Mountain. After a few turns, Lin Xiao saw a piece of flat land full of weeds. However, Lin Xiao could smell the sweet scent of sweet potatoes and corn from the weeds. Lin Xiao stopped the car and got off to carefully look at the land. She saw sweet potato leaves mixed in the weeds. And there were other things besides sweet potatoes, such as corn. She could smell the sweetness of the corn. But there wasn't a lot of corn, but a lot of sweet potatoes. Chapter 420. Lin Xiao walked into the sweet potato field and was surprised to find that, in addition to all kinds of weeds that she couldn't recognize, there were only 2 types of plants, sweet potatoes and corn. And sweet potatoes took up a very large area, about 2 or 3 acres of land, and they were very lush. And only sweet potatoes and weeds were growing crazily. The corn was scattered in the middle. What made her feel strange was that sweet potatoes were full of zombie virus, but corn wasn't. So she smelled the sweet smell of the corn, but it was sweet to humans, not to a zombie like her. It was just that she could tell them apart. Lin Xiao stepped on the sweet potato leaves and walked down, then approached a corn. She used her hand to break off a corn, peeled it, and revealed the yellow pearl inside. As soon as the corn was peeled, the sweet smell was even stronger. Lin Xiao looked at it, then put it in her mouth and took a bite. Felt like he was eating plastic. It was tasteless. Looking at the corn that she took a bite of, Lin Xiao threw it away. If she knew it didn't taste good, she wouldn't have eaten it. Now that she took a bite, it was probably full of virus. Huh? Lin Xiao suddenly thought of a problem. Last time when she and Wu Chengyue were tricked by Little Man, Wu Chengyue seemed to have kissed her more than once or twice during sex. And he even stuck his tongue in and entangled her for a long time. He was simply a pervert. She didn't know if that guy would be infected by the virus in her mouth. Or was it because he was surrounded by Little Man's energy, making him immune? Thinking that if Wu Chengyue had intimate contact with her, as a zombie, there would be no problem. Instead, she was the one who suffered, and her belly was also pregnant. Well, even if Little Man did it on purpose. But the more Lin Xiao thought about it, the more depressed she felt. Little Man was really born to trick her. She had a premonition that if she met with Wu Chengyue again, she would definitely be tricked again. Because Little Man seemed to like Tiny Tot, although Lin Xiao also liked him a little. But Little Man would definitely accept Wu Chengyue because of Tiny Tot. And then as time passed, she would slowly sell her mother. She had this premonition, so she should stay away from him. Stay away from him. However, she did not know that Wu Chengyue was already heading in her direction. Lin Xiao shook off the messy thoughts in his mind and looked at the sweet potato leaves. She felt as if the sweet potato vines were protecting the corn, absorbing the underground virus into their bodies, allowing the corn to grow normally like before the apocalypse. There was also a small portion of sweet potatoes next to the corn that was not infected by the virus, but it was very small and hard to find. Normal people would avoid such a large patch of mutated sweet potatoes the moment they saw it. Lin Xiao looked at the sweet potato leaves that had changed from green to purplish black. He thought that if he wanted to get rid of these mutated sweet potatoes, it would take a lot of effort. After all, it was 2 to 3 mu of land. Moreover, humans could not come down and touch these mutated plants, so they could only rely on the zombies to dig the ground. Zombies. Zombies. Lin Xiao suddenly felt that she didn't have enough zombies. Fortunately, she had a special ability that could melt all the mutated sweet potatoes. As for the corn that Lin Xiao had just dropped, it had already turned black. She didn't know if it was bitten by her or if it was thrown onto the vine of the mutated sweet potato. She stood next to the corn stalk and looked at the other corn stalks. There were some big and some small corn plants, but the quantity was not much. At most, there would be 2 or only 1 hanging on each tree. Some hadn't even grown yet. Lin Xiao checked them all and found that there were less than 100 corn plants. However, around the roots of each corn plant, there would be 2 to 3 uninfected sweet potatoes. Altogether, there were 2 to 300 plants. If the infected ones were removed and the uninfected sweet potatoes were allowed to grow, perhaps there would be a lot of them. Sweet potatoes had a strong vitality and were easy to survive. Therefore, as long as the virus was taken care of, the plants here would grow into a large patch of sweet potato vines after a few months. At this time, a black shadow flashed and jumped down from the top of the car. Then it ran toward Lin Xiao. "Stop! Don't step on it. If you trample on my corn and sweet potatoes, I'll beat you up." Lin Xiao turned around and pointed at the zombie dog that was about to run over and scolded. "A woo!" The zombie dog was scolded by her and braked. It stopped in the middle of a pile of mutated sweet potato leaves. These mutated sweet potato leaves were very rich and tall. They had already grown to Lin Xiao's knees. As soon as the zombie dog came down, its 4 legs were submerged in the sweet potato leaves. Lin Xiao walked over and stood beside it. She pointed at the corn plant and said, "Look, this is a tall plant. Don't touch it and don't go near it. Not even a little bit, do you understand?" The zombie dog curiously stretched out its nose and sniffed. Then it lifted its legs and walked 2 steps towards the corn plant. Lin Xiao hurriedly shouted to it, "Don't move. I told you not to go over, but you still went over. Are you looking for a beating?" The zombie dog blankly stopped and turned back to look at her. Lin Xiao walked over and raised her hand to pat its head. However, when he saw that they were all lacerated wounds, he froze. She sighed and pointed at the mutated sweet potato leaves and said, "Go this way. Go." Then she used her foot to lightly kick the zombie dog where there were no wounds. This time, the zombie dog seemed to understand what she meant and immediately walked towards the mutated sweet potato leaves. It walked a few meters and looked back at Lin Xiao. Seeing that Lin Xiao didn't shout at it, it continued to walk. Then whenever it approached the corn plant, Lin Xiao would shout at it. So the zombie dog also knew to avoid the corn plant. After discovering that Lin Xiao didn't care about it anymore, the zombie dog immediately ran into the mutated sweet potato field. With a single leap, he was able to cover a distance of 2 to 3 meters. Like a huge rabbit, he hopped towards the hill opposite the sweet potato field. Lin Xiao saw that it knew how to avoid the corn plants, so she didn't care about it anymore. She knew what it was looking for, because she smelled the meat of a big rat. She was just bluffing when she said she would catch a rat for it. She didn't expect there to really be a rat here. Thinking about it, she also followed the zombie dog over. On the side of the road, Xie Dong and Xin Yuzhen looked at the happy zombie dog with strange expressions. They still couldn't accept that Lin Xiao was raising this dog. But seeing how Lin Xiao communicated with the dog, it was obvious that the dog was obedient. Of course, it would only listen to Lin Xiao. As for the others, well, that shouldn't be possible. Who would make a zombie dog listen to them? Apart from Lin Xiao, who was in a special situation, there shouldn't be anyone else. Chapter 421. Lin Xiao followed the zombie dog through the sweet potato field. There was a small hill on the side with a small forest and some vines. There was no path to walk on. But in the eyes of the zombie dog, this was nothing. It directly lowered its head and burrowed in, or jumped up high. Soon, his figure disappeared from sight. Lin Xiao followed behind it, watching it excitedly burrow in. She didn't follow it in, but looked at the edge of the sweet potato field. After looking for a while, she jumped on a 1-meter-high stone. Then, with a wave of her hand, a wisp of black mist flew out. Then, it divided into several small black lines, scattering to other parts of the sweet potato field. Then, when the sweet potato leaves were infected by the black mist, they immediately began to turn into a hole. Then, the hole slowly expanded, spreading in all directions. Perhaps because Lin Xiao released too little black mist, the sweet potato leaves melted much slower, and the more it expanded, the slower it became. After a while, she saw that in the lush mutated sweet potato field, there were many 2-meter-wide holes. These holes were formed when the sweet potato leaves that were originally half a meter tall were swallowed, revealing the ground under the leaves. Lin Xiao avoided the places with corn and attacked in the gaps between the corn. Looking at the sweet potato leaves that were swallowed by the black mist, the area was about 2 meters wide. She immediately calculated in her heart. She used the black mist to clear the sweet potato leaves outside of the stone under her feet, and then slowly swallowed the mutated sweet potato leaves bit by bit, while carefully avoiding the normal corn and sweet potatoes. Soon, the originally crazily growing mutated sweet potato leaves and vines were cleared by Lin Xiao, revealing a large piece of clean land. But the soil quality of the land was not very good. Lin Xiao could smell it. After a while, she saw movement in the small forest behind her, and then she saw the zombie dog quickly jump out. It had something in its mouth, but when it saw the suddenly bare ground, it couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, a puzzled expression on his face. Just now, it seemed to remember that there was a lot of grass here, and it even jumped over. How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? The zombie dog doubtfully stopped by the stone under Lin Xiao's feet. Lin Xiao looked down at it and found that the thing in its mouth was struggling. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Lin Xiao was speechless when he saw the rabbit-sized squirrel in the zombie dog's mouth. What happened to animals after the apocalypse? Did they take hormones? Each of them grew so big. Although the big squirrel was big, it was stuck in the mouth of the zombie dog. The zombie dog's teeth pierced deeply into the squirrel's body, holding it firmly in its mouth. No matter how the squirrel wriggled and swept its fluffy tail, it was unable to escape from its mouth. Woah-dash, the zombie dog looked up at Lin Xiao with the squirrel in its mouth, but it didn't look like it was going to give it to Lin Xiao. Instead, he made a guttural sound at her. "All right, it's your prey. Eat it yourself." "It's not like I'm going to snatch it from you," Lin Xiao said as she glanced at it. After getting her consent, the zombie dog immediately happily walked to an open space on the side with the squirrel in its mouth. Then it lay down, pressed its 2 front paws against the squirrel, and released its mouth. After it released its mouth, it looked at the squirrel that was struggling desperately under its paws. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and bit down on the squirrel's fist-sized head. Gotcha! The zombie dog broke the squirrel's bones. The zombie dog bit the squirrel's head and pressed its paws against the squirrel's body. Then it pulled, and the whole head was pulled out. The squirrel's broken neck was stretched out by the zombie dog's pulling, and then it was broken. Blood gushed out. Kakaka! The zombie dog bit the squirrel's head and chewed it into a ball. The zombie dog's teeth were hard and sharp, so it only took a few bites to chew the squirrel's head. Soon it swallowed it, and then it stuck out its tongue to lick its teeth. Then it lowered its head and continued to chew the squirrel's body under its paws. Thus, a cute red-bellied squirrel with big eyes and a fluffy tail became food for the zombie dog. Lin Xiao watched it eat happily, and then she looked back at the small jungle behind her. She found that there seemed to be a lot of rats in there, and they should be living in this area by eating the mutated sweet potatoes on the ground. Although she used the black mist to erase the vine leaves on the ground, she didn't get rid of the big sweet potatoes growing under the ground. These had to be dug up by people or turned over by Earth ability users. Only then could they dig up the sweet potatoes growing under the ground and throw them away. Anyway, they were mutated and couldn't be eaten. Maybe it was because this sweet potato field was flourishing, so the rats in the surrounding area were living well. And each of them was so big, just like the squirrel. And the rats in the surrounding area, Lin Xiao felt that, were a bit overrun. She should let the hellhound catch more to eat. After the sweet potato vines were cleared by Lin Xiao, some of the ground still revealed some holes. The big holes were the size of a human head, and she believed that the rats must have dug a tunnel below. So Lin Xiao felt that she should let the zombie dog catch more rats. Wang, after you finish eating, go catch more, Lin Xiao thought and called the zombie dog. In fact, she was too lazy to give the zombie dog a name, so she just called it Wang. However, the zombie dog ignored her and continued to eat its meat. It actually ignored her. Lin Xiao was immediately confused, and she raised her hand and threw out a wisp of black mist. The black mist immediately floated towards the food in the zombie dog's mouth. As the zombie dog was eating, it suddenly glanced at a wisp of drifting black fog that was heading towards it. Woo! It was immediately shocked and instantly kicked. It didn't care about the squirrel meat under its paws and quickly retreated. It looked up at Lin Xiao with dissatisfaction, and then stared at the black mist with fear. Wang, I called you, but you didn't listen. This is your reward. You have to respond to me in the future, understand? Lin Xiao pointed at it and said. The zombie dog didn't know what a Wang was. Lin Xiao squatted down, pointed at it and continued. You will be called a Wang in the future? Understand? A Wu? The zombie dog looked confused. Lin Xiao pointed at the leftovers, and then pointed at the small forest behind her and said, quickly finish eating and then go catch more. I want to catch all the rats on the mountain for you. Understand? Wu? Why did she want to catch all of them? The zombie dog looked at her. Lin Xiao said, don't talk so much nonsense. Quickly eat your food. Don't stay here and look at the dirt. Chapter 422. The zombie dog looked at her, then looked at the black fog that didn't move. Then, it barked at her in dissatisfaction. Now, she was so scared that she had lost her appetite, yet she asked her to finish eating. Lin Xiao was amused as he took back the black fog and said to it, who told you to ignore me just now? I told you, but you didn't listen. A woo. Who the hell knows who you're calling? Lin Xiao immediately stared at it and said, Are you going to eat it or not? Even if you don't want to eat it, eat it. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Thus, it was inexplicably threatened again. The zombie dog expressed that it was very innocent. A woo. After letting out a very unhappy howl, it lowered its head and ate the squirrel's remains in a few bites. Even the hair and the flesh were eaten. After it finished eating, it turned around and ran into the woods again. Then, there was another commotion in the woods. No, it was birds and beasts flying apart. Lin Xiao watched it go in before jumping down from the rock. She then walked towards the mutant sweet potatoes that she had left behind to surround the cornstalk. She squatted down to look at the normal sweet potato leaves growing at the feet of the corn. There were actually holes under the vines. Compared to the mutated sweet potatoes, the rats preferred to eat the normal sweet potatoes. At this moment, a white figure flew down from afar. Then he landed on the roof of the car beside Xiedong and looked at Lin Xiao curiously. What is she doing? Xiedong and the other man shook their heads at her. Qiu Lily glanced at the ground on Lin Xiao's side. She thought about the sand under the ground and gave up the idea of flying to her side. When Lin Xiao came up, he asked, What are you doing here? Lin Xiao walked to the side of the car, pointed to the empty land and said, You can plant things on this land if you plowed it. However, there were a lot of rats around and they were especially big. I sent the dog out to catch it. Qiu Lily asked her strangely, Dog? Where did the dog come from? Lin Xiao pointed at the zombie dog that just happened to run out of the forest and said, Look, isn't that it? After the zombie dog came out, it looked at Qiu Lily, who was on the roof of the car next to Lin Xiao. It stopped on the rock that Lin Xiao had been standing on and didn't dare to come closer. In his mouth was a rat bigger than a cat, with a thick and long tail. This was only a mouse, and a mountain mouse at that. As soon as Qiu Lily saw it, she immediately shouted in disgust, Wow! Where did you find such an ugly dog? Lin Xiao said, I picked it up on the way back to High City last time. Then she pointed to the piece of land and said, These acres of land can be used to grow things, but it needs to be plowed a lot. Also, catch all the rats. Qiu Lily looked at the zombie dog while resisting the urge to get close to it. He asked, So you found it to catch mice? Although she was disgusted and resistant, she didn't refuse Lin Xiao to raise it. She even wanted Lin Xiao to throw the dog away. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, No, I didn't know there were so many rats here. At that time, I felt that it was impressive, so I picked it up. Qiu Lily asked her, Aren't you afraid that it will eat people? What if it rushes into the base and eats people? Lin Xiao said, Of course I will keep an eye on it. I won't let it out of my sight. I can only put it away in crowded places, but I can only let it out in the wild. Qiu Lily nodded knowingly. Suddenly, she asked Lin Xiao curiously, Hey, that's right. Why didn't you kill the mutant snake just now? I thought you were going to kill it. Lin Xiao was stunned. She realized that Qiu Lily had gone up to see the snake. You didn't kill it again, did you? She asked her. Qiu Lily shook her head and said, No, I'm just curious. You were ready to go up to kill the snake, so why did you suddenly stop? Lin Xiao said, Oh, I think it is a bit strange. It seems to be very intelligent, and even if it was about to be killed, it didn't go crazy. Sai, it's rare to see a snake with this kind of temperament. If it was another snake, it would be a bit dangerous if it went crazy. Qiu Lily didn't quite understand and asked her, It didn't go crazy? Is that why you didn't kill it? Why? Lin Xiao explained to her, Didn't I say it was very strange? It gave me the feeling of a kind girl. When Qiu Lily and the other two heard her words, their faces fell. What the hell? Who would compare a cold and ruthless cold-blooded animal to a kind girl? Big Sister Corpse, aren't your brain circuits a little too strange? Were you also like this before you became a zombie? The three suddenly felt that Big Sister Corpse's world was too difficult to understand. Qiu Lily couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, Like what you said, that snake is also very innocent. Okay? Not only was he killed by you, but he was also beaten up by you. I almost thought it was going to die. Lin Xiao spread her hands and said, "That's how it is. The weak are prey to the strong. That's the natural rule of this apocalypse. If it meets someone stronger than it doesn't even have the ability to escape. You can't blame the person who hunted it. And I've already let it go. I'm also very kind." Cho Lily said, "Are you kind? Although you're not a bad person, you're not kind. Kind people are stupid if they say they're kind." Lin Xiao leaned against the car door, crossed her arms, and looked up at her with a smile, and said, "Aren't you also very kind?" Cho Lily was stunned for a moment before she reacted, and immediately said, "Are you saying I'm stupid?" Lin Xiao laughed and spread her hands, and said, "I didn't say that. Humph." Cho Lily pouted and turned her head, ignoring her. But in less than 2 seconds, she turned back and asked, "Right, how long are you going to stay here? Do you want to go somewhere else?" Lin Xiao glanced at the zombie dog standing on the other side of the rock, and said, "I want to wait until it catches all the mice in the forest." Cho Lily looked at the zombie dog with doubt, and asked, "Then how long are you going to catch it? Aren't we going back?" Lin Xiao said, "Why don't you take the 2 of them back first? Or you can go wherever you want. I want to stay here. If we want to dig the ground now, we don't have the manpower to do it. I'm thinking, should we catch a few level 3 or 4 zombies to train them in farming?" Saying that, she looked at Xiedong and Xin Yuzhen. Xiedong and Xin Yuzhen indicated that it was okay for them to dig the ground. But she said to catch a few level 3 or 4 zombies. She said catch. And she said train. Okay. Without manpower, we'll just squeeze the zombies. Anyway, this apocalypse didn't lack zombies. Chapter 423. Therefore, Lin Xiao did what she thought of. She immediately put A Wang into the space and went back to catch zombies. She also needed to find tools such as hose and iron bars. However, the level 3 and level 4 zombies had been driven away. Therefore, Lin Xiao had to go further to catch these zombies. Only she would do something like capturing zombies to do hard labor. Lin Xiao went out of Wu Mountain and found the tallest building nearby. She stood on the roof and sensed the surroundings. When she opened her eyes, her figure flashed. She stealthily ran toward the nearest level for zombie. Her transparent figure still did not have a shadow under the sun. She stepped on the electric pole and moved toward the level 4 zombie. Because the houses here were built loosely and there was a large green belt, Lin Xiao felt that it was more convenient to step on the electric pole. A few minutes later, Lin Xiao arrived in front of an abandoned factory. The morgue was not big. It was a 3-story factory and a 5-story dormitory next to it. There was a gate in front of the factory. The dormitory was connected to the factory, and there were a few small houses built around it. It was barren and dilapidated. The iron gate of the gate was ajar. There were curtains hanging out of the windows on the upper floor, fluttering in the wind. In this uninhabited place, it looked very gloomy and strange. But this was the most common scene after the apocalypse. If you suddenly saw a clean and tidy building outside, then there was a ghost. Lin Xiao walked in through the half-open door and saw a figure flashing quickly on the 3rd floor of the factory. In this long deserted place, a figure suddenly appeared. It's scary, okay? But that figure happened to be Lin Xiao's target. The zombies in the uptown were basically controlled by number 1 to number 7. The zombies inside were driven out, and the zombies outside were driven in. Then they formed a huge circle around Victoria Hotel. Therefore, the few kilometers around the hotel where Lin Xiao was, as long as there were roads or passageways, they were blocked. The zombie leaders who controlled them stared at the places where the number of zombies was low. This was the task that Lin Xiao gave them. But it was difficult to control the number of level 3 and level 4 zombies. For example, the zombie uncle only controlled 2 level 3 zombies before. As a level 4, he couldn't control it at all, although he could suppress it. But to control the level 4 zombies and make them act according to their will is too difficult. Therefore, Lin Xiao asked them to chase the level 4 away. If there were too many level 3 monsters, they would be chased away. Lin Xiao walked towards the stairs of the factory and then walked up the stairs silently. The zombies on the floor didn't know that she was coming, and still didn't notice anything. After Lin Xiao came up, he stood at the top of the stairs and looked at the level 4 zombie. This was a female zombie. Judging from her clothes and her unbitten face, she was a woman in her 40s or 50s. He had been wearing the white suit for the past 5 years. It had already turned into a grayish-brown color. His suit jacket was torn, and one of his sleeves was torn off. Inside, it was a one-piece dress, the hem of which was also torn. A pair of bare feet stepped on the floor, and the pair of feet had already turned black with filth. The female zombie's hair should have been tied up, because there was a loose clip at the back of her hair. The hair on both sides of her face was messy and fell down. Lin Xiao saw that her mouth and claws were full of black blood. It seemed that she had eaten a lot of meat. The female zombie seemed to feel that someone was looking at her, and she stopped moving. Standing on the walkway of the workshop, she looked around vigilantly, but didn't find anything suspicious. She slowly walked to the window and looked out. Lin Xiao slowly walked to her side and looked at the furnishings around. The furnishings here weren't messy, but they were covered with a thick layer of dust. The things on the table were placed where they should be, and the whole table was still very clean. The stools were stuffed under the table, and there was no extra garbage on the floor. It seemed that when the apocalypse came, there was no one in these workshops, and the people probably went to the dormitory. Maybe if she went over now, she could see that there should be a lot of dried blood on the floor of the dormitory, the stairwell, and the walls everywhere. She gently walked towards the female zombie, and her invisible feet actually left a string of faint footprints on the dust. But the female zombie didn't notice this. Lin Xiao walked to her side and smelled her breath. Well, it stinks. There was no way almost every zombie had this smell. But this female zombie's rancid smell was heavier, and it came from her mouth. If she opened her mouth, she could probably make people 2 meters away faint. But Lin Xiao strangely found that she didn't have a murderous aura. But there was a strange murderous aura. How did this aura come from? In fact, the aura of a level 4 zombie was different. It was because of the direction of their life that they slowly changed. Just like the 2 that Cho Lily brought, in fact, except for their ugly appearance, they didn't have a murderous aura. Because they didn't kill people and rarely fought with other zombies. But the female zombie in front of him had a murderous aura, which meant that she wasn't a guy to be trifled with. But she didn't have the kind of murderous aura that zombies who often eat people should have. What was going on? Could it be that she hadn't eaten a living person for a long time? Lin Xiao stood behind her with some doubts, crossed his arms, and used his fingers to scratch his delicate chin. However, the stains on her mouth and fingernails were probably from her flesh. Lin Xiao observed for a while, then suddenly reached out, grabbed the neck of the female zombie who was standing by the window, and then flashed into the space in the next second. Roar dash, the female zombie was scared by the sudden sneak attack, and suddenly raised her hand to push away Lin Xiao's arm. Her whole body arched and quickly jumped to a safe position on the other side. She twisted her 5 palaces, and fiercely roared at Lin Xiao, obviously shocked and angry. Lin Xiao looked at her, and nodded. Sure enough, very fierce. Don't roar, your roar is loud, and you can't beat me. You can't beat me, you should understand yourself. Or you can't even beat it. Lin Xiao calmly said to her, and then pointed to the zombie dog that quietly appeared behind her. When the female zombie turned around, she saw a level 5 zombie dog appear less than 2 meters behind her. She didn't know when it appeared. At this distance, as long as it fiercely pounced, she would immediately be torn into 2 pieces. Roar dash, the female zombie's momentum, all of a sudden, was completely suppressed. She looked at the zombie dog in horror and couldn't help but retreat in the other direction. Chapter 4:24. And the female zombie soon found out that this place gave her a very strange feeling. It seemed that in this place, her abilities were all suppressed. Lin Xiao slightly narrowed her eyes and said to her, "Yes, your ability is suppressed here. Because this is the space that I control, so you are in here. If I want you to die, you must die. Do you understand?" The female zombie looked back at her in panic, and there was some disbelief in her eyes. And fear, panic, grievance, anger, and other complex emotions were all expressed. She had been very unlucky recently. Originally staying in her own territory was fine. Suddenly she was driven out by a strange level 5 zombie. The other did not chase her, but just let her leave her place. Leaving was leaving. She couldn't beat others, so she accepted it. Later she knew that many of her original neighbors were driven out, and she felt a little better. And her territory was occupied by some food. And being guarded by those level 5 zombies, it should be their food. Or the food of the king. The female zombie saw Lin Feng and the others, and thought that they might be the zombie leaders, or the food of Cho Lily who suppressed her aura to level 6. But she didn't expect that not long after. She was now being targeted by a king, and it had even brought her to this godforsaken place. And it could also suppress her ability. The female zombie moved her claws, and felt that her strength seemed to have decreased. And Lin Xiao also recently knew that she could now control the air pressure in this space. She finally knew why this space could restrict the ability of human psychics, because the energy in the air here was completely controlled by her and Little Man. She didn't feel anything when Little Man controlled it before. Now that Little Man left this space and went into her stomach, Lin Xiao could clearly feel the feeling of controlling this space. The energy in the air was only a thought from her. It could suppress the energy produced by the virus or the mutated psychic energy. So suppressing the zombies that were full of viruses was only a thought. She saw the female zombies panic and said to her, "If you don't want to die, you have to listen to me. Otherwise, you will die now and you will also die in the future. Because you should not live in this world. You will all be slowly eliminated." Roar, "I don't understand. Who are you?" The female zombie didn't understand what she meant, but seeing Lin Xiao standing at a safe distance, she didn't seem to want to attack her. The female zombie calmed down and asked Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao waved his hand at the zombie dog, and it retracted its gaze from the female zombie. He then walked toward Lin Xiao. "From now on, I will be the leader here, and also the strongest person who can control you. In addition to being able to control you, I will also give you a stable life. But all of you must listen to me, or I will kill you without mercy." Lin Xiao saw the zombie dog walk over and said to the female zombie. Then she released all the breath in her body and covered the female zombie with a murderous intent. Roar dash, the female zombie's legs trembled and she knelt down in horror. Under the pressure of Lin Xiao's aura, her brain completely stopped working. When Lin Xiao saw her like this, she hurriedly retracted her breath. He had almost forgotten that this was her space, and her aura would be amplified several times. What if this level 4 zombie was scared to death? A wood dash, even the zombie dog next to her was lying on the ground, looking at her with a very scared expression. Lin Xiao looked around, then raised his hand and waved towards the direction of the forest. A metal light flashed from the forest. Dang dash, a stainless steel basin appeared in Lin Xiao's hand. This was the basin that she used to fill the water for the zombie dog to drink. She walked to the lake and filled the basin with water, then walked to the zombie dog. She squatted down in front of it. "What's your name? As long as you listen to me, I won't torture you," she said after putting down the basin. Then she stood up, waved her hand again, and a cup appeared in her hand. She walked to the lake and filled the cup with water. Then she walked towards the female zombie. At this time, the female zombie's body was emitting an aura of despair and fear. "Get up, drink this." Lin Xiao stood beside her and said. But the female zombie just trembled a bit and didn't have any other reaction. She was still curled up on the ground. Lin Xiao squatted down impatiently, then stretched out her empty hand. She lifted her head, then put the cup next to her mouth. "Drink it for me. Don't make me say it a third time," she threatened coldly. At this time, the female zombie looked up at her in fear, then stood up and kneeled on the ground. Lin Xiao let go of her, then frowned. She said to her, "Take it and stand up." After saying that, she stretched out the cup. The female zombie took the cup with both hands in fear, then carefully glanced at Lin Xiao. Those dark eyes without any white were full of fear. Obviously, she was scared by Lin Xiao just now. As she looked at Lin Xiao, she slowly stood up. Lin Xiao also stood up and took 2 steps back. The female zombie put the cup next to her mouth, and a corpse-luring energy emitted from the water. She froze for a moment and looked at the cup with some doubt. Because the atmosphere here was too tense, she didn't notice it. Now that she noticed it, her mind couldn't help but be attracted by the energy in the water. "What is this? It seems to be delicious. The energy is also very fragrant." She looked up at Lin Xiao. This was given to her by Lin Xiao, which meant she could drink it. Lin Xiao hugged her arms and took 2 steps back, leaving her a safe distance. This made her less nervous. Seeing that she stepped back, the female zombie felt a little relieved. Then she held the cup and tried to take a sip. Then her expression became slightly happy. Then, she gulped it down in one gulp. After drinking it, he chewed the cup with a crunch. "Lin Xiao, leave the cup for me." Looking at the cup that was already missing a mouthful, Lin Xiao expressed helplessness. Why do these zombies love to eat cups so much? And this is glass, aren't they afraid of breaking their teeth? The female zombie looked at her with a blank face. Lin Xiao said angrily, "If you have the ability, then eat the whole cup for me." As soon as she finished speaking, the female zombie stuffed the cup into her mouth. Then he began to chew on the food. Lin Xiao looked at the blood flowing out of her mouth and couldn't help but feel a chill. She quickly waved her hand. Okay, stop eating. Is it delicious?" Chapter 425. After collecting the female zombie, Lin Xiao put her in the number 1 small space. She told her to stay inside and not to come out. Then she went out of the space to catch more zombies. Originally there were a lot of level 4 zombies and level 5 zombies in the zombie city. But it seemed that the level 5 zombies were scared away by Cho Lily, so they were basically not in the upper city area. So Lin Xiao caught a circle of zombies for 3 days in a row. There were more than a dozen level 4 zombies with psychic abilities. There were all kinds of psychic abilities. There was also a rare psychic one. It was a teenager who looked like a high school student. He was about 1.7 meters tall, and his clothes were the cleanest among the zombies. Because of his high intelligence, he seemed to be a clean freak. There were no injuries on his face, and his eyes were cold and dark. There were huge dark circles around his eyes, and his face was pale and clean. His hair seemed to have been washed often, although it wasn't as clean as a human's. But he was much better than the other zombies. It could be seen that if the 2 panda eyes were removed, he was a little handsome. When this psychic zombie was caught by Lin Xiao, he didn't panic like the other zombies. Instead, he calmly negotiated with Lin Xiao. At that time, Lin Xiao saw him in a school. When she suddenly brought him into the space, the young man just silently looked at Lin Xiao for a few seconds before calmly turning his head to look around. And he quickly noticed the difference in the lake. But he didn't dare to jump directly into the lake, because the restriction made him feel a great sense of danger. And he still didn't know why Lin Xiao brought him here. Do you want a drink? Then follow me and listen to my command. I will give it to you. Lin Xiao said to him. Roar dash, really? The teenager asked her cautiously, as if he was afraid that she was lying to him. Lin Xiao pointed to the small space and the forest. She said, just like them, as long as you work for me. I will let you drink the water here every day, but without my permission, if you dare to come near here. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Because these 2 days, among the newly caught level 4 zombies, there were some who didn't follow the rules. Seeing that Lin Xiao wasn't in the space, they couldn't resist the temptation of the lake and wanted to jump directly. But as soon as they moved, Lin Xiao immediately felt it. He dashed in and grabbed their heads with one hand. After 2 or 3 times, the other zombies saw that they were killed by Lin Xiao before they could even get close to the lake. Everyone calmed down. That's why Lin Xiao said the same thing to the level 4 zombies they caught. Roar, deal as long as I drink it. The young zombie directly agreed. He was a spirit type, so his physical abilities were lower than other zombies. Slow speed, weak power. Even if it was outside, it would often avoid other zombies of the same level. Not to mention attacking other zombies and obtaining their zombie cores. It was difficult for him to protect his corpse core. As soon as he entered, he could feel that the energy in the lake could help him level up. Moreover, it wasn't just the energy in the lake. Even the energy in the air had some effect after staying here for a long time. If he could occupy the space for himself, he could stay here forever to absorb energy. Lin Xiao quietly stared at him and suddenly said, if you want to continue to stay here, then put away those thoughts that you shouldn't have. Or do you think that you have the ability to occupy this place? With just one sentence, the young zombie's thoughts were shattered. Lin Xiao's words were not only a warning, but also a message. She could sense the thoughts of each and every one of them. Yes, I can sense the thoughts of each of you zombies. So, when your thoughts came up, I wanted to kill you directly. I want to kill you directly. Lin Xiao said, and a powerful aura rushed towards the young zombie. The young zombie finally felt real fear. He realized that the level of his kind in front of him was not only much higher than him, but also much higher than him. This made him feel like a clown. Although he didn't know what a clown was, he could still understand this feeling. Whoa, the zombie dog didn't like this weak zombie, but it found that Lin Xiao talked to him for the longest time. The zombie dog jealously walked to her side. Lin Xiao looked down at it and said, what are you howling for? Go to the side. They caught and killed all the level 4 zombies in the uptown. Only then did Lin Xiao bring them to the sweet potato field and let them all out. A group of more than a dozen level 4 zombies suddenly appeared in the open space, and they looked around in confusion. Lin Xiao put a rope on each of their hands to restrict them. The rope wasn't very strong, but if any of them dared to break the rope and escape, then she wouldn't be polite. She had already said before that if any of them went back on their words, they would be killed by her. The uptown was her domain, and no one was allowed to act wildly here. If they wanted to move freely, they must get her permission. Although the zombies were very afraid of her, they also wanted to escape. But when they saw the large amount of black fog that Lin Xiao released and formed a big circle in the air above their heads, they knew that they couldn't escape. The black fog gave them a sense of danger that was several levels higher than Lin Xiao herself. Lin Xiao stood in front of them, squatted down, and directly stretched out her claws to dig the mouse hole on the ground. Watch me first, you guys do what I do, she said as she started to dig the hole. These zombies could understand her words, so she wouldn't use her mind to control their consciousness. For zombies like them, who had sharp claws and teeth, digging holes with claws was more efficient. The zombies didn't know what she was digging, and they all looked at her with curiosity, until Lin Xiao dug out a few big sweet potatoes. Lin Xiao threw a few kilograms of sweet potatoes in a pile, then stood up and clapped her hands, saying, "Here, this is what you want to dig out. The more you dig out, the more water I will give you." The zombies looked at her blankly. They didn't know why she wanted to dig this. Could it be eaten? Although they were puzzled, they didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately squatted down to dig holes, and after digging out the sweet potatoes, they curiously took a bite. The result was a look of disgust. Lin Xiao said to the zombie dog that was sitting on the edge of the small forest, looking like it wanted to go in, Wang, go in and catch a big one. But don't bite the skin, I don't want to eat your saliva. She wanted to call the zombie dog to catch a mouse for her to eat. Xiedong and Xin Yuzhen, who had been digging with a hoe for 3 days, were stunned when they saw the dozens of level 4 zombies that Lin Xiao suddenly released. In the end, they saw her squatting down to teach these zombies how to dig holes. They didn't know how to describe their expressions. Chapter 426. Lin Feng and the others knew that Lin Xiao had explored the upper city during this period of time. After collecting resources, she went to catch zombies. They didn't know why she went out to catch those level 4 zombies. Until today, when Lin Xiao let the zombies out to dig sweet potatoes, Yuan Tianqing and the others couldn't stay calm. So that day, 2 people came to watch a group of level 4 zombies squatting on the ground and digging sweet potatoes. They curiously asked Cho Lily, who was sitting on the tree next to them. So she wants these zombies to dig all the mutated sweet potatoes out of the ground? Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying stood under the tree and looked up at Cho Lily. Then she looked at the zombies in the ground and asked. Cho Lily sat on the tree and shook her legs. She nodded and said, yes. Lin Wenwen said with a strange expression. She thought of letting these zombies dig the ground. Does she want them to help out in the future? Cho Lily looked down at her and thought for a moment before saying, maybe. That's possible. Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying were speechless. After returning to the Hell King's base, the people knew that Lin Xiao, the big sister zombie, was digging the ground at the foot of the mountain with a group of zombie brothers. But the people from Haichang didn't know about this, because they didn't know that Lin Xiao was a zombie, and they didn't know that the elusive Lin Xiao was originally at Wushan. They were now tearing down walls and bricks at the construction site, moving bricks and mixing cement to build the wall. The first batch of soldiers and the first batch of ordinary people had good food and work every day. Slowly, they fell in love with the fulfilling life here. And the second batch of people who came a few days ago were getting used to this kind of life. For the past few days, they even felt like they were dreaming. They wondered if they were too hungry to have such a dream. They could do what they could. Although it was hard work, it was much better than fighting zombies outside. They could eat their fill every day, although it was only 2 steamed buns and a bowl of soup. But for the ordinary people in the base who were so poor that they could only eat 1 meal every 3 days, it was already a very happy thing. So now they were doing their own things except for work and the hotel. The other places were restricted areas and they couldn't go, because the person in charge here said that there were still many zombies around. If they messed around and provoked uncontrolled zombies, then they wouldn't go and save them. Therefore, these workers did not run around. Of course, when there were a lot of people, there were still some who were disloyal, such as the few metahumans who were hiding their abilities behind Huang Tianfei. Although they did not know the identity of Lin Xiao and the person who lived on the 5th floor, they felt that they were divine. Feeling mysterious would arouse their curiosity, and then they would want to find out who it was. Do you guys think that woman named Lu Jun, could she have been infected by the virus? At night, these people talked about Lu Jun in their dormitory. Lu Jun lived on the 5th floor. His face was no different from a normal person, except that it was a little too white. However, his eyes were too scary, and he had never heard him speak before. However, the people here didn't seem to notice anything strange about her. He still talked to her and walked with her. Anyway, he had nothing to fear from her. But isn't her son quite normal? If that woman was really infected by the virus, the people from the Netherworld King's base wouldn't let his son continue to follow her, right? Someone asked. This is also very strange. Also, when we came here, we encountered a group of zombies blocking the road. It's also very strange, don't you think? Yes, those zombies seem to be controlled by the little zombie that came out last. But they didn't attack us, and they even let us go. There must be something between these people from the Netherworld King's base and these zombies. Then should we secretly go up to the 5th floor to check? The people there are quite mysterious, just like that Lu Jun. Or should we control her and her child? Then force her to tell us? You're thinking too much. She has always been with those women. It's very difficult to make a move on her without anyone noticing. Moreover, we don't know if she has any abilities. If we're discovered, it will be very troublesome. Then we won't touch her. Let's go check the situation on the 5th floor. But those people have banned us from going up. If we're discovered, we might be sent out. These people were discussing whether they should go up to investigate the situation on the 5th floor. The more they didn't want them to know, the more they wanted to know. Therefore, at around 4 o'clock in the morning, several figures avoided the guards in the hotel and quietly sneaked up to the 5th floor. As a result, just as they went up, a person suddenly appeared in front of them like a ghost in the pitch-black corridor. The people above forbid you to come up here. Don't you know? Lin Xiao looked at these people who were acting suspiciously and said indifferently. The few people were scared silly by her sudden appearance. They pointed at her in horror and asked, Are you a human or a ghost? Just now, they clearly didn't see anyone in the corridor, but in the blink of an eye, a person suddenly appeared. Lin Xiao was close to them and could feel their thoughts. She couldn't help but frown. Scram. Then the few people scrambled down the stairs. Lin Xiao turned around and returned to her room. It seemed that these people should be chased out tomorrow. The next day, the door of the frightened people was knocked on early in the morning. Lin Hao stood at the door and said, According to the agreement we made, you can't go up to the 5th floor. I think you haven't forgotten. The eyes of those people were a little flustered, but they still refused to admit it. When did you say that we didn't know? And what does it have to do with us? We didn't go up. Lin Hao stood at the door with 2 other people, looking at their reactions with an indifferent expression. He had already expected that they would admit it. He said, You were caught on the spot, and you still won't admit it? Those people stiffened their necks and said, How is that possible? Don't think that we're easy to bully. You just want to use a crime to trick us. We are not easy to mess with. Lin Hao didn't want to talk nonsense with them. He said unyieldingly, Last night at around 4 o'clock in the morning, the guards saw you coming down from the 5th floor. Don't talk nonsense, pack up now and come with us. Be conscious, don't force us to take action. Because hearing Lin Hao's words in this room, the people in the surrounding rooms all felt the different atmosphere. They all opened the door curiously and stretched out their heads to look at this side. The people in the room in the distance even walked out of their rooms, rubbed their faces with towels and came over to watch. Seeing one person come, 2 more people came, and then one after another people came over. They quietly watched the situation in the room. Chapter 427. Those who had been the thieves last night still wanted to refuse to admit it and stay here. They were not afraid of Lin Hao anyway. They did not believe that Lin Hao could directly kidnap them. However, Lin Hao directly made his move. He took out a hemp rope from his back and said, Do you want me to tie you up and bring you out? Seeing Lin Hao take out the rope, everyone was silent. So he was serious. The few people became agitated when they saw Lin Hao's rope, pointing at him and scolding, You motherfucker, come and tie us up. Let's see how you're going to tie us up. As they spoke, they all released their abilities and held them in their hands. The ordinary people outside the room saw this and knew that a fight was about to break out. They quickly retreated far away to avoid being involved. So you were hiding your ability levels. We said before that people above rank 3 could not come here. Looks like you guys broke the contract long ago. At this time, Du Yuanxing's voice came from outside the door, and then he walked in. He continued to stare at the few people and said, I knew that you guys are like that Huang Tianfei, not people who know their place. I've been waiting for you. You want to make a move? Let's see if a few of you rank 4 arcanists can withstand my attack. As he spoke, he raised a hand, and a ball of lightning flashed in his hand. Seeing that Du Yuanxing was an electric ability user, the few people immediately shriveled. Du Yuanxing was rank 5 and he was a special ability user. If he threw an electric ball, they might be able to dodge it for a while, but they would probably be electrocuted later. Thus, not long after, the people in the hall saw Du Yuanxing and Lin Hao bringing people to suppress the few people down. Then they saw a car parked outside the hotel entrance. Du Yuanxing pressed the few people onto the car and drove it out. He also had to return to Haiqing to continue recruiting people. On the other side, Wu Chengyue, in a military base in the mountains of Jiaxing, was hugging Wu Yueling and playing with her on the roof of a car. He watched as the people counted the food they found in the Air Force Base. Xiao Liqing suddenly walked towards him with a piece of paper. Leader, there's news from Yushan's side. As he spoke, he walked to the side of the car and handed the paper to him. Wu Chengyue turned his head and looked at him, then reached out to take it. Let me see. He opened the paper, looked at it for a moment, and then laughed. He, this is really interesting. Her new base is quite lively now. We've only sent the second batch of people over, and they've already been chased out. Xiao Liqing asked curiously, someone was driven out? Why? The smile on Wu Chengyue's face was deeper than usual as he said, someone is making trouble and violating the rules set by them. He was chased out because he was courting death. Moreover, I clearly said that metahumans above rank 3 are not allowed to enter, yet these people still hid their ranks and sneaked in. Xiao Liqing looked at him in surprise and said, this is only the second batch, and someone is already thinking about it? These people are quite observant, but their method is not quite right. Wu Chengyue added, that's not all. Because the female zombie didn't have enough manpower, she ended up capturing the level 4 zombies that had rushed to the outskirts of the upper city. Can you guess what she made the zombies do? Xiao Liqing looked at him blankly. What? Wu Chengyue said with an amused expression. She made the zombies dig sweet potatoes for her. Xiao Liqing slightly opened his mouth and asked a little blankly. Ah? Dig sweet potatoes? What sweet potatoes? Wu Chengyue already knew he would have this expression, so he smiled and looked at him. Mutant sweet potatoes. And she also caught a lot of snakes to cook snake soup for the workers. Every day they have snake soup and white and tender steamed buns to eat. Even I want to go with this treatment. Xiao Liqing had just recovered from the incident of Lin Xiao catching zombies to dig sweet potatoes for her. He asked with a strange expression, she dared to catch snakes for those people to eat? Those snakes should be mutant, right? How can it be so easy to find normal, uninfected snakes? Wu Chengyue said, I'm also very curious about this. But at the beginning, she said it was mutant snake soup and that drinking it wouldn't cause you to be infected. It scared a lot of people at that time. But it seems that Lin Feng and the others drank it on the spot. After discovering that there was no problem, they couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food and gradually gave up resisting. Xiao Liqing said, if it's a mutant snake, there must be a virus in its body. What method did they use to get rid of it? Wu Chengyue thought about it and said, it's probably this female zombie that did it. He knew that the female zombie's lake water had a very magical effect. It could even suppress the awakening of a child's ability. Not to mention these mutant beasts. This female zombie always brought him unexpected things. It was very magical. Xiao Liqing looked at his expression and suddenly said, then we're done here. Can we go to their base to have a look? Wu Chengyue said, of course. It won't take an hour from Jiaxing anyway. Then he hugged Wu Yueling and pointed at the messy grass dragonfly in her hand. He said to her, Lingling, let's go find her. Okay? Wu Yueling's eyes lit up and immediately turned to look at him. Wu Chengyue looked at her expectant eyes and couldn't help but poke her nose. He said, actually, you want to find little Man, right? You don't know that she may have become a baby and is still in her mother's belly. She may not be able to talk to you anymore, so you have to wait. Wu Yueling looked at him with confusion, but she was still very happy that Papa was going to take her to find the zombie sister. Not long after, Xiao Liqing and his people loaded the supplies into the car. Wu Changyue took the motorcade to the upper city. Lin Xiao, who didn't know that a man had caught up with her, was standing in the sweet potato field, staring at the 17-level 4 zombies working. Every day, she asked the zombie dog to bring her a live big squirrel or big mouse. Then she sat on a rock at the edge of the forest, peeling the mouse's skin and eating the meat while observing the zombies. In order to get more lake water from Lin Xiao, all the zombies learned to be obedient. They worked hard to dig holes and dig sweet potatoes. And on the big snake pit that Lin Xiao had gone to before, a person quietly appeared. Tang, he looked around with a dignified expression. He didn't directly appear in the big pit. Instead, he grabbed a half-grown mutated wild boar from who knows where and threw it into the pit. Wu, the wild boar, which weighed only 40 or 50 kilograms, rolled into the bottom of the pit, immediately stirring up a group of snakes at the bottom of the pit. Tang, he stood on a tree next to the pit, closely observing the bottom of the pit. The wild boar might have been bitten by a snake, screaming and jumping around. It climbed up to the top of the pit, but it rolled down again before it was halfway up. It avoided those holes because it could smell the danger inside. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.